Hi everybody, and welcome to the second live stream of Baldur's Gate 3. My name is Sven Vinke. I am the founder of Larian Studios, the video game company working on Baldur's Gate 3, and also the game director on this fantastic game. Today we're going to be showing you some live gameplay. You are going to be my guide. You're going to tell me what to do at certain key moments in this presentation. The game is still in development. It is a title that is heading towards early access, hopefully in August. We're saying August maybe, depending on how development goes. You will see bugs, you will see glitches, you will see things going wrong. But there's a lot of gameplay already in the game, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun, depending on the dice, I guess. All right, let's get started. Maybe I'll first introduce my party. I am currently playing a custom character. This is the guy. I'm playing as an elf. I am a level 3 wizard right now. Well, my entire party is level 3. And I'll let the other characters introduce themselves as we head towards camp for a night together. And we talk about what our central problem is. Our central problem, of course, you saw it in the intro just now, is that we've been kidnapped by mind flayers. They put a tadpole in our heads. We are going to turn into mind flayers in 7 days, unless we find a cleric or a healer who can help us. And yeah, we need to do something. Now, we've been out and about already for a few days and nothing has happened to us, which is a bit weird. But we're still very worried and we would like to do something about this tadpole. And what happens next, we'll see in this presentation. I hope you all have a lot of fun. Alright, so we're in my camp. That over there is a Yankee. Her name is Lizelle. And so we're going to have a little chat with her.
A monster forms inside us. And you think to be idle. I knew your kind to be fragile, but I didn't foresee the severity. Be quick about your rest. We must locate a crash.
Alright, well, we can't rush our rest. An exhausted warrior is ineffective. For the people who saw the first live gameplay stream, something has changed here. This is not in the past tense anymore. It is written now in present tense, and it's not from the perspective of a singular character anymore. It is literally you making those decisions. So let's pick that one.
A cretinous notion in a complex circumstance. Do you suppose the parasites inside us dare to rest? That the Geich do not still pursue us with each peal of the bell? Take your rest. I will stand watch. Should a single tentacle split your skull, I will not hesitate to end you.
Oh, well, she doesn't want to win your party. So she's my fighter. Let's have a look and talk to Shadowheart, who is my cleric.
What were you two talking about?
Yeah, it's none of your business, really.
Wrong. Your business is mine. We're entwined, thanks to this. If we're to survive, we need to trust each other. And just to be clear, come daybreak, finding a healer is our first priority.
Okay. Let's talk about it in the morning.
We did just talk about it. Let's rest.
Alright, well, you can see how this party's gonna go. Let's have a chat with Gale, my wizard. I'm actually also a wizard, so there's 2 wizards in this party.
Go to hell.
Well, good evening to you too.
Ha! You're a good sport. Go to hell. An everyday expression. So trivial it's almost meaningless. But we've seen hell. It's real. And it isn't trivial.
Alright, well, you know what? We'll just watch the flames in silence together.
Devils, dragons, mind flayers. They used to be abstracts. Pictures on a piece of paper. What a difference a day makes. Now we have tadpoles slithering through our heads like carnivorous feti. That's not abstract.
You should maybe have some rest.
This ballet of flames invites reflection. But you're right. Let's be up with the lark. Find a healer before the wee one gets hungry.
Alright. Well, that's excellent advice, Gale. So let's go and do that. And click on our bedroll. And have a good night's sleep. Maybe we'll feel better in the morning. Alright. So, we're gonna head over there. We're actually on a mission. We heard about goblins that are in a nearby temple. And apparently they kidnapped somebody who could help us. And so, our quest is to go and find that person.
You will not even see it.
Shadowheart and Lizelle or my Yankee are getting along very well.
Dead goblins. Dead travelers.
I wonder where they were going.
Well, we're about to find out. So we failed our perception roll. Maybe the others will be more lucky.
There, on the rooftops. Fresh blood awaits.
Okay, I'm gonna put my fighter in front. And we'll just walk in as if we didn't see anything.
Get over there! Surround them like!
Alright, I know you're there. Show yourselves.
You spotted us. Good. It's like they say. No fun in skewing a pig what doesn't know he's cooked.
Let me pass.
We got you surrounded.
Come on, guys.
Here's how this goes. You take one step further and we will fill your front with arrows. Or you turn around and your backside gets the same treatment.
Okay, well, let's try to intimidate them. Step aside or I'm coming for you first. Okay, that's a fairly high roll. 8. And we had like as average as it gets. I gained 1 inspiration point previously in the game. An inspiration point allows me to roll again. I'm not going to use it because I think I'll need it later. So I'm going to just press continue and we'll just get into combat with these fine
I'd
gentlemen.
like to see you try.
Okay, so man, they started 3 of them. So for people who saw the live, oh god, really? For people who saw the live stream at the end of February, we have changed our initiative system, and the way that it works now is that you have a more traditional turn order. But whenever there are party members that are next to one another, you will be able to command them whatever sequence you want. You'll see how that works in a second. Now, I need to get on top of this and make sure that these guys don't have the high ground on me anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Lizelle to dash. So I'm going to give her a dash command. That's going to allow her to get on top, and I can either go for this guy here, the Booyah, or I can go for this guy, the Tracker. I'm going to go for the Tracker. Now, I don't have enough actions to hit him when I arrive, so what I'm also going to do is I'm going to use my action search, so to get an extra action. Alright. And now I'm going to manage to go over there and smack him. And hopefully that's going to be a good smack. And we'll have got rid of at least 1 archer. Yeah, it's a good smack, but it's not good enough. Alright, next one. Keep on shooting those fire arrows at me. But I did manage to do a saving throw. When is she's gonna... She has a create water spell, so I could does it, but... Right, what I'm gonna do... Oh, this is gonna be painful. So you see the red line on the floor? That is basically saying it's dangerous terrain. It's all dangerous over here. I'm gonna move over here. I'm gonna cast Misty Step, which is a bonus action. I'm gonna do it approximately over here. So I got on the roof. And I need to make sure that I don't die right away. You think, Nick, I'm gonna survive this? Yeah. Right. So this is a little bit... Man, I still need to move more. Ah, shit. And now he's got an attack of opportunity on me if I move. Alright, well, that starts swimmingly. Let's see, level 2. No, it's gonna be just 1. I'm just gonna use the level 1 self slot on this guy. Hopefully I'm gonna be able to throw him off with my Thunder Wave. Alright, well, that worked. Okay, at least we have 1 less. And I did make a healing potion, so I'm going to need some healing very soon. Okay, and there's still a goblin between us. Alright, well, let's see what happens. He tried to run away. She had a reaction set to attack of opportunity. So that killed this guy. So let's see what else is going to happen. Okay, that guy's annoying. Oh, he's out of spells. Okay. Oh, maybe not. Well, she's gonna smack him, and she's gonna use a... she has a superiority dice here, so she's gonna use a pushing attack. And hopefully it doesn't work out very well also. Damn, that's the second one I managed to drop off the roof. Unfortunately, the other one is on the other side, so I'm gonna need to get down. Am I gonna take the jump? No, I'm gonna take ladder. If I make the jump, I would go prone, it will hurt, and I'll lose even more health. And it's not going that well, actually. Okay, next one. Running away. And, oh no, I don't like the sound of this. I'm downed. Alright. You will never believe me, but I've done this many times. Good thing is that these guys are linked together, so you see I can now switch between them and can basically think of how I'm going to combine their powers to save the day still. I need to get rid of these guys. I need to get rid of the fire doused. I'm going to use Guiding Bolt on this guy. Actually, oh come on, you gotta be kidding me. This is going to be exactly the same thing, like it's almost impossible. Alright, well, okay, so I'm going to use Scorching Ray on this guy. Let's get closer. Right. And she still has healing words, right? So she's going to do healing words on him. A little bit of extra, because she's going to be in the front line here. And he is going to use 1 Scorching Ray on this guy. 2 Scorching Rays on this guy. Can I hit another one over there? No, not really. And on this side. No, they're all dead. Okay, well, then we're just going to use all of my Scorching Rays on this guy, just to make sure. Alright, so that kills him. So that's better. She can still move in, so I'll move her over here. And he still, no, he doesn't have any move point anymore, but he can still drink a healing potion, so that's good. So we're gonna end my turn. So there's 1 goblin left, so this is going a lot better now. But it is for Slyzel's turn, sorry. So she's gonna go over here. I don't think she's gonna make it in time. I should have dashed actually, but it's fine. We won this one. Oh, he's trying to kill me. Yeah, this is basically death saving throws. So I had a successful one, so if this line gets completely blue, then he's gonna stand up. Okay, so he's dead. Well, not dead, he's downed. He is there, she is there. Well, that's, we figured out that they're both there. So, let's see. I'm going to dash with him. Where's my dash? I'm never gonna be in time. Man, I'm gonna have to use my Misty Step scroll, which I didn't want to do. I wanted to keep it for later, but otherwise my character's gonna die. And now I already dashed. Well, then I might as well go this way. I can get up this way, so that's what my plan is right now. And you're gonna dash. We're gonna dash to the help of my avatar, and hopefully we're gonna make it. Let's get over there. Alright, and then end our turn. Let's see what the guy... Oh, it's still Lyzel. I wish he could. She's too far. She's too far. They're all too far. They can't get there in time. He's gonna kill my guy. I just hope he misses. So how can he miss against somebody lying on the floor? That's not gonna happen, right? Yeah. Oh, he did miss. Okay, cool. Alright, he's almost up. So we have a chance. Can I get on? I can get there. Alright, great. So if I dash on top, you think I can reach him from here? I doubt it, right? Well, we can try. Well, maybe I can. Okay, let's try it. So we're gonna go ahead, get up. Okay, and let's try to see if I can put him to sleep. No, he's out of sight. I can't see him. Is there anything? My magic missiles? By any chance? Nothing. Fireball? Nothing. Nothing is gonna get there. Okay. Oh, fog club. That I should be able to do. I'm gonna put him in the fog club. Oh, come on. Yeah, like this. Okay, great. Voila. Now he shouldn't be able to see him anymore. At least he won't be able to hit him. And she is also coming up. Well, I hope I didn't just ruin my chances of hitting the other guy. This fight is already taking much longer than I was supposed to take. Okay, let's go up. She's dashing, dash, dash. Closer. Is there anything you can do to hurt him? No. Oh, you may. No, you can't. Okay, next one. Lyzel, you dash too. Well, I should be able to dash. That's fine. Should be okay. Alright, next one. Okay, so he's not shooting at the guy because he can't see him anymore. Good. He picked another target. Excellent. Now we're in business. Shadowheart, go and kill him. We'll do it with the guiding bolt. And this time, bleed on. Okay. Alright. Well, that went a little bit harder. He got up with 1 HP. This is not terrible. Terribly good, but it's not terribly bad either. And here we are on the rooftops. Walking towards that windmill over there, where we're going to see a little bit of interaction with NPCs. Let me just get up here. Let's not fall, so I don't kill myself. Alright, I'm gonna separate her, because she's still in good shape. And I'm going to let her go and do the talking with these particular goblins here, who just ignored that fight completely.
Look what we got here! Another little birdie wanting to fly! Stop this thing!
Yeah, he clearly has a problem.
Flap those wings some more, and I'll feed you a worm.
Alright.
And you! Hope you got a stomach for heights!
What are you doing?
What's it bloody look like? We're teaching this here pipsqueak to fly.
Alright. I'm gonna tell you to release that gnome. I haven't done my good deed today yet, so release that gnome instantly.
You want this little cave lurking what's it? Find your own. He's ours!
Okay, so I get 5 options here. They're all rolls. I am going to use... by now I learned that the tadpole that was planted in my head is giving me certain powers. And so I can use these powers, for instance in persuasions, like here. So I'm going to do this. Now the problem with that is every single time I do this, I feel that something's being taken away from me. So I'm going to say, I'm a true soul, now once again, release the gnome. The other thing that I discovered is that there's this cult, called the Cult of the Absolute. The leaders of that cult are called true souls. They also have tadpoles in their head, and they're commanding their followers using that tadpole. So I'm going to use my tadpole. That means that I'm going to have a very low DC, or difficulty check. So it's 4 that I need to roll, so that should not be a single problem. And then roll a 15. Good.
Yes. Whatever you want.
The tadpole squirms in your mind. It seems sated. The goblin's nostrils flare nervously. All of his bluster seems to vanish.
We're leaving. What about the gnome? Ain't we supposed to bring him to... I said we're leaving! Apologies, my lady. We didn't mean to doubt a true soul. We'll be off.
Alright, great. So they're going to dash off, hopefully. As they dash off, I'm going to rejoin my party. No, sorry. I need to, but I'm going to go and get Shadowheart actually, because I want to show something with her. So I'm going to send my party over here. And over here. Alright, now he hasn't dashed off, that's actually a bug. As I said, the game is still in development, so you're going to see some bugs. But we should be able to get by. Let's go forward. So, in not so long, I'm going to ask you whether or not we're going to go into a goblin camp to kill a hobgoblin named Droraxin, or whether we're going to go into the Underdark, and that's something that you should start thinking about. So she has a problem.
We should keep moving.
Okay, what just happened?
Nothing. A trick of the light. But something tells me there might be a solution to some of our problems hiding in this wilderness.
So, what makes you think that?
Let's just call it intuition. We should keep going. If I spot anything, I'll let you know.
Alright, let's try to convince her. If there's something else you want to say, I'm listening. Not so easy. So let's try to do that one. Yeah, close but no cigar. Okay.
No. You'll understand when you see it. Let's go.
Alright, well, we still have the gnome to help, so let's see what myself. I'll take myself for this. Actually, no, I'll take those two for that. Because then I can show something else. I'm obviously paying for presentation purposes, so I'm doing things that I would ordinarily not do. We have 2 levers here. One is the brake lever, the other one is the release brake lever. So if I release brake lever, you're gonna have to find out for yourselves what happens, because I'm actually gonna save this gnome, or deep gnome, rather. And let's go and have a chat with him. I'm gonna do that with. myself. Where is she? Let's go and chat with our friend here. Go to Bucker's route.
Cut me loose!
He could ask nicely, you know. I'll just free him.
Oh, Maga Kamara. Those postulant thugs. Well, get on with it. Whatever you are.
Okay, I'm gonna ask him. Get on with what?
You saved me. Now you'll extort me. That's how this works, yes?
Usually does, yeah. But you know what? You owe me nothing.
Nothing?
Okay, I can extort you if you want, if that's what you want.
You're teasing me now. I'm certain of it. Take my pack, if you can find it. The only reason those goblins caught me was its weight. I'll travel lightly from now on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, you do not look like a surface creature. Why are you here?
Ignorance is alive and well, it seems. Not every deep gnome dwells forever in the Underdark, you know. I'm in search of a friend. I fear he's in trouble. See this? I gave it to him years ago before I left home. I found it round the neck of a thug in Baldur's Gate. It was speckled with blood. My friend, nowhere to be found. But I still have hope. I'm heading to his home in the Underdark to discover what happened. I always help my friends. On that note, I bid thee farewell. If we should meet again, well, we will have met again.
Alright. So, he's an interesting character because he could become a camp follower. We'll find him back if we head into the Underdark, where he will be in a lot of trouble. So, he's going to need help a few times. He did tell us something interesting, so let's go and have a look if we can find his pack. Now I happen to know where it is, so I'm just going to go there right away. It's a bit dark in here, so what I can do is I can take my half-elf, Shadowheart, and ask her to go in there. So she has dark vision, and so she can better see in the dark. So if you go to the human, that's what he sees, and this is what she sees. So let's have a look in the backpack what he had. He had some smoke powder and a satchel, which is handy. Red apple, and a little bit of gold. Okay, let's group these two together. And go. You can't see a thing. And get it. Okay. Cool. So we are going to have a little nap. And then when we have that little nap... Oh, is there a problem? No. We're going to have a little nap and... we can not take a long rest, we can only take a short rest because the area is not safe yet. So let's try to make the area safe first. I happen to know why. So let's go and find this guy. And let's go into sneak mode. Now, when you're in sneak mode, you see that little sun icon that is over my mouse cursor. When you see the full sun, it basically means that there's nothing obscuring me. If you see half a sun, then I'm lightly obscured, and if you see no sun at all, then I am heavily obscured. Heavily obscured is something that would happen if I would be, for instance, in a dungeon or something like that. So here, the best thing I can do is actually hug the shadows, and as I move outside of the shadows, then you see that I become less obscured. But this guy, fortunately for us, has been drinking, and that's not always a very, very good idea. So let's get closer to him and smack him. Now, since he was on the ground, that was a critical, so it was a very, very easy kill. Okay, I think we're ready to sleep now. Let's go and try to have a bit of a rest and see our adventure.
My, what manner of place is this? A patch of ground to call home. Some rest for the wicked, after all. What would suit the occasion? The words to a lullaby, perhaps. The mouse smiled brightly. It outfoxed the cat. Then down came the claw. And that, love, was that. They do know how to write them in Cormier, don't they? Well met, I am Raphael. Very much at your service.
Hello, Raphael. My name is Sven. How are you doing?
Charmed, I'm sure, in more ways than one. We should have a chat, you and I, but not here. No. This encampment is decidedly too middle of nowhere for my tastes. Come. There. Middle of somewhere.
Nice place you have here, I guess.
The House of Hope, where the tired come to rest and the famished come to feed lavishly. Go on, partake, enjoy your supper. After all, it might just be your last.
Alright, so... You know what? I'm actually quite hungry. Literally, so I'm going to ignore him and fill my plate.
Not easily rattled, I see. Good. Makes the next part that much more straightforward. What's better than a devil you don't know? A devil you do. Am I a friend? Potentially. An adversary? Conceivably. But a savior? That's for certain.
Alright, well... Why don't you just tell me what you want?
Oh, a mere trifle. How dear is one's soul, really? A rhetorical question, of course, but let me venture an answer. It's worth very little, with a tadpole in your head. One skull, 2 tenants, and no solution in sight. I could fix it all, like that.
Alright, so... I need to think this over.
Take all the time you need, but make up your mind before you're counting down with tentacles. Try to cure yourself. Shop around. Beg, borrow, and steal. Exhaust every possibility until none are left. And when hope has been whittled down to the very marrow of despair, that's when you'll come knocking on my door. Hope. Such a tease.
So before continuing, just in case you're wondering, a lot of the mocap that you're seeing is not cleaned up, or everything is not 100% polished yet, so there's a couple of things here in these shots that are really not looking great. We know this, we see it also. These things will get fixed, so don't worry about that. Let's continue. You know what? I'm gonna rip out your mocking tongue. Yeah, because you're... Yeah, I'll rip out your mocking tongue.
Ah, yes, the tongue. Yet another piece of pleasurable anatomy you'll soon have to do without. All those pretty little symptoms, sundering skin, dissolving guts, they haven't manifested yet, have they? One might say you're a paragon of luck. I'll be there when it runs out.
Well, at least I received some items. The items I received are obviously all the food that I took, which is actually pretty cool. Alright, now, something happened to us. We need to chat about this. Let's talk about it with Shadowheart. What do you think, Shadow?
So, this Raphael, he knows our secret. He claims he can help. What do you make of him?
Ooh, you know what? We'll leave that to chat, actually. I'll let you vote which option we're gonna take. So you pick 1, 2, 3, or 4 we're going to try to have a good relationship with Shadowheart here, or a bad relationship. It's up to you guys. Go for it. So 1, 2, 3, or 4.
We would like to pause the stream very quickly while the chat is deciding, okay?
Yeah, we will pause the stream while the chat is deciding. So 1 is help, no matter the source. 2 is I'm not so sure. 3 is he's a devil, we shouldn't trust him. Maybe we should tell chat in the responses that they can see what is what. And 4 is wisdom, and we're going to read her thoughts, what she wants to hear from us. But we'll give in to the dark powers as we do so. So think wisely about doing that. Obviously, you don't really are playing, and so you're just going to put me in trouble. But yeah, well, you don't necessarily have to read her thoughts. It's very...
It has a limit on characters.
There's a limit on characters, apparently, or dialogues are too long in the new poll, so we're just going to shorten them. So 1 is help. 2 is not sure. 3 is don't trust him. 4 is read her thoughts. That chat should be coming up. Poll should be coming up. And then we are going to pause the stream because we have a technical problem, apparently. So vote wisely. Just go, what do we do? Is a question. Alright. 2 minutes. No. Yeah, go ahead and start poll. Alright. What's the problem?
Your voice was very deep.
Ah. Yes, I can talk. Thoughts. All right. Am I back online? Yeah. You can bring me back on.
Yeah.
Okay. So I see that there's a clear winner here. We're gonna read Shadowheart's thoughts. So obviously this is gonna be a roll of the dice, so it is up to you guys. Let's do that. I think I can go ahead for it, right? So it's useless to continue to wait. There's a victor here. All right, let's do it. It's an average roll. You just need to get a 10. So I guess I believe in you, chat. I'm pretty sure you can do this. Very, very narrowly. But you managed. All right, let's see what she's thinking.
Anticipation. She is testing you somehow. About Raphael.
Okay. So, what was the second choice? Don't trust him? So we'll pick that one now. He's a devil, we shouldn't trust him. Or we can actually follow up and say, it seems like you have a particular point you want to make about Raphael. I think that's probably the ones you would pick, chat, so we'll do that one.
Actually, yes, you're right. Very intuitive. Clearly the devil was trying to sow doubt among us. I know people who work much like our new acquaintance does. You don't need a scourge or a rat to break people. Fear and self-doubt are sufficient. When actual pain comes, the victim's already done the heavy lifting for their torturer. There were no right answers with that devil. He was toying with his food. Us.
Alright, well... I'm glad I made the right decision then.
Perhaps you didn't. See? Sowing doubt is an old trick. Watch out for it. And for Raphael.
Okay. Well done, chat. You've increased the approval rating of Shadowheart. She likes you a little bit more now. Let's progress. Okay. So, it's time for the one-woman show that is Lizelle. She is a very powerful fighter. She can do awesome things. We're about to find out a few of those. If I can find my way back, because my powers of orientation are notoriously bad. Okay, but luckily I can just click and they walk over there. Alright, so I'm going to head towards the Goblin Camp, and we're going to do a preliminary vote. Can we start a vote up? Are we going to head to the Underdark, or are we going to head into the Goblin Camp and kill a hobgoblin named Dror Raxlin? Now, it is a cool adventure, the hobgoblin. I know you're going to vote Underdark, but I'm going to try to convince you otherwise. So that's why Lizelle is going to infiltrate a Goblin Camp, show you a little bit of it, and then you'll be able to make a more informed decision. But I just want to see what your intentions are. Ha! Alright, I know what your intentions are. Let's see if I can change your minds by the one-woman show that is Lizelle. So she's going to approach. hope a goblin camp here. I see goblin camp is going up. It's going up. Maybe it still has a chance. So over there, there's a guard. He's oi. Ah no! This happens. There's a terror in the weave. All right, this can we just? Oh, thank you, sir. No. All right. Okay. Well, that was rather fast and unexpected. So I'm gonna bring myself back there. So can they hear me? Okay, good. I didn't know if you could hear me, chat. So what I'm gonna do is crashes happen in development. So this is what we had right now. I'm going to set everything up so that we're back where we were, and then we are going to instantly continue our journey with Lysel. It's a fairly stable build, but it had 1 or 2 crashes that were random, and this is one of them. So that is unfortunate. This is why we're not releasing it yet. There you go. Also, I admire the people that are voting for Goblin Camp. You're doing a pretty good job. Like, go Team Goblin Camp, I would say. Alright. I'm still loading up, so that's what's happening behind the scenes. Goblin Camp actually is more votes than I expected. Still changes happening in there. I'm almost ready. I'm setting myself up. I have a whole bunch of cheat keys in case this was going to happen. So I'm just using all of them. And I'm going to get my camp over here. Just need to go back in here. Alright. Okay. I am, in case you're wondering what's happening right now, I am mass slaughtering a whole bunch of goblins. The ones that were on the roof. As I'm setting myself up in exactly the same position that we were. Yeah. Okay, I think I need 1 more minute. Okay, and then I'm going to leave the guy at the windmill. So I'm just going to take Lysel out of there. No, actually, I do need my after 3 minutes. Okay. And then we'll bring her back. I'm gonna do this thing again. If it crashes now, then we're dead. Alright. And you ready, Nick? I think we're in the clear here. Alright. Let's hope it doesn't crash anymore. So I'm pretty much in the same position. I did have to use a few cheats. So it's not exactly the same position, but we should be good. So I'm gonna make this incredibly insane jump here. It's going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. But I'm going to use my Githyanki Psionics jump. This allows me to jump at triple the distance. And this is going to allow me to do it also without too much pain. And that way I'm going to bypass all the guards that are on top are over here. So now I'm going to do a mini jump. And what I'm going to do at the same time is I'm going to put the game in pause mode. So at any moment in time, you can press this button and it enters turn-based mode. And as you're doing that, it gives you much finer control over your actions, and so you have the time to think and plot what you're going to do. And in this particular case, actually, my plot is to get on this side, and I don't want the advantages that I got from my psionic jump to just disappear as I'm walking around randomly looking for a good position to jump from. That wasn't really a phrase, but it'll become clear in a second. Because the Githyanki Psionic jump, what it gave me was a condition that triples my jump distance for 1 minute, and that's 8 rounds. So as I'm moving, I need to do a mini jump here. Do the mini jump. There we go. And let me get in a good position to jump over there, so I can bypass this entire bridge section. I'm out of movement points, so I have to give the world 1 turn. So the world is now going to do its movement. There's a guard over there. I need to bypass that guard. So that's my goal. So now it's my turn again. So the world has moved. It's on cooldown. I know, sorry, that's fine. Because I can actually do this one. There we go. Whoa! Whoop! Okay. That was not the action that was linked to it. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. When it's my turn, I think. Alright. So it took a turn for me to get up again. Let me see if I can sneak my way through here. That costs me actions also. Let's first see where he is. So he's standing over there. So he is, let me see his cones. So I'm going to have to wait here for a second. For some reason I'm not seeing his cones anymore. So that's my problem here. I'm just gonna wait. Ah, there he is. Okay, this is my shot. He's going over there. So I am going to go as fast as I can. Closer there, but I'll stay hidden. So that when should he spot me, I still get a chance of rolling a stealth check. Alright, this is the tricky part. So let's just hope he doesn't turn around. So he is looking well. Okay. Alright. And let's go up. Okay. And now, one more turn. One more turn before I can actually steal from him if I want. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to shove him off. I'm going to shove him off in that river. Okay. And turn. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. So that vision cone just bypassed me. That's kind of cool. All right, and since I can't shove him off, to win time, I'm just gonna announce my presence to him.
Hey, what are you doing?
All right, so let's see. I'm gonna use my tadpole power to let me pass. I only have 4. That should be an easy roll. 10, okay. Intimidation check success.
What?
The tadpole squirms in your mind. It seems sated.
Well then.
Yeah, a bit of an anticlimax, my friends. But I am on the clock. I have to stop at an exact time because we are on the D&D live stream. So we're just going to go and continue and talk to these friendly kids over here. Number 8.
Stupid dead bastard! Give him a good kicking! He deserves it!
Well, I'm a good Yankee, and I don't really care about this guy, so I don't mind. I'll kick the corpse.
Yeah! Right in the nashes! You're alright.
What did he do to deserve that?
He killed my mum and dad! Made a bloody orphan of me!
Okay. So, well, I'm sorry for your loss, I guess.
I ain't bothered about it. Better off without them. Stupid old geezers should have put up more of a fight. Don't mean we can't enjoy putting the boot into this prick a stick, though. What do you call
Alright, well, let's have a look what he has on his body. Now, you notice that there's a red outline around him, so that basically means that he's considered the property of somebody. And in this particular case, it's our friend 8.
I killed him. He's mine.
Alright, 8. I could obviously give in to the tadpole again, but I'm just going to try to intimidate the kid. Not necessarily the most noble thing in the world. He's 7. Should be easy enough. But there's a chance. An 11, so good.
Take him. I'll just cut your throat when you ain't looking. And get all your stuff then.
Alright. Well, the fact that we introduced ourselves to the guards and let ourselves... Oh, sorry, I need to check what he has. I also made a very big friend in that little kid over there. Let's go forward. And see another scene in which I'm going to let you take all of the initiative. I'm going to make one dialogue choice here, and then it's all going to be up to you for a series of choices. And then we'll see what happens with Lysel. We're going to talk to this man here, Crusher.
Thrust his arm with me bare hands. Weaker than pixies, humans.
Oh, you got him good.
And who are you? Another pest? Think you rule the world just because you got a scary face? Ha!
Alright. I don't think so. It's a fact. You're nothing but dirt beneath my feet. It's a very Lysel thing to say.
Well, not us. Things are changing. We got the absolute on our side now.
Alright.
You better learn your place. Go on. Kiss my foot. Or I'll kick your head in, slug face.
Oh, very nice, man. Alright, chat, it's up to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. It is, you can't be serious. Kneel down, spit, intimidate, or attack. Alright, the poll is up. Oh, I'm curious about this one. Oh shit! Alright, well, I guess there is no choice, no doubt here. It's gonna be intimidation. How about you kiss my feet instead? That's not the easiest choice in the world, so we have to roll a 14. Alright, let's try it out. Well, we got one number right. We got the 4 right. We could use our inspiration for it. I could ask you, but I won't because I'll need it later. So I'm just gonna click continue and we'll see what happens. Your next choice will be...
You want your teeth knocked in? You ain't got nothing on me. So kiss my foot.
Alright, chat. Kneel down. Not a chance. Use the tadpole or attack. Up to you guys. Yes, that is the chicken that you're seeing in the background there. I'm just waiting for Nick to type in all of the questions. He didn't realize that he was going to have to type at lightning speed today. Nick is our lead systems designer on Baldur's Gate 3, so he is the man who is responsible for turning that fantastic rulebook into the video game rules. And it's true that we sometimes have to change some of the rules, but it is honestly with a goal of making it a very fun video game. Now you'll soon get your hands on the game in early access and you'll be able to tell us what you think of it, how it feels. And what's the choice? Oh, okay. Obey me. Tadpole. Yeah, I guess that's a clear choice. Tadpole. Alright, so you will obey me and you will kneel. Alright, target of 4 should be a very easy roll. That is like what? Oh. Alright, chat. Well, we could use our inspiration point here. Actually, this would be a really good moment to use it. But
you want your teeth knocked in?
I need that inspiration point later. Alright, so oh, this is really lucky. My initiative roll was the highest, so I am at the start of the initiative roll. So I'm gonna try to smack him down, and I happen to know if I smack him down, we still will have one last chance, and I think you deserve it because you didn't want to give in to his bullying, so let's teach him a lesson he will not forget. Let's start with a superiority dice attack, and let's see, hope that we're gonna hit. Oh, that was an attack of opportunity on me, that hurt. Let's try my superiority attack again. Oh, yeah, excellent. Alright, I just need to get him to 50% of his HP, so is there another attack of opportunity waiting for me here? No, I can probably make it. So I'm gonna do my action search. Alright. Just saying that we're in the middle of a goblin camp. There's all kinds of goblins over here. Some goblins even came. They're not joining the fight, they're just clapping and watching what's going to happen. As Crusher is teaching us a lesson. Alright, let's all pray that this works out. It did work out. This is very good.
Wait! I yield! I yield!
Damn right, Crusher. Are you ready for it, Nick? Yet another vote. Alright, help him up. Tell him to kiss my feet, kill him, or just ignore him. Alright, votes up. And I think I can just read it from the chat what you're gonna do. Clearly you want to see him kiss your feet, and you are 100% correct. He deserves a lesson.
Yes! Yes!
There we go. Oh, the look of surprise on that goblin's face. Final choice, chat. Leave him groveling or finish him off. I'm curious. Please don't finish him off. You're gonna kill me. Ooh, okay. 60-40. Yeah, that was tighter. Okay, well, it's going up. Let's leave him groveling. So we'll leave him groveling on the ground. Completely humiliate him.
Arrogant pig.
And we made a friend for life, I think. Alright.
Crazy deranged.
Let's see what she thinks about it.
Proud of yourself? Beating a drunk man? thinking you can beat him in a fair fight. You hear me? Not crusher.
Alright, well that was a small intermezzo. As we are heading this way, what time is it now? Okay, I just need to make sure. I am running behind schedule, so I need to hurry up. We're gonna go in here. And I'm going to do my final tease for the Goblin Cave, and then I'm gonna let you decide where we're heading. Alright, let's go up. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Here.
Drunk, but not dead, more's the pity.
Okay, so these guys have been drinking, where this is a zone where we're not supposed to come, even if we went through. I'm going to jump here, because the designer told me that it was a safe place to jump and that it wouldn't wake them up. I'm going to go into my sneak mode just to make sure that as I pass them by, they're not going to wake up. Go head over here. And we discovered something over there, so that's actually good. So this is a wall, and this is a sword. That's not the best weapon to use on a wall, so let's take something that does bludgeoning damage, like my big war maul. Alright, let's try my hammer on this. Unfortunately that makes a lot of noise.
Oh, it's killing me. What's all that noise?
Alright. I think I'm going to use my tadpole for this one, just to make sure that he goes back to sleep. Yeah, and then at a roll of 2, if I miss this, then there you go. 1 plus 1 is 2, but an 11 is higher than 2.
You don't need to tell me twice, boss.
I'm right. I wish I could do that.
Good night.
Just go back to sleep like that. Alright, now they're a problem clearly as I'm trying to destroy that wall, so but they are sleeping, they are drunk, and we learned earlier on that we get a critical when we do this, so I'm really sorry for you, friendly goblins. But that's 1. And that didn't wake him up. And that's number 2. And that didn't wake him up either. And you should not be drinking. That's 3. There we go. That's fire wine. Fire wine is flammable. But we are only interested in this one. So let's get in with my hammer and do my final tease of the Goblin Camp. Did I do something? And see if you guys are interested in exploring this place further. So this is a secret entrance, of course, so you are going to get spoilers on this stream, but it's a big game, so don't stress too much about it. So there's a lot of verticality in the game. We can actually do all kinds of things from here. If we want, we could start an attack. So these guys are going to push that guy into that spider pit. There's some spiders over here, so I could just basically take my arrow and start deciding to attack them. I'm not going to do that because you still have to make your decision where we're heading, and if I do that, things will get interested. I just want to show you what the finale of the Goblin Camp looks like with Lysel, who is still sneaking into this place. So Flo is crying eye over there. Let me jump over here and go into sneak. Indeed. Thank you, Nick. Alright, that's the Hobgoblin that we would murder if we go for the Hobgoblin. That's a dead mind flayer. And he's about to do a ritual which is called Speak with Death to discover the secrets of this mind flayer. And I could be participating in this and other cool things in the Goblin Camp. It is the time to vote. Are we going to the Goblin Camp or the Underdark? Know that you know what I'm going to be doing in the Goblin Camp. So, click that button. Tell me where I'm going. I know you're going to vote Underdark, so I'm just heading back already. Alright, and Snake is spitting that. I don't need to sneak here anymore. Where's my button? My button is not reacting, as it should be reacting. Go forward, Lysel. Well, backwards actually in this particular case. Alright. Say it again. Ooh, it's tighter! They were tempted. They were tempted. Chat was tempted. Alright, but no, we are going to the Underdark, but this is much closer, so I think I did a pretty good job of trying to convince you to continue with the Goblin Camp, so this is good. But, alright, so... actually, I could have seen over here. This is the cool thing about this game, alright? So this is an entire scene. I could just shoot this guy over here, and then all of this would change differently. It makes it all very cool. Don't worry, the Underdark is also very cool. Goblin Camp, I'm very proud of you. You did really well. We're going to get out of here. We're gonna take a official route here. This way. And what's the time? Just going to introduce you because this is the D&D live stream, and many of you obviously have Volo's guides. So we have Volo in the game. He is a character that can become a camp follower if you play your cards right. One of the things that you will need to do is get him out of the particularly problematic situation that he finds himself here. Because yes, Volo has managed to get himself, well, befriended with the goblins. And that's him over here. So let's just have a quick look at what he has to say.
Crown and with scepter abraid, draw Rexlin, short work of the innkeeper made. The inn burnt to ash. The captives were many. Goblin kind had reduced them to cowering filfhenny. So raise it, your goblets, and drain them with pride. Draw Ragslin, the true soul, had led you glide.
Alright, so I'm just gonna say bravo!
Who's that? Friend of yours? You up to something? Oh, certainly not. What are you doing? I'm busy here. You lying. To you? Never. Come, let's continue our ballad. Draw Ragslin, draw Ragslin, I am draw Ragslin, Tumptuous, draw Ragslin, you broke him! Wait, wait, draw Ragslin, we pray, we... Come on, pigeon, back to your cage. Now, look what you've done.
Alright, so we are going to head out of the Goblin camp and head towards the Underdark. Now, how are we going to get there in half an hour? Because apparently I need it. This is Crusher, by the way, so we could have a chat with him and further improve our relationship with him. I just need to get out of here. So let me do that. And actually what I'm going to do in the interest of time, I'm going to instantly jump over here, and we're going to try and explore this entire area and see if we can find, by accident, an entrance to the Underdark. Now, Baldur's Gate 3 is a game where exploration is continuously rewarded, and you're about to find out just how far we go in that. Let's get in here. All right. We have a calcified web over here. So probably the most, so calcified web is not going to unweb me. Probably the most stupid thing I can do is this, like shoot at the web with my fireball. Wait. And yes, I fall down, obviously. I didn't hurt myself, that's good. Usually I do hurt myself. So it's very dark in here. So let's see if we can get some light. Obviously this is my human, so I want to show you how it works if you're not if you don't have dark vision. So he is going to try to find a sort of fire. There's a torch here. So he's going to put the torch on fire, and I'm going to swap my weapons here. I'm going to pick up a torch, and I will dip my torch into that torch. There we go. And now I can see better. And this obviously will help me with my perception checks and allow me to discover things. For instance, by accident, coincidentally, there is a cracked wall here, which I could have completely missed if I hadn't investigated. Let's continue our investigation, actually. Let's see what this is. A chest. Everybody would click on this chest, but you have to be careful. Oh no, that's a bug, what you're seeing over there. So I hurt myself and actually broke the ladder that leads upstairs here, so I'm going to need to do something about that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do that. And I'm going to put those two on the top of each other. And maybe my ladder is a bit too far for what I intend to do. I'm going to climb on this. And I'm going to try to make this jump. And it's just too far because my wizard is not strong enough for making a jump like this. So I'm going to have to redo it and make the ladder a bit closer. Oops. Alright, let's do that. Put it there. And you're seeing small bugs, but this is, again, it's all development. You're getting the gameplay intention, I guess. Really? Are you kidding me? Ah, there you go. Alright. He's certainly not my fighter. Nice wooden chest. It's locked. Luckily, my friendly designers have given me a scroll of knock. So I'm going to use it on the chest to open it up. And I find a nice steel forged sword, and I'm going to show the Examine UI, which Artem, who's our lead gameplay programmer, is really a fan of, and this is where I can learn a little bit more about said yonder sword. Let me jump down. Alright, and take that off my back. That is also a bug, you wouldn't be seeing that normally. And let's see what I can do. Oh, actually, I need to get up again, because there was something there that I needed. That thing. Alright, let's go up. Let's pick that. That's a smoke powder barrel, and I need it because I want to blow up the wall. So I'm gonna just jump down. Up. There we go. Hey. I need to up. Need to use a quick button there to fix that. Let's go and find, where is this wall? Is it here? Ah, it's here, right? Right, okay. So let's put the barrel in front of the wall. And okay, let's put it here. Okay, and let's put a nice fire to it. Right, it's a little bit further, and I should have been further. Well, damned. Good. Saving throws. Thank you. But he is at 1 HP. I'm going to get Lysel here. No, I'm going to get her to go inside, where we can go this door. No. Okay. Just showing you all this so that you have an idea of how exploration gameplay and fooling around with the environment, all the cool stuff that you can do, the things that you can find. So let me get over here. That's the door that's locked. Yeah, let's use that lever. There's always levers that open doors, and there we go. Now she can come in. So I'm gonna get her to come in also. So the game has cooperative multiplayer. If you're wondering why I can walk around and select my characters differently like that, it has everything to do with that actually. The ability to play with different players in multiplayer. Everybody becomes a hero in the story then. And I just need to get out here also with her. And so you could be at different spots in the world.
Stand back. Where'd you come from?
I'm just gonna use my tadpole in the interest of time. Good. Alright. Okay.
I didn't realise.
There you go.
Very sorry, ma'am. Very sorry.
Damn right.
The tadpole writhes. Your mind suddenly reels as
I
if
am
bitten.
darker, getting closer and closer to darkness here.
Enjoy the party.
But at least the goblins are groveling in front of me.
How much longer we got to stay out
Which has a Githyanki. A warrior who's used to evil Queen Vlakiv is not necessarily something that I am against. Alright, so I'm gonna send... actually, she could use her waypoint for this. That's right. So, since I'm now in a... I wasn't in a danger zone anymore, I can use the waypoint shrines that we scattered around the world as a way of fast travel. Okay, so what are we doing? We are healing him. A little bit more. Okay. And one more, please. Okay. So, and then we're joining them up together. Actually, she sees more than he does, so we'll just let her lead. And open that door. It's a bug that it's closed. Shouldn't have closed, but it did. And we made quite a mess over here. But we're gonna step through that crack in the wall. And we're gonna step into a dungeon. Alright. And...
Careful of those webs.
Successful survival roll. Let's see. So there's webs over here. And she did a successful saving throw to get over it. Let's hope that Gale has the same success. Where is he actually? Why didn't he join her? Right, you didn't want to go through. Press Gale. Come on. I have to guide him. Small bugs. Alright, let's hope he's equally successful. Yeah, okay. We'll have to wait for a bit. As Gale. Obviously in combat this is a big problem. You could of course just burn the web and then, well, let me just do that for There you go. Yeah, that's really stupid, of course, because now he's there on the other side. So now I need to get out of here. I hope there's a way to get out of here, actually. Why did I do that? Man. Is there a way out? Where? Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay. Thank you, designers. Giving me the ladder to get out. Alright. So now I'm stuck on the other side, right? Alright, I need to get him out because there is an actual other way in, so I'm gonna tell him to go there. Where is this? He needs to get over here. Alright, in the meantime, I will go with them and we are going to check out this well over here. And group them up. And as we peer into the well...
Apart from an overgrowth of moss, the well looks unremarkable.
I am going to peer into the well. Oh, God.
Dry stones line the wall, but the darkness below is impenetrable.
I'm just going to throw a coin
The
in.
coin disappears into the well. After a moment, you hear a soft clink, not a splash.
Climb down the bucket rope. Okay, so he's an elf, so he also has dark vision. You are not connecting for some reason. I don't like it that you're not connecting, because you make life more complicated for me. So as we progress, I can go and check this thing here. Alright, let's have a look. Somebody lived here. Let's have a look what he was doing or she was doing here. A bloody journal. I like that it's bloody. So I see the words Lolf, spider goddess. I see queen. I see a lot of I like spider stuff in there. Worship Lolf. I can see where this is going. Let's see what do we see here. I see elf. I see spider. I see transcendence. I think I know this story. So probably I'm going to meet a big monster somewhere. This is a cool item. It's going to be essential for me to survive here. It's disintegrating Nightwalkers. I see the words Shar. I see the words Dar Justiciar, Moonhaven. But especially I see that they give the wearer immunity to become inwebbed, which is exactly what I'm going to need. So I'm going to equip these things. And we're going to progress. So at least one character of mine can now walk through webs. What we're going to do is I'm going to test them out. Just walk on the webs. Look at that. I'm walking on the webs. I'm walking over web bridges. You can't, Lysel. Don't do it. Oh, yeah. Oh, that did it. That alerted those face spiders, actually, and ethercaps to the fact that there's somebody present. So that was really stupid. Okay. But they didn't come until here, so that's good. They haven't seen me yet. So that's cool. So I'm just going to stand here as he also goes and does his stupidity, because he was the one that got into trouble. And she's going to go this way. And my idea is actually to surprise those face fighters from above with my very cunning plan. So let's get him in here. Let's have him drink a potion before he does that also. Let's see. Okay. So this is where she... There's one, right? Yeah, there she is. Okay. So I think we're ready for this. So... Did Lysel already get up on top? Yeah, so let's taunt them. Did she walk in the spider pit again? Alright. So, we have advantage. Well, we don't have advantage. Oh, he's not in the fight yet, so that's actually cool. So that means that we can actually... Now he's part of the fight. And she's not in the fight either yet. So let's get her into the fight also. Okay. Face spider over there. This guy has his boots. So I think there's ethercaps further down, but we should be good right now. So these are the ethercaps. Where are they? One over there, and then one over there. Great. Let me start by... I'm going to start with Lysel. Should have healed her first. I'm going to get her to jump close to the spider. Let's first drink potion. Because I don't trust it. I'm just going to shoot it right now. Yeah, okay, great. What about him? He is going to shoot 3 magic missiles at the spider. Oh, can't. Why is that? That's a small bug. Okay. So, their turn. Ah, face spiders, they teleport all over the place. Okay, so that's annoying. Where's the other cap? He's shooting webs at my guys. Okay, great. This fight is gonna quickly run out of control. Let's see. He is standing on that spider web, so I'm gonna shoot fire at that web. And then I'm... Oh, actually, no. Don't I have the scorching ray with this guy? I know, it's the other one. Oh! Can I put him to sleep, right? Oh, he's too far? No, I can put him to sleep. It's 24 HP and I 24 on sleeping. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna make him drop or I'm gonna make him sleep? What do you think, Nick?
Drop.
Drop? Okay, drop. Drop it is. Shoot with the cantrip. Yeah, I'll shoot. Let's just shoot this right. There you go. So that hurt him heavily. And she needs to get down, right? So why doesn't she have... Oh, yeah, I used it up. I'm afraid she's gonna hurt herself. But she needs to get... Where's that other cap? Oh, actually, where's my guy? You know what? Give me... Alright, let's get you over here. And then you just throw your shoes. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. Okay. So, because I want to be able to shoot at everybody. And then I'm going to throw my boots. I know I can't anymore because I throw them. Okay, then I'm... that was not a good move. Oh no! Ah! No, 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 what have you done? No, I'm gonna die. Ah, okay. Wow. 1 HP left. He certainly needs... Okay, I'm sorry, Nick. I'm putting the spider to sleep. And I'm drinking a drink. Alright, next turn. And I'm trying to get this guy on top here. Okay, other cap. Put me to sleep. She's swept. Well, she can probably kill him, but I would like to get a guiding bolt on one of those. She can shoot. You think she can shoot that one? Like this? Yeah. Oh. Oh man. Alright, I'm stressing because of the time pressure. Let's get rid of this guy first. Alright, that takes care of this one. Thank you for the music change. Okay, and she's still stuck in the bloody spiders and she can't get out. So... Okay, I want to get rid of these guys. I'm going to... Okay. You. Throw your bloody boots to Lysel so she can actually get them. Alright. Boot throwing has become a thing with me. So I want to use... You put on the bloody boots. Alright? I know, it's not the kind of thing that you would do in a fight. You can. It's a game. So, you, now that you have the boots, you can walk over there. So you're gonna dash. Dash, dash, dash. Where's dash? Alright. And you are gonna get over there. Go for it. Run, 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 run. And then you're gonna do your action search. Action search. Get even closer. Closer. Take your sword. What do you mean you can't smack him? Why can't you smack him? Why can't you smack him, Nick? Smack this. Actually, standing with one foot on the thing. Okay, kind of cool, I guess. And you are gonna shoot at this guy with your scorching rays. Can't you? Please tell me that you can hit him. Oh man. What do you mean you can't get there? Ah, these bloody webs. Whoever thought of putting webs in a presentation that is supposed to be on time? Oh, that was good. That was good. Alright. Ooh, forward. Go forward. Alright. Okay. Saving bloody throw. Ah! Can you feel the time pressure, Nick? Alright. Lysel, we really need you now. Make the bloody jump and jump on him. Alright. Excellent, Lysel. I know, it hurt you. But hopefully it hurt him more than it hurt you. Okay, and Gale. know what's gonna happen, right, Nick? Oh man, I'm doing it to myself. Hold on, he still has a move also. Yeah, but I want to keep my Misty Step for my next bit, so I don't want to kill it, and I doubt I'll have the time to get. Actually, if I really do it well, I can probably. Okay, I'm gonna Misty Step over here. Oh yeah, put the wizard in between the two ether caps. Really, really brilliant. Okay, 3 nice painted magic missiles. Okay, perfect. That was good. That was good. And am I really gonna try this? Hey, no. Oh yeah, I can get him. I can get him. Oh no, 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 no. That's next to him. Did I hit him? I didn't hit him, right? Magic missiles. They have curved trajectories. Okay. All right, Lysel. Yeah. We're almost there. I hear it from the music. Lysel's on her knees. Okay, so this needs to be... Oh, I don't have any guiding bolt anymore. I do have a guiding bolt. Guiding bolt is cool because it allows you to get advantage on this guy. Oh, you didn't even need it. Woo! I don't know about you, but I'm stressed. Alright, so she is in a bad shape. They're actually all in a bad shape. Alright guys, let's go out here. Lysel, are you okay? Alright, I'll get all of you out. Nick, you have to help me guide because I always... Hey? Left? This one? No, that's towards the spider cave. I need to go sleep first. I use too many spell slots. I need sleep. Sleep, sleep, sleep. My time is running up. I want to get to the Underdark. There it is. Yeah. No, I want to have a long rest. I want everything. Go, 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 guys. Go, go, party. Go, party. Who's not with me? Why are you still here? What didn't you understand of the fact that we're gonna go sleep? No, of course they all joined her. Let's go sleep, guys. Let's just go sleep. It's because of the spider webs. Yeah, we need a select all and we need some finer controls over these things. We know. Okay. It's safe here. I can sleep. Oof, breathe. 10 minutes to get to the Underdark. Go and sleep right away. Alright. Well, I'm stressing because I know they're going to switch. We're on the D&D live channel and they're going to cut us off in exactly half an hour. So, no, in 10 minutes. So I'm going to make it to the Underdark. I'm going to have to be very, very clever about it. For instance, by going in the right direction already to start. Okay, I'm going to sneak my way through what is otherwise an awesome fight. And I still need to defeat a bunch of hook horrors.
Webs. All the way down.
This is the right way, right? This is where it gets tricky. I'm going to disconnect my character, go into turn-based mode. Or first to go into sneak mode. Alright. Who's got the boots? Lysel's got the boots. Lysel, give him the boots. Give him back. They're not your boots anymore. He needs to have your boots. Alright. Where are your boots, Lysel? Drop the boots and send them to Sven, which is me. And you put on those boots. And there we go. Okay. I need... Oh, shit. She's there already. No, no! Hide, hide, hide! Hide! Hide. Okay, good. That's where the thing is. I'm in the wrong direction. I need to go that way. Alright. Okay. Alright, hold on. She's bad news. All those eggs, they can become little spiders. They're very annoying. And they're all face spiders on top of it. Okay, good. Let's do it. Go, 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 go. I got 8 minutes left to get to the Underdark. 8 minutes. And I have such a drop to make. Okay, go, 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 go. Jesus, that was very close. Oh, that was a sneaking check, which was successful. Thank God. Okay, so... I'm gonna do something. You see this big hole here? You'd probably never try this out in this game, but in this game, you should really try everything out. You will always be pleasantly surprised. Bloody hell, Nick, I didn't prepare Featherfall. Alright, so let me do my little thing here. And use my Featherfall. Because yes, I am gonna jump in that hole. And I'm gonna do it with style. First of all, I need to find the right thing to click on. There we go. Oh, and Battle, she spotted me, but it was too late. I'm heading down. Alright. Great. We have arrived in the Underdark. And now I'm going to try to get to the Myconid village, which I have in here, in exactly 7 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to hide. Go into sneaking mode again. And I'm going to try to get my party here, but there's a hook horror there, which is a problem. Alright, and so there's a waypoint shrine there, so if you can activate it, I will be able to get people to come down. Okay, oh yeah, there's a spectator somewhere in the distance. I see you chat screaming about Beholder. It's a spectator. Alright, so I need to get... Alright, great. I'm gonna just Misty Step my way all the way to the waypoint. That's gonna surprise him most likely if he spots me. Oh, because he made a lot of noise. But he's surprised, please be... He's surprised. Yes! That gives me... He's gonna have to skip his round. This waypoint is activated. I still have one Misty Step that I can do. I'm gonna do my Misty Step and jump all the way on top of this thing here. Excellent. I'm actually don't have you forget. And turn. No. This is not good. He actually is calling for help. So we got one crazy wizard, trial wizard. They told me how to say trial. I'm not very good at it. What's this one gonna do? Alright, he's gonna climb up. Burning hook hard. Oh, come on, that's unfair. Ha! Good. You know what's also unfair, my friends? Let's see if this is gonna work. Thunder Wave. Ah, shit. Alright. Well, I'm gonna jump away from here. No! Oh, no. I don't have my... Okay, well, I'm still gonna jump away. Alright. I need to get to the Myconids. I have no health left. Party. What do you mean you can't? Why can't you? I know, because you came over here. Damn, I'm never gonna get back in time. That's... Oh, really? Oh, he did mirror image in the meantime. Well, we made it to the under... That's so cruel. We made it to the Underdark. I'm gonna try my utter best in the next 5 minutes to still make it. How am I gonna do this? I'm gonna take my fastest character. I'm gonna leave you here. Wait, if she jumps in... Oh, she's gonna have to get through the spider also. Is she gonna manage this? Alright, you must have Featherfall also. I'm pretty sure you have Featherfall somewhere. Yeah, you do. Okay. Alright guys, this is gonna be very tricky, but I'm gonna do my best. Okay, Gale, do the Featherfall spell for everybody, please. Especially for myself. She's our last hope to get to the Myconids. Alright. I can't use a waypoint because I'm not near the safe zone. I'm not gonna make it in time anymore. Am I going the right direction? No, eh? It's this way, right? Okay. You think I can get it from there? If I jump here? I can try, right? I think so. Oh, you know what? I can do my Githyanki Psionics. Ah, yeah, I know how I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the Psionic jump, and then I have my extra jump distance. I'm going to make it that way. Time is ticking. Alright. So, I what? FTB. Force turn-based mode. Okay, so... Okay, please. I should be able to make this jump, right? Press myself, tactical mode. Shit. This is so awesome. Yeah! There we go! Lysel! For the world! Alright, she made it to the Underdark. So, And she still has her, I'm an FTB, and she still has her Featherfall, which means I can make it to the Myconid village, because now I could actually jump this way. I just need one more turn. I could, of course, go and help my own avatar. I got, what, 3 minutes left? Alright. I will make the jump over here. Now I have to be very careful about this particular jump. You guys are about to find out why. So, I succeeded in a nature check. These things can explode, and these guys confuse you. So it's basically a pinball machine if you walk in it. Now, I know this because of a successful nature check, so I'm just going to explode the entire thing. Okay, I need to take my distance from this. How much time do I have left? 2 more minutes. I'm going to leave turn-based mode. I'm going to shoot this thing. Very explosive stuff. If you don't know it, it's quite a surprise when you get into it. Alright, get me, go, 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 Lysel, go, 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 Lysel, you can do it, climb up, climb up. I made it, 2 minutes to go. Myconid village. So this is where we're gonna end our stream. Well, we'll see the Sovereign first, obviously. And that's the end of the stream, Nick. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed our little Baldur's Gate 3 session. We're still in development, you saw some bugs, but the game is shaping up. I'm very happy to present it to you. I think the team is very proud of what we are achieving here. There's a lot of love and passion being put into the game. They worked very hard on preparing this presentation for you. They're continuing to work very hard on making sure that you get your hands on the game so that you can start helping us make it even better by giving your feedback. So yeah, stick around. We have an interview coming up, and that was recorded yesterday. We presented to, well, you'll see when you see the interview. I don't know why I'm saying this. Thank you very much for joining us on our stream. We'll be back with more on Baldur's Gate 3 very, very soon. Subscribe to all of our
Welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming Expo. We're rounding up brand new gameplay, next-gen first looks, and got the developers to unpack the secrets behind their latest projects exclusively here on IGN. In just moments, we'll get a deep dive on Baldur's Gate 3, the long-awaited sequel to the classic role-playing games, now in the capable hands of Larian Studios, whose work on the Divinity series speaks for itself.
Most excellent. Then, without further ado, let's be off.
Following that is the D&D live showcase for all the Dungeons & Dragons you can handle, and it's all leading up to EA Play, when Electronic Arts pulls back the curtain on what's coming from Star Wars Squadrons, Apex Legends, exciting, Madden NFL 21, and hopefully lots more.
This is gonna be close.
So kick back and get comfortable because you won't want to miss a moment. IGN Summer of Gaming starts now.
Summer of Gaming Live. I am Sydney Goodman, here with Max Scoville. Hey, Max.
Hello, Sid. We've had interactions in real life, and this is really not like any of them, but that's how things are these days. Anyway, folks at home, you picked a great time to tune in because today is jam-packed with cool stuff. Coming up a little bit later, EA Play will give us an idea of what's in store for Star Wars, Madden, FIFA, Apex Legends, and hopefully a whole bunch more. Before that, we've got brand new looks at what's coming to Remnant from the Ashes, Humankind, and a lot more. And we'll round out the day with special episodes of News, Games, and More and Next Gen Console Watch 2020.
The entire time, we'll also be raising money for our two great charities, the World Health Organization's COVID Response Fund and the Bail Project. The COVID Response Fund works to study and combat the spread of the virus, while the Bail Project works to reunite families separated by mass incarceration and restore the presumption of innocence.
And by donating, not only will we be supporting great causes, you will also be entered to win fabulous prizes. So by clicking on the links in the video description or heading to donate.ign.com, and if you give more than $50, you will have a shot at a custom, limited edition Summer of Gaming Xbox One X that will technically work year-round, but it is Summer of Gaming themed to commemorate this particular summer.
Thank you for clarifying, Max. It's all here wherever you stream IGN or on channel IGN1 on your Samsung TV Plus. So stay tuned. We need to take a super quick break, but we'll be right back with all of that Summer of Gaming goodness.
Baldur's Gate is a series that needs no introduction, and neither does Baldur's Gate 3, one of the most anticipated RPGs of the year. We just saw another hefty chunk of gameplay, and joining us to talk about it is game director and founder of Larian Studios, Sven Vinke. Sven, thanks for joining us today.
Hi, Brandon. Nice to be here.
So Sven, let's just jump right into it, because we just saw a bunch of new gameplay, and one of the things that I noticed every time we see gameplay of Baldur's Gate 3 is the interactivity in the environment, whether it's the verticality on display, jumping between ledges, gaining the high ground, hiding in shadows, picking up torches. I'm really, really curious, what does it take to create arenas and create environments that, really have that level of interactivity? Is it something you plan for, or is it just something you'd say, oh man, it'd be cool if it did this?
No, we planned for it for sure. When we started making the game, we wanted to give you that feeling that if you are creative with the systems that are given to you by the game, you can overcome any challenge. And so obviously to be able to achieve that, we had to give you lots of systems and we had to give you lots of challenge. And so when we started making the world, we thought about how can we give players opportunities for getting advantage, which is an important concept in Dungeons and Dragons, because it allows you to roll a dice twice. And so verticality was one of the very first ones that came to mind, because it was very intuitive. If you see that you can get the high ground, it's logical that you'll get some kind of advantage over the enemy. So we started designing levels with verticality in mind. And then we started thinking about how can we change somebody who is at an advantage into somebody who is at a disadvantage, and that started bringing in elements of being able to destroy things, like destroy a bridge on which somebody is standing, or being able of creating a stairs for yourself by moving a bunch of boxes so that you can get the high ground. So adding an element of dynamism to the entire gamescape, if you want. And then we started thinking further. So, okay, verticality is working pretty well. What else can we do? And that's how then our light and dark system came into place. So we said, well, if you're hiding, then you are going to be able to surprise somebody, which is also something that you have in the rule set. So how can we maximize the gameplay that's built around that? So we allowed you to manipulate the lights. We allow you to have dark vision. We allow you to hide better in the shadows. Which, if you're in shadows, you are what's called heavily obscured, which makes it hard for the enemy to see you. So we started putting all of those things together. We already had an environment in our heads that was going to be very dynamic. That you could move everything around, that you could destroy everything, you could put everything on fire. And so when you started combining all of these things together, you got a very big toolbox at your disposal with which you can change the odds of winning a battle, even if you are encountering a very big challenge. And so a lot of the gameplay is in the beginning teaching you the systems, then giving you challenges with those systems, and then increasingly making more complex tactical puzzles, if you want, in which you have to use your imagination to overcome an enemy that may be overwhelming at first, but by clever use of the environment, it's something that you can still win against.
Yeah, and we've seen that, especially with the deadly power of gravity on display in Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
But I want to talk for a second. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just that when verticality came into play, obviously pushing people off a ledge also became a very important factor in the gameplay.
Let's talk about the gameplay a little bit, because we did see a chunk of it in February. We just saw another one, and there are some subtle differences. I think anyone that knows Larian Studios and knows your team knows that you guys really heavily favor community feedback as part of the driving element in development. When the gameplay first released in February, we noticed the narrator was speaking in past tense. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. In addition, there are UI elements that I noticed were differences as well. So it seems like you're moving further away from like the Divinity style of it. But can you speak a little bit about those changes, specifically the narrator one? Because I know a lot of people, it was a big focal point for the community.
Yeah, well, I mean, we like to change stuff. We like to iterate as we're building our games. We like to try out ideas on our community. So we always say the game that's going to go into early access is not going to be the game that's going to come out of early access, because there will be a lot of change, a lot of iteration. So the narrator, that was an experiment where if you picked one of the origin characters, you would be able to see things from the point of view from that origin character, but also in your responses or whenever a narrator note was necessary. And so that's how the idea of the past tense came to be. We liked it, but we saw that it wasn't super popular. So we did some further tests. We then tried out an alternate narrator, and that one seems to be going down much better. So that's present tense with one game master that's doing the talking. And so it's a little bit more traditional if you want, but it works very well also. So that's one example of a change, and I think that you will see many more as we enter early access, hopefully in the very near future. And the community will let us know what they like and what they don't like. And that's why we're going to early access in the first place.
Well, speaking of community feedback, there were a few other topics that the community were really passionate about. One of those being the initiative system. I know everyone's kind of used to that. Every character has their own individual system. Individual initiative system. But there are variants in Dungeons and Dragons for side initiative, where everybody on the team gets to decide, when they go. And that seems like the route that you guys chose initially. But based on the gameplay that we saw, the demo that you just ran, that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. It seems like it's almost sort of a hybrid system. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So initially we went for the side initiative because we discovered that it worked really well in multiplayer. Baldur's Gate 3 can also be played in cooperative multiplayer. But there were downsides. But the fact that we made it allowed us to actually experiment with what we have now. So now you have a more traditional turn order, but if there's two or more of your own party that happen to be grouped together at a particular moment in the turn order, then you can just independently swap in between your party members. So if I, for instance, have a character called Shadowheart, and a character called Gale, and a character called Lysel, and they happen to be grouped together in the turn order, then I can first have Lysel do something, then I can switch to Gale, then I can go back to Lysel. And the advantage of that is that you can do much more combos that way. And that creates good gameplay, because finding combinations with the different things that you can have with the different classes is a large part of what makes this fun. And the really cool part is that because it's randomized and because there's a roll for your initiative, every single time you replay and you get into a new combat, you get different combinations. So you start discovering more of what combinations are possible than you would ordinarily discover, where you might actually always go back to the same combo. And so there's a lot of gameplay waiting for you there, and I think people will be pleasantly surprised by how smoothly that plays. So it's something that, I think that's the one that we're going to move into early access, and then we'll see how it works. But it's certainly working out very well for us.
That's interesting. Well, I mean, speaking of, the character... players being able to sort of write their own story and have multiple replayability. I know that Baldur's Gate does have tie-ins with the actual tabletop game as well, Baldur's Gate 3. You and I had spoke about this a little bit earlier this year, but I wanted to sort of like come back to that topic because I thought your take on it was really interesting. Apparently that fans of both the tabletop, the story Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, which is the most recent adventure book from Wizards of the Coast, fans of that and fans of Baldur's Gate 3, they'll find that if they play more, there's a more fleshed out experience. Can you speak a little bit about how you worked with Wizards of the Coast in order to sort of tie threads between both media properties?
Sure. So when we were constructing the story of Baldur's Gate 3, Wizards was working on Descent into Avernus, so we got very early copy of Descent into Avernus. And actually, as a matter of fact, one of the principal writers on this, Adam Lee, came over to our studio in Ghent, Belgium, and we sat together for very long times discussing what his story was going to be, what our story was going to be, what tie-ins were going to be possible. So there's a lot of synergy that was created as Descent into Avernus was being built. And so as you'll play Baldur's Gate 3, you'll find a lot of that back. So there's places that are mentioned in Descent into Avernus that obviously you'll see in BG3. There's characters that you will find. There's things that happened, depending, of course, on how your tabletop campaign went in Avernus or in Elturel for that matter. That you are going to see in BG3 also. So, for instance, after the events in Descent into Avernus, tieflings who have the bloodline of the devils in them are not that popular anymore because the entire city went down to hell, and so several of them had to flee the city and are on their way to Baldur's Gate. And so they've when the story starts, you meet a group of those tiefling refugees that are trying desperately to get to BG3, to Baldur's Gate, not to BG3, and they tell you what happened in Elturel. So, and like this, you start discovering things of what happened there. There's strands of that story, and then when you get into BG, you see how the events that occurred in Elturel actually had an impact on the Sword Coast.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, as somebody who's played both, I know I'm going to be actively looking for little threads from Descent into Avernus in Baldur's Gate 3. But we have to go to a short commercial break right now. Stick around. There's much more Baldur's Gate 3 when we come back.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to Speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Looks at what's next for Remnant from the Ashes and Humankind. And it's all leading up to EA Play Live, where we will get our very first proper looks at Star Wars Squadrons, Madden, NFL 21, and loads more.
And in the meantime, you can, of course, hit up our two great charities by following the links in the video description below or by heading to donate.ign.com. And let's keep the party going. That's right, this is a party now. All of us just sitting in our homes, looking at screens. That's what a party is now. Anyway, here's more Baldur's Gate.
What's up, everyone? Brandon Tyrell here. I'm joined by Sven Vinke, game director and founder of Larian Studios, and we're here to talk about Baldur's Gate 3, because what else will we talk about? Sven, thanks again for joining.
Hi, Brandon.
So, Sven, what I want to talk about, we've seen two hefty chunks of gameplay now, one in early February, one today. And one thing that I really it just blows my mind really is the sort of freedom, the open world freedom that you see with the stories and the consequences and the choices that unfold. How you can, I think when we spoke a little bit earlier, you said things can unfold entirely differently depending on what you do, to the tune of like an entire group of people could be murdered or not, depending on one choice you make. So I want to talk to you a little bit about that, the consequences of change. And I know Baldur's Gate 3 has a storyline in it, right? It's got a full story that you plan on telling. So how do you account for that story and deliver it to players when you effectively have no idea where they'll be or what they will have done?
Through a lot of work. So it's a very complicated process. I mean, like, and luckily we have a big team that is working on it. So we wanted to have much more tangible consequences to the choices that you had in BG3 than anything we've ever done before. And so we wanted the world to really change in function of of decisions that you make as a player, so that everything would be driven by player agency. And at the same time, we wanted to tell a story of a world and of the player, but also of the party, which means the companions that are joining you, and have those relationships evolve as a function of how you decided to affect the world. So that's a lot of ambitions, all grouped together. Mm-hmm. And so we learned a lot from making the original Sin games on how to approach storytelling in an environment where you're basically free to kill any antagonist or any protagonist that you encounter. And so we applied those lessons. We try to bring into that also everything that made Baldur's Gate 1, but especially Baldur's Gate 2 so cool. And so I think we figured it out, but it'll be up to the player. I think that the story is being told in a very subtle manner, but it is being told as you progress. One of the tricks that we use, if you want, although there's very many permutations of this, is the fact that you can go to camp to rest. And at the campfire, there are certain elements of storytelling that can progress. For instance, we have, in the demo that I showed, there is a Cambion. His name is Raphael. And so when Raphael, you can encounter him in the world, but it's perfectly possible that you miss him because you just didn't go in that direction. Then we can make sure that he arrives in your camp. So that's one of those little tricks that we use to answer your question about how we do that. We just have multiple permutations of important narrative beats, with the guarantee that at a certain point in the story, it will have been told to you somehow, right? Whether, even if you killed the entire village that was supposed to tell you the story, there will be a way of telling you, I'm going to make this up now, but I mean, like, it could be a gypsy that passes by and he's doing Speak with Dead on one of the corpses that you killed, and it's saying, hey, did you hear? This guy just told me this. Like, we don't do it like that, but there's always what we call a fallback to rely on if the party decides to murder everybody. And this is an important aspect of the way that we design our games, because when you're playing the game in multiplayer with a party of 4 mad adventurers who all dash off in a different direction, we still need to make sure that they get the story told, so that they know what to do and that they know what the decisions that they're doing, what they're about, but not also what the consequences of those decisions were, because they actually go very far. I mean, we in my demo, some Volo was there, who's a popular character in Forgotten Realms. So I can save Volo, I can leave him there, I can do multiple other things to Volo. He could be in my camp, he could not be in my camp. What he says in my camp is going to depending on what the things that I have done. And like this, there are multiple characters that are going to be joining your camp, not going to be in camp. So camp is an important aspect of the storytelling, but it's not the only one. Of course, there's a lot that's happening in the world. Even down the right, what you said in your example of having entire hubs or quest hubs being destroyed and being replaced by something else, which is pretty cool.
Right. And I mean, that's one of the things about Dungeons and Dragons, right? Is it's a game of effectively infinite possibilities. And there are a lot of elements that I imagine are hard to gamify. You know, one of those being there's a system in Dungeons and Dragons called inspiration, where if you do something particularly cool, your dungeon master can say like, "Hey, great job! Here's a free roll." And the next time you screw up when you're trying to steal a loaf of bread, you can use your inspiration and re-roll it and hopefully get a better outcome. Now, that's something that I never really thought could work in a video game. But I think I saw it in the demo today. I think I saw you had inspiration. Can you talk to me a little bit about that system and how it works?
Yeah, it was one of the dice, and as a central element in the what we call persuasion moments, was very crucial in the game. We roll dice continuously. You have passive rolls that are happening if you're doing a nature check or a religion check as just exploring. But where it really comes to the fore is when you see it in a dialogue, where an important decision moment is to be made. You have to decide which your reaction is going to be, and then that D20 starts rolling. And it's a tense moment because as you learn how the game works, you learn there's really true consequences to those decisions. And they bifurcate in many ways. And so maybe it could be something as important as the girl that you fell in love with. What's going to happen next, hedging on that D20 that's rolling there. And at that moment in time, it might be interesting to have a chance to roll again, like having a second chance if you gave the answer that she didn't really like. And so to gain those inspiration points, as we design our situations, we have a lot of edge cases. You have no idea how many edge cases we sometimes have. And so our designers come up with, well, if a player comes up with this or this, that's really cool. He's really role-playing their character there. And so let's reward them. And that's how you can get an inspiration point. And those inspiration points are very valuable because they can indeed turn the tide on a decision. And they're an alternative to save scumming if you want. If you want to stick to it. Now, here's the interesting thing. They're a shared resource, and you can play this in cooperative multiplayer. And you can split the party so everybody can dash off. So it is a shared resource over which you may be having some fights with your fellow players.
And there are multiple points throughout the game where that potential to gain inspiration is there. But how is it affect? Is it something that every player will run across, or do you really kind of have to go out of your way, or
you might not
tread off the beaten path? Oh wow!
Yeah, you might never have one.
So
I mean, like if you just go
not quite an alternative to save scumming.
It's true. Well, once you have them, they can be an alternative to save scumming. I mean, it's but getting them is really rewarding that you role played very well. And as much as we can do that, of course, in a video game, we don't have a real life game master. We're trying to make the game master, but it remains obviously a scripted scenario.
Yeah, well, one of the other systems that I think I noticed today was something that I didn't know how it was going to happen. It's something called reactions. Essentially, you can take an action in the middle of an enemy's reaction, you can take a reaction in the middle of an enemy's action. Let's say they cast a particularly nasty spell in the tabletop game. You can say, well, no, I counterspell that because I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah,
it seems like it's hard to make that work in a video game because you have to basically allow the player to do whatever they want at any time. So can you talk to me about that? I did see opportunity attacks today, but can you talk to me about how you're going to handle like spells, that you can cast in the middle of something?
So we have the UI element isn't ready yet because that is something that is still in progress. We're still developing the game, obviously, but we do have a UI where you can activate what your reactions are going to be. So it is not so with an attack of opportunity, for instance, you will flag that you say, I want the attack of opportunity to happen. So that's a clear choice for that's going to be my reaction. But we do have things that are situational also. So if you're going to make a long drop, you might want to have Featherfall happening. So that is something that you can also activate through that system. It's something that we hope is going to be ready for early access at the UI level. But it's also something that is tricky because in everything that we do, and I think that we're starting to succeed in that, we're trying to make the game accessible to non-D&D players also. So when they get into the game, they have to instantly understand all of the mechanics. And so I think with the reactions, the way that we're going to do it, it's going to work out. People are going to really intuitively say, oh my, I can do this. This is really cool. And then that'll be it, because once that explanation has happened and people interiorized it, it becomes part of their arsenal of things that they can use to overcome the challenges that we throw at them. But that UI, as I said, is still going under a bit of iteration internally. So bear with me on that one.
No worries. I mean, speaking of early access, you just mentioned it. You said it's going to be coming in August, maybe, depending on sort of the context of the world right now. I know everyone's having struggles with the situations happening, but we're kind of running out of time here. But the last thing I want to talk about is along those same lines. Baldur's Gate 3 seems like the longer it goes in development, the closer it's coming to the source material of Dungeons & Dragons. Is there sort of a philosophy embroiled in all of that, or is it something that's just sort of organically happening as you go?
It's organically happening, I would say, but it's a direction that we wanted to take. But when we started out, we were afraid of many things, and so we needed to put them into the video game to see how they played. And we're a very tactile company, if you want. We like to fool around with the game, learn the language that the game is trying to explain to us, that we should speak to it. And I have a feeling that now we understand the language and that we're starting to get fluent in the language that this game wants us to speak. And so I think, it's kind of a strange metaphor, but it's how I think of it. So you can see the game is making tremendous progress for the moment as the entire development team actually understands, this is what we're making now. And that was not what we started out making. So we go through a process of discovery as we make these things and we start playing it. But I can honestly tell you, I am having a lot of fun playing it now. There's not a single time like this demo that I gave. I rehearsed it, obviously, and I came in many, many, many different situations, and I had fun every single time. I didn't go tired of it. I did it like 100 times. Well, I did not do it 100 times. I don't know how many times I did it, but I did it a lot. And I always had fun, and I always had different things happening to me. And so, and that feels right, and that tells me the team figured it out. We know how to talk to this game, and this game knows how to talk to us. And I hope that's going to translate to players when they're going to get their hands on it.
Yeah, well, speaking of getting our hands on it, I hope I can speak for my fellow D&D nerds and fans of your work, the Divinity series, when I say I am super jazzed to play this video game, and I can't wait to finally get my hands on it. Maybe in August, we'll see.
Maybe in August.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. But Sven, thank you so much for joining us and talking about Baldur's Gate 3. Every time I see gameplay from this game, it just gets me more and more excited to actually get my hands on it. But appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Brandon.
That may be all of our Baldur's Gate coverage, but we're not out of the Enchanted Dungeons & Dragons woods yet, because any moment now, the D&D Live Showcase will be kicking off. After that, we'll have the latest on Remnant from the Ashes, Next Gen Console Watch 2020, and of course, the EA Play Live Showcase.
It's a big day, but before all that, let's check in with our charity efforts. All summer of gaming long, IGN is asking you to donate to worthy causes by following links in the description of this video or by heading to donate.ign.com. You can give to the COVID-19 Response Fund, dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating COVID-19, or to the Bail Project, which is working to reunite families separated by the mass incarceration system.
We've already generated over $32,000 to help fight mass incarceration and the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's keep it going. And before we get D&D Live 2020 started, let's talk a little bit about EA and what we might see in their EA Play Live conference later today. While we're on the subject of fantasy role-playing games, I wonder if we'll get any updates on Dragon Age 4 or whatever they decide to call it. We got a teaser at the Game Awards 2018 with the hashtag The Dread Wolf Rises.
Yeah, that was
what are your thoughts on that, Max?
Quite some time ago. I know a lot of people are dying for a proper BioWare game. That obviously Anthem took up a lot of their energy, and I think people are still waiting to hear what happens with the future of Anthem. But we know that there's something Dragon Age related that has been or was in the works or is in the works. So that could be a pretty cool launch title, honestly, if they're trying to kick off next gen with a bang. Come out swinging with a new Dragon Age.
Yeah, that's definitely a really good point. And as far as Anthem goes, I know that there was an interview floating around maybe last week or the week before where someone from BioWare was saying that kind of the rework of Anthem, like they're still putting resources into it, but that it's taking a little longer than they thought. So I'm curious if we will get any actual updates on Anthem, or if it'll just be it's like we're still chugging.
We're working on it. I know that like the saddest thing that happened to Anthem was they forgot to take down their Christmas decorations until like February. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, that's like what happens when when things aren't going right in like normal people's lives, like not in like places where you're fighting dinosaurs with robots.
Right? Well, okay, so what about Star Wars Squadrons? We got the teaser on, what day is it? We got it on Monday. Today's not Monday. It's been a little bit.
The last Monday, which I think was 4 weeks ago, we got our first look at Star Wars Squadrons. I'm dying to see this in action. It's EA Motive, who did the Battlefront 2 campaign. This is a dedicated starfighting game. I imagine we'll get gameplay. It looks like we're starting the D&D stream, I think.
Fantastic. Well...
No, we're not. Okay. They lied.
Well, we're actually not.
They lied to us. Okay, so yeah, we're going to see Star Wars Squadrons. That'll be fun. It's got spaceships. Does it have Wookiees? I don't know. I want to find out what sort of animal men from the space are in it. So, I don't know.
There's still a little bit more time before the D&D live showcase, so we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back here when it's over.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Welcome back to IGN's Summer of Gaming. We are patiently waiting for D&D live showcase to start up, but in the meantime, later today, there is the EA Play Live going on. So before we were talking about Star Wars Squadrons, and are you a big Sims player, Max? Because personally, I'm really hoping for a Sims 5 announcement.
No, I respect the Sims. I love their work, but I've never gotten fully into those games. I mostly just appreciate watching what other people do in those weird games.
It's been really fun to see it age with YouTube going on, because I thought I was very good at The Sims in terms of building and whatnot, and there are some pretty intricate designs and buildings that you can find on YouTube. It's cool to see how the internet has really enhanced that game.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be curious to see what they decide to do, because like Sims 4 was that was a while ago, and they've been just mostly adding little tweaks and add-ons and DLC packs for that. But I feel like, you know, especially sort of hot on the tail of Animal Crossing, like, you know, that's a very social game about just kind of chilling out, living life, and making buying a lot of furniture. Like, it would be kind of a good time to kind of capitalize on that and make something maybe that has that same sort of social element to it.
Yeah, speaking of social element, I'm gonna put myself on blast a little bit here. I was super into the Sims online community in like, I think it was like end of Sims 2, early Sims 3, and I had a fanfic that I wrote and published on my Sims like page. I tried to go back and find it. It was like set, I would put at the bottom what music you should listen to when you're reading it, and it was like set to Matchbox 20.
Oh man. What? So wait, what was it? Was it a fanfic about original characters?
Yeah, well, sort of. So, you know, with The Sims, there's like the goth family. There's kind of like the NPCs that you can voluntarily be a part of their lives, but every game has these characters. And so they would come in and out, but it was mainly about this girl. I think her name was like Ayla. And I just remember she would cry in the rain a lot. That was a big thing because I'd take a screenshot and then you'd include a caption at the bottom. And then I actually also entered a competition where you kind of pitched like expansion packs for The Sims. I don't remember what it was. I just remember I photoshopped a lot for it. So The Sims, I'm very excited for it. I'm actually really hoping that they announce something for consoles, maybe even next-gen consoles, probably next-gen consoles to be honest. Like when they had The Sims busting out on, I think that was GameCube, Xbox 360 generation. But it was an RPG. You would have tasks and whatnot. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that'll be cool to see.
Yeah.
Sort of a more known quantity is obviously Apex Legends is going strong. I imagine we'll get some updates on what they have planned for that. Are you keeping up on Apex?
So I'm not as much as I would like to. To be honest, I had to really have a mini battle royale. Are we?
Is it starting? Is that just No, that's just Apex footage.
No,
I got all excited.
That was Apex. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, there's been like a mini battle royale on my PlayStation, which is what I was playing Apex on, because Call of Duty's file size is so large. So I actually had to delete Apex a while ago, and I'm not one to like delete things and then download and delete the other thing. Like that ping pong is a little bit too much for me. So I haven't played in a really long time, but I am noticing that other battle royales are kind of looking at Apex in terms of their innovation level. So it has been really cool to see that they are continuing to take the battle royale genre and add to it and iterate versus just kind of being okay with, okay, we have a cool, successful game, let's just stay here.
Now, Apex is cool, but I would love to see Respawn come out swinging with Titanfall 3. Titanfall 2 kicked so much ass.
Yes.
That is like, I feel like everyone was just banging the drum being like, this is one of the best single-player shooter campaigns in like a decade. Everyone go play it. And then like, for whatever reason, I know what happened. It launched alongside Battlefield 1. It came out like a week later or something, and no one paid attention to it. And I mean, it still did well, but like, I don't know. I feel like we're at a point where Titanfall has finally gotten like the amount of fan base that it really should have. And like Titanfall 3 came out and just blew everyone away, and it was like maybe a next-gen title and more robots and Titanfalling and wall running.
Titanfalling. You know, Titanfall is one of those franchises that I did not think I would love as much as I love it, because I'm so like boots on the ground. I don't want to wall run. I prefer more realistic art styles. But Titanfall is just, the mechanics are so clean, the story is so good that, yeah, I mean, if you haven't played Titanfall 2, please go play Titanfall 2.
I'm a big fussy baby when it comes to like good robot stuff, but I'm like also like I'm big into like building Gundam models and stuff, and I feel like Titanfall like that is one of the closest things we've gotten to like a really like boots on the ground like Gundam game. Like the idea that they treated the Titans not like, you know, godly power-ups, but they were like actual machines. They're just like walking tanks. And the fact you could jump on a robot's head and stab it in the door, you know, just like that's such a there's so much fun in that game.
Did you ever play those mech games with the? I remember I'd play them with my dad, and it had that like little controller. Oh, sorry, I hit my mic.
Oh, the mech warrior stuff.
Yeah.
Those are always like really pretty crunchy, pretty serious.
Alrighty, so I think that we're getting word that the D&D live stream should start any moment now, so why don't we focus our full attention on it now?
Hello, friends and D&D family. Welcome to D&D Live 2020 Roll with Advantage. I'm so excited to be here with you. I'm Anna Prosser, one of your hosts, and this is Mika Burton. Mika, I'm so stoked.
Hi, oh my god, so am I. We love D&D, and this is just a weekend full of D&D, so I don't know what could be better, honestly.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with D&D Live, let us tell you a little bit about why we're here and what we're doing. D&D Live 2020 Roll with Advantage is a celebration of diverse storytellers, creators, and players coming together to conquer any challenge that their dungeon masters can throw at them.
And this year's D&D Live is teaming up with Red Nose Day charity organization and combining the strength of our communities to conquer the challenge of ending child poverty.
D&D fans and supporters of Red Nose Day hold the belief that the strongest parties are the most diverse, and that the best way to combat the issues facing the world is head-on and together.
And to that end, Wizards of the Coast will be matching any donations made this weekend to up to $125,000.
So if you want to make good on that promise from them, go to dndlive2020.com and donate to that worthy cause.
And off of that, we have so much programming to get through this weekend, so we should probably take a look at the schedule, right?
Yes, we have so many fun things.
Goodness.
You probably already saw some of that Baldur's Gate 3 gameplay, but we are here right now at that noon mark, a little bit after, because we are going to show you a reveal of the new D&D Adventure. So stoked.
It is going to be so much fun. We have guests here to talk about the new program, the new game that's coming out, and I can't wait to get to it. How about you, Anna?
Oh, I'm stoked. Yeah, there's going to be lots of gameplay. There's going to be so many opportunities to learn about D&D, and this is one of the first ones. We have an owlbear here named Chris Perkins, who's going to tell us a few things about the game, as well as Jeremy Crawford. Chris being the principal narrative designer for D&D, and Jeremy being the principal rules designer. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Now, guys, we are so excited to reveal the new story. Mika, do you want to do the honors?
Yes. So this is the first time anybody's going to hear the title. So I hope everybody's ready out there. It is going to be called Icewind Dale, the Rime of the Frostmaiden. There it is. There's the cover. Wow, that's cool.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen that. It's so beautiful. What are we looking at on the cover there, guys?
So you're seeing one cover by Tyler Jacobson, which has some poor chap who's frozen dead in the ice, about to be taken into the grasp of the Frostmaiden. And then the other illo by Hydro74 gives a full frontal illustration of the Frostmaiden's owly visage.
That is the Frostmaiden herself, huh?
Yep, in all her glory.
Well, tell us a little bit. Let's get into what this adventure is going to be like. What are the main themes, Chris?
Well, this is a horror adventure set in Icewind Dale, a region far to the north in the Forgotten Realms, locked behind the spine of the world mountains. Themes of the story are isolation, paranoia, and secrecy.
Now, we have a lot of familiar things that we know we can expect in D&D, but we're always looking for the new things. What's going to be fresh and new in this adventure? What are the things that the players can look forward to?
Well, players can look forward to a campaign that embraces the setting and the environment. It's going to be chilly. It's going to be cold. It's a dangerous place, Icewind Dale. The people who go there they have to be very, very brave to survive the perils there. Now, the adventure is structured in such a way that a dungeon master can either run it all the way through or break it up into its smaller pieces, very similar to how the Essentials kit was structured. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But I think that in keeping with a horror setting, there are certain tropes that will come up again and again in this adventure that will have the players on the edge of their seats, and DMs will be able to scare them in a whole new way.
Thanks, Chris. That's just what we all want. More trauma as players. Leave it to Chris Perkins for the feature of the new book to be horrible experiences. But no, I'm super excited for that.
Yeah.
And I think that as we saw on the character or on the cover, one of the is going to be Auriel, the demigod, the new goddess, or not new, but who is the main antagonist of this module. Can you go into a little more detail about her?
Yeah, so D&D, there's gods who are greater gods who don't really manifest physically. You can't interact with them. They're far away, distant figures of great power. But then there are entities that we classify as lesser gods who are, they assume physical forms, and you can shake their hand, or you can, clash swords with them. They're very, very powerful entities, but they can be fought and they can be encountered in an adventure. And Auriel falls into the latter category. And in sort of concepting her for this adventure, I sort of think of her as a very Hela-like figure. Anybody who's seen the movie Thor Ragnarok knows who Hela is. Super, super powerful, but fallible, flawed, and somebody that you can actually confront in the flesh.
And I think you mentioned that we may not always see her looking exactly as we see her in that art, right?
Yeah, Jeremy, do you want to talk about that?
Yes, one of the important parts of the story of deities in Dungeons and Dragons is that they can actually assume many forms. And sometimes in our adventures when we have featured gods, you might see just one stat block for an avatar of that deity. Well, in this book, we actually have multiple stat blocks for the Frost Maiden, depending upon the form that she takes, depending upon when you face her. And speaking of stat blocks, I do want to mention that this book has over 50 of them. I think the largest number of stat blocks that we have included in any of our 5th edition adventures.
That's so exciting. I love the idea of like not knowing how we're going to encounter the Frost Maiden. And you probably won't tell us what those forms are yet, will you?
No, you can see one of them. You can see one of them today, and the rest will be a secret.
Well,
and
guys,
it seems like this new... Oh.
No, go ahead, Nika.
Oh, I was just going to say, it seems like this new module is not just giving us so many new stat blocks and so many new monsters, but new ways to play as well. Can you give us a little more detail about what players and DMs can expect when they crack open this book and what they're going to be sitting down to the table to play?
Yeah, so
I think...
Go ahead, Chris.
No, I insist.
As Chris mentioned earlier, this adventure really delves into the quest structure that we explored in the Essentials Kit. And what we mean by that is it certainly has a large epic story, but that story is divided up into quests that you can embark upon all on their own. So let's say you want to have a standalone adventure in Icewind Dale. You could, as DM, pick one of the quests in this book and run just it and have a complete D&D story by running that little mini adventure. But you can also take all of those quests, play through them, and through the play experience, have this epic horror story emerge. A story where the villain isn't just the Frost Maiden and many other villainous NPCs who make appearances in the adventure, but the villain is also the environment itself. You see on the cover of the book that, yes, the Frost Maiden is prominent, but so is the weather. And because of that, in this adventure, we have forefronted in the play experience and the rules that you're going to have to go up against things like blizzards, avalanches. You're going to have to figure out how to survive with your food if you get trapped out in this frozen waste. So we even have rules on how to fish up knucklehead trout, just to see, can we get something to eat while we are out in this frosty wasteland?
And I imagine that brings a whole bunch of new tools and strategies for a DM, right? New abilities for them to look at an environment.
Yes, absolutely. The DM can take these tools not only to dig into the experience of adventuring in Icewind Dale, but also take those and apply them in other adventures. So we've designed things like the Avalanche rules, the Blizzard rules, so that they can be used elsewhere. This adventure also includes a number of sports and games for the characters to play within the adventure itself. And many of those experiences could also be ported to other adventures. For example, there is a Goliath sport that the adventurers can participate in as they are making their trek through Icewind Dale.
Goliath sport?
I'm so excited.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, I know that I'm completely stoked for whichever DM is going to ruin my life in the Icewind Dale and freeze me to death and make me cry. But when can we expect to play this game?
So Rime of the Frost Maiden comes out later this summer, and it's 320 pages of adventure with a poster map in it. So there's enough content to make a whole nice long campaign out of it. But as Jeremy said, also it's designed to be sliced up. I think that when we were writing the adventure and we were coming up with the themes of the adventure, isolation being the most important, we didn't know 2 years ago that isolation would be such a theme in our real life. That we would all be we'd all be locked away in our private dungeons, waiting to emerge. I have a new sympathy for the people of Icewind Dale and the heroes who have to explore it. Having been locked in this basement that I'm in for months on end.
Well, I can't wait to get into it. Thank you so much for making the time from your isolated caves, wherever you are, Chris and Jeremy, to talk to us about this product. The release date is September 15th, 2020, so be sure to look forward to that day. You can pick up Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden then. And guys, don't go anywhere because we have lots more coming your way from D&D Live 2020. And be sure to visit dndlive2020.com to donate to Red Nose Day. We'll be right back.
Look! The Dungeons and Dragons ride!
Welcome back to D&D Live 2020. I am Anna Prosser, and this is my co-host, Mika Burton. Mika, we just saw the new adventure be announced.
I cannot wait. Ice, maidens, Goliath sports. What more do you need? What could be better?
Well, now we've got lots more to talk about because we are here to talk about new D&D comic books, and we're joined by some new guests. We've got Amy Garcia, AJ Mendez, Jim Zub, and Jody Hauser. Welcome to the show, guys.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
It is
Let's
so
dive
lovely
right
to
into
see
it.
everyone's faces. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, we're really excited to be here.
Here we have from IDW, At the Spine of the World is going to be a new comic book coming out. It takes place in the Icewind Dale and 10 Towns. Speaking of Icewind Dale that we just heard about, can you give us a little more detail on what we should be seeing?
Well, it is connected to the Rime of the Frost Maiden world. So we're excited to kind of reveal that. Icewind Dale in the middle of a non-stopping blizzards, an endless night, and the residents of them being driven to madness. So that's kind of where our story begins.
Exactly. Lots of feral beasts, you know, we all need those. And, we're excited to introduce some really fun new characters that we actually based on history. AJ found this really cool article about this Viking woman who was a warrior and had a hero's burial and didn't die even though she had a blunt axe wound to the face. And so we were like, we have to create a character and make her barbarian. And she had a hero's, and everyone thought that only Viking males battled, but once we found out that that's not true, we created Runa, which we're really excited to introduce to the world.
Runa is the name of our protagonist.
She is. It is in Old Norse. There's the etymology. It might be mighty strength or secret love, and we just thought that that really represented who she is. You know, who survives an axe to the head and just keeps fighting like that. We wanted to know who she would, what kind of person she would be, and it's just really representative of all of Icewind Dale. These people are hardened and they're tough survivalists. So, you know, what happens when that's the kind of world you have to live in? Do you kind of crack under the pressure, or are you this forged weapon? So all of our characters are pretty rough around the edges. But we also have Amos, who's a human warlock. He is going to be this clever smartass who's got his own secrets. He is so much fun. We have potty mouths, and he's kind of our way to, you know, channel that.
And then we also have Sarvin, our favorite, you know, Dragonborn Ranger. So we thought, you know, we'll bring him back for some funny and, you know, just adventure going because he's so carefree and down for whatever. So we're like, yeah, we have to have a Dragonborn in there. So that was really fun.
He actually comes to us from Frost Giant Fury, which Jim, our co-panelist, did. So we have a little wink in there for you, Jim. There's a little Frost Giant Fury wink for everybody.
Well, it's all part of the same world.
another-
I'm so excited to see what you put together here. It's just it's awesome to see this stuff continuing on in the comic series, and the Frozen North is filled with so much possibility. So
It really is. It's kind of terrifying. It's a little, you know, John Carpenter The Thing, and it's Lovecraft, and I think there's so much that we can play with there. And in keeping with those really tough, hard characters, we have Patience, who's a tiefling rogue. She has 0 patience. She's snarky and witty.
Yeah. Like, snarky and will cut you if you mess with her. And I'm like, AJ, this is basically you. Like, you are.
It's based on me. Yeah.
She's a total snarky.
She's a cranky grandma. That's my soul. So. And then our final character, Amy,
is a druid who we love. He's a total trust fund rich kid who has no skills. So we thought it'd be hysterical if you had a little nugget who doesn't ever work and doesn't have any skills in the middle of blizzards and wild beasts coming to attack them. And Baldur is going to be our kind of naive, soft-hearted
Now, guys, I want to hear, we heard about so many great characters. I was especially touched by Runa, where her name might mean like mighty strength or secret love. I feel like that tells us that there's probably going to be a lot of depth to these characters. Which are your favorites? And can you give us any hints of what, you know, kind of human existential character arcs we might be looking forward to? Because that's what we all love about D&D, right? Is the change in a person as they go through these adventures.
I think that we're going to see the biggest change coming from, I believe, like Amy and I both, our favorite really right now is Runa. She's just this woman who breaks all the rules and all the expected rules of society. But she's never left Icewind Dale, and this is her home, and she has to defend it. And then on the completely other side of the spectrum is Baldur, who has really entered the harsh realities of the world, and like how is he going to survive? So we have this really hardened warrior and this just soft boy. how are we
Another great thing about D&D is the sense of family and community. And so what we love about Runa is she's a barbarian. So she when she gives a blood debt, you know, she will die for you, and she dies for her tribe, and she has this innate sense of community and family. And what we'll see throughout these adventures is that her family widens, and she finds this new family with this ragtag team of characters who are nothing like her, who are a quarter of her size. And I think that really captures the spirit of D&D, where you have all different people come together with, like, you know, different interests. And Martin Kokolo, who we're seeing here, I have to give a shout out to the artist. He is so cinematic in his drawings. You feel like you're in the middle of a battle, and he has been crushing it. And we geek out every time we get emails. We're like, oh my God, he's so amazing. And we forget that, you know, it could just pop off the page with an incredible artist. So I think the sense of family and community through these characters really, hopefully, will shine. And we think that that's really the spirit of this world, is making your friends and making your family a little bigger.
I'm also seeing dogs on the page, which is very important.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, we had to get the pups in there.
Right.
I felt like you immediately know who somebody is with how they interact with the puppers, and we immediately have that two very distinct interactions with them, and they're kind of a little Easter egg in there. We're excited about that.
Honestly, I know that I can trust a storyteller when they say that dogs are important to the story. So I'm pretty sure that everyone listening out there is immediately like, when can I get a copy of this? Because there's dogs.
Right. Now, we spent this time in the fantasy world of Icewind Dale and kind of looking into that world, but we also wanted to talk about this world that's a little bit closer to our own, where we go see Stranger Things and Dungeons and Dragons meet in a comic book with Jim and Jody.
Stranger Things.
What is this? How is this going to take place, guys?
Jody, you're gonna let her rip. Explain how this all works, because it's an amazing project.
Okay, so I have been working on the Stranger Things comics for Dark Horse for a while, and Jim has obviously been working on the Dungeons and Dragons comics for IDW, and I don't actually know whose genius idea it was to be like, hey, let's put those two things together, because, you know, they have a lot in common. But, yeah, so we're actually telling the story of the friends and their sort of entire path as D&D players, like from when they first started playing, when they were younger kids, you know, well before season 1, all through the 3 seasons that we've seen, and just how D&D has been sort of the core of their friendship and is their shared language, and how the game changes as their lives have changed and their friend circle has expanded, and just sort of touching down at different games at different points in their lives and relationships, and seeing how everything keeps on moving.
I think that's what makes it so unique, is it's not just a story about the game being played, it's about why we play these games and the kinds of bonds that they create between us. You know, in the Stranger Things series, Dungeons and Dragons takes on a lot of different symbolism, but at the heart of it, it's about that sort of group dynamic and what keeps them questing together, you know, and the kinds of courage that the game exemplifies in their lives. And so using that now as a storytelling tool, Jody and I talked about what kind of key moments, the very first time that they play D&D or they get the game in their hands, the way it changes their friend, kind of dynamic, and then key moments throughout the seasons, what has happened, based around D&D. So we get to see glimpses of what's happening in the game and the campaign that they play, really kind of for the first time. Like, they touch upon it in the show, but it's always kind of, the end of a sequence or just a little brief kind of action moment. And now we're going to get to dig in a little bit more to what those characters mean. But a lot of it is about how those characters exemplify themselves and the kind of courage that it summons up inside them. And so it's a really nice character piece, and that's what's really joyous about it. I got to dig into my nostalgia for first edition D&D because I started playing kind of around the same age as these characters in the early 80s. So first edition D&D research, I got to pull out all my old books, get my first edition player's handbook in there, and make sure that it's accurate to what was out at each year, during the show, but then also, along with that nostalgia, really tell a character story and an emotional story. And that's what makes it work. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the great things about Stranger Things is that it is such a time capsule of its era, and we sort of want to continue that through and make sure all the D&D stuff is right on the money, because there's definitely people who will notice if we do it wrong. I mean, Jim, first of all, obviously.
It's true. I'm a little specific. Normally when you're working on any kind of commercial project, you've got a reference pool. I'm scanning so much stuff. I've got screenshots of all kinds of different things. At one point, I was trying to find out what the suggested retail price of the original, D&D box set, the basic set was. I was trying, asking all these crazy questions just to make sure we get it right, because I just wanted to feel like it's in that time. One of the things I really love about the cover, it's got the original, D&D logo on there. Like, I know that obviously 5th edition is the standard, and I love it a lot, but there's something really special about original D&D, and that logo conjures up so many good memories for me, and hopefully for a lot of other people as well. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you were talking about how, you got to go back into the old original Dungeon Master Guide. And are there any cool D&D Easter eggs that you've written into this comic that longtime D&D fans can get excited about, or are those hush hush?
There is quite a bit. So there's some really strange things that people may not have realized. On the original box set of D&D, for example, the basic set, the polyhedron dice were not specifically made for D&D. They were ordered from like a math company that would use them to explain concepts of randomized numbers. And so the D20, although it has 20 sides on it, actually has 1 to 10, 1 to 10. And the game would include a little like a crayon or a marker that you would mark off half the sides, so they were like the low 10 and the high 10, because again, the dice were not specifically manufactured for the game. And so when I was talking to the gang, I was sending them these screenshots of this is how the old stuff looked. Can we have that on the dice? We don't have to call it out specifically in the story, but if someone sees that D20 that half the sides are marked up, will they recognize that and kind of realize, holy crap, they really made it as substantial and accurate as possible, stuff like that. Yeah.
And those emails.
I just got a history lesson. Yeah.
So, and that's dorky stuff that the vast majority of people will not pick up on. But I love that kind of stuff. Like when I did the Rick and Morty versus D&D series, we went through, 5 editions of D&D. And every time we would use material from a specific era, we always tried to hit it properly. And that meant a lot to me that we would get it right, So if Rick Sanchez is calling out some weird thing from first edition, that he's saying it exactly, right from the book or what may have you. And no one will probably notice, the vast majority of people. But when they do, you can see that there's care involved and there's a real love and nostalgia for the material, And Jody knows these characters so well from the writing she's been doing in the Stranger Things comic series. So it's been great to be able to bounce stuff off of her in terms of getting the emotional arcs right with the characters, making sure the voices sound right. She's been writing them for years now. So it's just nice to be able to kind of take both elements of it and put it all together.
Yeah, and it's also, I think, especially fun to delve into something that, obviously they're still surrounded by all the events in the series and all the darkness and monsters that they had to fight. But, getting to see them in sort of their quieter moments and the moments that really build up who they are as people to even be able to deal with all this, crazy upside down and demogorgons and all of that. So I always find stories like that really examine the foundations of who characters are and what has shaped them to be who they are, to be really exciting. And I think the way we crafted the miniseries, where it's just snapshots at different points, you really do get to see that evolution really, really clearly.
And they grow. Yeah. And Diego Galindo, the artist on the series, he's got a really tough job because you want to have these characters look like the actors, but you don't want it to look boring or traced like photographs. You don't want it to be static. They still have to have a lot of, emotive qualities. And that's really tough for an artist to do when you've got to do likenesses and still have them in new scenarios. And I think he's done just a phenomenal job at balancing those two elements out. The characters are instantly recognizable, but they don't feel stiff. The pages are just lush and full of really beautiful moments and emotion. It's been a really special project to be part of.
It's a beautiful cover.
So good.
That cover is gorgeous, and I love how it feels like it's very much at the heart of both the characters and the characters that they're playing. So,
and there's something very iconic and simple about it, but it harkens back to that era very well,
Guys, I was thinking about what it must be like to write stories like these in comic books, to have this visual and literary medium. And I know that as D&D players, one of our favorite things to do is share the stories of our adventures and tell what happened to our characters to other players of D&D that love it that much. So you kind of got to do that. You got to tell the story that you imagined. Are there any particular pieces, and you don't have to, spoil the story, but if somebody's going into these comic books and they're wanting to see like the coolest moment, what would be some of the places you would point them to, moments that you were like, oh, this was so amazing, I just want to tell this story to everybody? And why don't we start with Amy and AJ on yours?
Well, for me, I feel like you don't know what you're capable of until you're in it, right? And you don't know what choices you make. And so I think one of the best moments for me is like, what do you do when you have to choose between making a selfish choice and doing a choice that would benefit your tribe and community? And so I've had to deal with that, like actor, I always stick with my people and will fight for them. And I'm ride or die with AJ. I'm ride or die with my inner circle. And I feel like for me, it's this woman who is a barbarian and, she's in this very dangerous, raw, almost like an Iceland, like a today's Iceland, where the elements are dangerous enough, and much less like the beasts that are coming out of nowhere. And she makes a choice. She actually chooses to, protect her tribe and her team instead of going to what's comfortable and what she knows and going back to her barbarian tribe. So for me, it's all about expanding, and stepping up for your people, but you don't know if you step up until like you're in the shit and you're like, oh, and then once you step up in the shit, then you're like, oh, I'm the kind of character or the kind of person that steps up when the chips are down for the people I love.
Yeah, and playing with that, there is that side where we have the very clear black and white, what is the right choice. But sometimes, especially in a world that is so rough, like Icewind Dale, that choice might not be clear. You might need to make some morally questionable choices. And I think that is a really a part of D&D that is so interesting, is that what is right? Like, can you be a little bit bad and a little bit good at the same time? Are you making the right choices, the wrong choices for the right reasons? So that's something that we're really playing with in this, and we're excited to share that. Oh, look at the cover! I don't think
there's the cover. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, because when you're creating characters from scratch, you have to not only build their appearance and their background, but also their moral compass. And I remember AJ and I having this conversation about a particular character who we won't mention. One of the ones you saw might be morally ambiguous. And I really struggled with that. And I thought, well, there's right and there's wrong. And AJ was like, no, in a crazy world, you look at like Walking Dead, shows where it's apocalyptic and dire, you might have to do something bad for the right reasons. And I really had to sit on that. And AJ had to convince me that what's beautiful about D&D that it's not black and white. It's very gray, and there's shades of gray. And these characters should reflect those shades of gray. You might have to burn down a family hut in order to save the village, or you might have to,
Oh my goodness!
We don't do that. Not yet.
We've all been there.
No one's in the hut.
Funny. Before we started the stream, I was talking to them, and they were talking about writing on the D&D comics, and I said when I started doing the D&D comics back in 2014, what I wanted to try and give to the series was a sense that anything can happen at the table, that those split-second decisions, the Dungeon Master doesn't know what's coming and the players don't quite know where the story's going to go, and that it has a bit of a runaway train kind of feel. And if you're doing the action right, I feel like that's quintessential D&D to me, is that it's got that feeling of big choices, big moments, and that's what I'm really excited to see in, Spine of the World, see what the girls put together here. I'm super excited to read it, and the artwork is phenomenal. I'm really, really impressed. This is the first time I'm seeing those pages too, and I'm just like pumped. I'm pumped to see this adventure come together. And these characters.
We're very inspired by your book. We were like, Jim, we're fans. You gave us such a great jumping off point. We feel like we have to carry the torch of adventures with new Rugrats.
I think really cool. The worlds of D&D are so expansive, and they're just infinite. You can do different parts of the world, different groups of adventurers, and it feels like it can encompass anything. You can do a horror story, you can do a mystery, you can do big action, soft, dramatic moments. That's what role-playing is all about, is about options, giving options to the players and giving options to the readers. Absolutely. So
Jody and Jim, did you guys have any particular moments or themes you wanted to point out for readers to look for in your books that were your favorite parts of the story?
I think one of my favorite things is actually, obviously there's the adventure that the boys are playing, but sort of seeing some of the behind the scenes stuff, like what does the DM do when, a character's maybe supposed to be dead and he doesn't really want them to be dead? Like, how do you cope with that? So I think that was really fun, because that's sort of not something you really get to see very often in these stories, is sort of like the behind the scenes and the angst, and like the DM having to act like they know what they're doing when they maybe really don't, and and just what happens when the party expands too. How do new players coming into a game fit in, and how does that change the dynamic?
We had a lot of fun discussing Max, because remember, they talk about what the different character classes are, and she says she wants to be a Zoomer. And it's like, wait a minute, what's a Zoomer? There's no such thing as a Zoomer. And so then I was going through the books, and I was like, no, there's no such thing as a Zoomer, but, and then you start digging into what's actually possible in D&D. And I found a canon way to make a Zoomer work, but not the way I think people will expect. And it surprisingly works in the context of even first edition D&D, and I'm pretty happy with that. So that's kind of a little cute thing where it was a bit of a challenge that the show gave us. Like, okay, how would you make that work? Putting Max and 11 at the table was a real joy, and I think it allows them to blossom and see a different side of themselves, and it plays off of the changing dynamic that happens in the group. In the show over the course of those seasons. So there's some really, really fun and cute moments. And probably the scene I'm most proud of is in the first issue. We show how Dustin meets the other boys, thanks to the power. And I was really nervous about writing that, because that's literally a moment that we've never seen in the show. And I'm writing the first thing these kids say to each other and how they meet. And I wrote it, and I kind of, Jody went over it, and we back and forth and found a really fun, cute moment, like a really great moment that feels like something right out of the show and is also exemplified thanks to Dungeons and Dragons. So,
and it's very much who they are, and it's sort of a great example of, yes, these kids might not have all grown up together, but they were always meant to be friends. They were always meant to be a party.
Yeah, it's really sweet stuff. So
I feel like that's such a common theme that we're hearing in both of these stories, whether it's new content or it's based off of an IP that so many people know and love, this sense of found family. And it seems that you guys are also putting your own experiences and what D&D means to you in these stories. Do you find that that's just an essential part of your writing, all four of you, putting a piece of you into the story?
Oh, for sure. And I think, yeah, I was just going to say, I think like me and Jim coming together to work on this for the first time, it is very much like a party coming together and like learning how to work together. So there's even a little bit of that feeling just in the creative process of making the book.
And we've started tabletop gaming now, Jody and I as well, which has been a lot of fun too, right? Just as I think it's an extension of that. You go to conventions and you meet people, other professionals and people in this field, and they become a bit like a found family. And that's what a role-playing game group is. I met my wife through role-playing games. I have some of my closest friendships, some of my deepest contacts in the world are people that I've gamed with. And those experiences at the table, they echo outwards in all kinds of directions. I'm thrilled to be just a tiny little part of D&D Live this year. Last year, it was one of the best events of my life. I got to play with Micah and Anna. I got to play with all kinds of other amazing people. And that shared bond of D&D and gaming together, it changes you in all the right ways. It makes you empathize more and build better bonds with people. So I can't help but put that into my storytelling.
I mean, telling stories together is, the best way to start a friendship, in my opinion. So.
Well, even with Jim and Jody, when we were waiting to be on live, we just started asking them about, Jim's like, I've been playing D&D since I was 8 years old. My older brother brought me into it. And then AJ was curious. AJ's like, well, how do you guys write together as a team? And then we started picking their brain, and it just kind of became this really nice kind of new dynamic. And I think when we were talking about Stranger Things, I said, I think Stranger Things really captures the D&D spirit of never growing up and still always playing. Like, just because you're above the age of 12, it doesn't mean you can't manifest your fantasy into something real with other people. And I never want to grow up. I mean, I refuse to really become a grown up, but I pay bills and parking tickets and stuff. But I think one of the things I love about Stranger Things and D&D is that it reminds you to never lose that childlike spirit of wonder and imagination and being open and realizing that we're all like on the same journey, So I think it seems like you guys infused into that. Now we have new friends. I was looking up, I was like, God, Mika's so hot and Anna's so hot. How is this? I was talking to my friends. I was like, it's so hot. I'm so excited. So I just feel like the community just keeps getting bigger and bigger because there's this universal sense of play and adventure.
Mm-hmm. That's been one of the most exciting things for me, being able to contribute to D&D, since 5th edition launch, being able to do the comics, the Rick and Morty series, the Young Adventurers guides to try and bring new people into the hobby. All that stuff is about sharing time together and spending time and making experiences that we're all going to remember. And they're interactive and they're engaging, and the emotional stuff is real. The bonds are real. The friendships are real. And that's what makes these games so special and why I think they're better than almost any other kind of entertainment you can find, And Absolutely. If we can get people into that thanks to the comics or remind them about that stuff, then that's what, what we want to do.
100%. Totally. And reminders to everybody who's been watching this, At the Spine of the World, issue 1 comes out October 21st at idwpublishing.com. Stranger Things and Dungeons & Dragons comes out November 4th, 2020, darkhouse.com. And you can get 20% off At the Spine of the World and all D&D products if you use the code D&D Live 2020. It is valid through June 18th through the 30th at idwpublishing.com. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. This has been awesome. We just love D&D.
Thank you for having us. There's been a lot of good feels here. Yeah.
My heart is so full.
Thank you guys again so much. And if you're watching, don't go anywhere because we are going to be right back. We're going to have a Heroes Feast coming right up. We'll see you very soon.
Yes.
people are doing incredible, selfless things, working from the front line. Like Pam, a nurse in a mobile clinic for a program supported by the Children's Health Fund, funded by Red Nose Day. Pam sees over 150 children a month, and her advice and treatment can be life-saving.
Staying open during the pandemic was essential because I knew our families were going to be lost without anything.
Thanks to your generosity, Pam and these mobile clinics are still going strong across the U.S. in the middle of this crisis.
Thank you for giving to Red Nose and to mobile healthcare. You're providing hope, health to so many children and families so that maybe one day they could be the ones serving and taking care of you. So thank you.
Essential workers like Pam are the quiet heroes working from the front lines. I understand that times are tough right now, but if you can look in your heart and give whatever you can afford, we'd appreciate it.
Hello and welcome back to D&D Live 2020. We are here for a Heroes Feast. That's right, it's cookbook, and we are going to be cooking, Mika.
This is actually a cooking show. Like D&D meets cooking. This is my two only interests in the world. I'm so ready for this.
We have some special guests here with us. We have John Peterson, Kyle Newman, and Michael Whitwer. Welcome, guys. We're so excited to see what you're going to cook. Could you guys introduce yourselves each in a row and then let us know what you're going to be cooking for us today?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. So,
John?
I'm John Peterson, and I study the history of role-playing games and war games, and I am going to be making drinks.
People on the
because
internet.
It's
You
time
guys
for
shut the
drinks.
internet off. It's all blurred on me.
everywhere. So that's my plan.
Great. What about you, Kyle?
And Kyle?
Oh, Michael, you go.
All right, sure.
All right. I'm Kyle Newman, and today we are making... Oh, you're going, Michael.
I'm going. I'm Michael Whitwer. I'm an author. I write about D&D. I work with these two other people we're on today to do a lot of books on D&D. And today I'm going to cook elven bread, or I'm going to bake elven bread to be exact.
And I'm
Kyle, what about
Newman,
you?
And we're cooking pan-fried knucklehead trout, and we've got an array of ingredients ready to go. This is an Icewind Dale specialty.
Now, let's get right into the first one because we only have so much time. I don't know how you guys are going to cook us an entire meal of fish and bread and a cocktail. So we should get started right away. I think we're going to start with elven bread, right?
Yes, take it away,
Absolutely.
Michael.
Okay, we're going to use a little bit of magic here. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, for everybody watching, elven bakers have been protecting this recipe for generations. What you're about to see has never been seen before. So I'm just going to put it out there. And as you can see, there it is, a visual of some of the original illustrations we have for this book.
Beautiful.
So I'm going to jump right into it. Again, elves are known for, we did a lot of study on this during the preparation of this book, the kinds of ingredients they're into. Think wholesome, light, delicious flavors, all natural ingredients. They don't like preservatives. They prefer citrus to salt. That's the kind of palette that we've found with a lot of elves. In this particular case, this elven bread here is actually one that was originally, I will tell you from part of our research, was sourced from the Aurora's Guide, which is an obscure second edition catalog, kind of an in-world catalog of Forgotten Realms stuff that you could buy. And elven bread was in there. It originates from the Isle of Evermeet. If you know Evermeet, that's where a lot of elven people are from. And so we're going to give this a shot. Now, I have already pre-prepped most elements of this bread. We're not going to sit here and watch me bake, as it were. So I've basically done all the previous steps. So what I have here is dough here in front of me. I hope you can see it. It's kind of laid out right in front of me, right where my name tag is. So the things I'm doing are brilliant, I promise. And in this dough here, we've got yeast, whole milk, honey, eggs, butter, salt, whole wheat flour, as well as all-purpose flour. So again, really wholesome. This is just an absolutely delicious, not only a snack bread, it can be a dessert bread, it can be a breakfast bread, all kinds of things. Well, all we're going to do here today is kind of the finishing steps before I go ahead and put it in the oven, which is I'm going to do a little bit of an egg wash right here on the bread. Now, I don't know how well you can see this. And by the way, if it looks like I don't know what I'm doing at any time, that's not the case at all. I'm using secret elven techniques.
Right.
And that's what it is. So please be aware of that.
So I see them. I see the techniques.
I know, right? You've never seen this before.
It's
So
like
what we're doing here again. Exactly. So we're doing this light egg wash inside. And the reason we do that is not only to let the filling adhere to the inside of the bread. It's a swirl bread. It's also to actually prevent gaps from filling when you bake the bread. So it has that kind of dual purpose. Okay, now we've got a nice egg wash all the way inside. And what we have here, if you can see it, this is a cinnamon and sugar filling, basically a powder. Ooh. So we're just going to apply that lightly. Yeah, this is going to be pretty good, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to do it really fast, as if I'm like Rick Bayless or something like that. All right. So we've got now our filling applied throughout. And this is the last piece here. And I hope you can see at least some of this. What I'm now going to do is I'm just going to spread out the filling just kind of once nicely over. And I'm going to roll this up. This is basically a rolled log. And that's how the swirl effect is created in the bread. So again, I'll hold it up before I get a little flour on my hands.
See,
and
it's awful doing this in the middle of the afternoon because I'm hungry right now.
Right? And so we're going to go ahead and place the log seam side down, and I'll try to show that to you about what that looks like. As you can see, you've got the buttered pan here, and you've got the seam side there. So that's going to actually rise for a little while, and then we're going to use a little bit of magic today and make this bake extra fast and just see if we can't get a pretty good result.
That's awesome.
Wonderful. Well, that magic is happening. I think it's trout time.
Oh, it's trout time over here in New Jersey. So we've got pan-fried knucklehead trout. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with this dish, but I think if you or your characters ever visited 10 towns up above the spine of the world, you would know that this is a very popular dish. And we're going to make it today. So what would you like to know?
Well, first of all, what is a knucklehead trout?
Well, knucklehead trout, there's 3 lakes, and those lakes service the 10 towns. And this knucklehead trout can only be found in this region. And it's known because it has this bulbous knucklehead, and people make things out of the heads, and it's a popular thing that they export. But the meat itself is very great and flavorful. And if you're in other realms, you can also use different types of trout. So today I'm using rainbow trout instead because COVID had prevented the shipment of knucklehead trout to me. So we're going to go with something else in the trout family. And what I've done here is I've taken this and I've peppered and salted it, and you want to let that soak and sit and breathe for about 5 minutes before you take it to the pan. And we're going to walk over here to the pan, and we are going to cook this right up, and I'm going to put a little bit of olive oil in here. You're supposed to measure, but it's Thursday.
Magical measurement.
We get it to it.
Yeah.
You want to do this at like a medium-high type temperature, and if you don't have your unseen servant, you want to make sure you're being very careful when you touch hot things and when you're cutting. I use a mage hand, and I pre-prepped most of this. We could jump through phases, but what we're going to do is we're going to take this delicious piece of trout, and we're going to put it down flesh side first. You put it very gently into the pan. What you're going to do is massage it a little, love your food, and then you're going to let this cook for about 2 to 3 minutes on each side. And what we want is it to be you want an opacity in the flesh, and you want to make sure it gets like a golden brown. And then we're going to flip it, and we're going to do this. When it's ready, you're going to make sure it gets a nice golden brown, and then we'll take it and we're going to flip it. And the first what I forgot to do with this one, which I made a mistake, is very sorry. We're going to go back up here. I forgot to bread.
Oh, yum.
And you gently bread it. And what I've done here is this is flour, salt, and paprika. And you want to use a sweet paprika. And you gently rub it on and bread it. And
We know
Can't
that
believe I
the
forgot
last
the
dish
most
was
important first phase.
the last dish was elven. What kind of cuisine are we looking at here with that sweet paprika?
Now this is a human dish, and human. We take this right from the player's handbook, and it's a broad spectrum, and that really relates to humans across the whole multiverse. They are the most adaptable, diverse. You're going to see them living in all types of topographies and environments, and that's reflected in their cuisine too. And humans, their food tend to be quicker to prep, quicker to eat, because they want to get on with adventuring and conquering and doing things, as opposed to, elves and dwarves might let their foods marinate longer and they might savor it a little bit differently. But humans want to get on with their business. And just a place like Toril has dozens of cultures and subcultures and regions that all speak to different types of food. So up north here, you fresh fish. You're going to get gamey meat. There's a lot of barbarian tribes and hunting, but also humans are known for foraging and farming, and it's going to kind of cover the whole spectrum. And 10 pounds in particular, this is the delicacy.
When you guys were researching this cookbook, you were looking all over the realms for these recipes. I imagine that finding a human recipe may have been a little easier, but I don't know. You guys have done research through years and years of D&D and Forgotten Realms lore, correct?
This is 45 years of research, just like we did with Art and Arcana.
Yep.
Yeah, just like we did with Art and Arcana. This is a deep dive into the fiction and also what's been in the game. And so there's a lot of cross-referencing between what might have been cited in a book 30 years ago and then what's mentioned in the game book later about what ingredients are readily available. So it became fun finding out, comparing things years apart, decades apart by different authors and finding out what makes up the cuisine and the palate of these cultures.
Mm.
Yeah, and if I may add,
so we've got
that was a really fun part of the process. This notion that, as researchers, the research isn't really any different. It's just that it happened to be on fictional elements, right? So we're scouring through 45 years of D&D rule books and novels and all kinds of things to find where they've mentioned food. And what's interesting is that it wasn't a particularly rich history relative to a lot of other things that exist in D&D. So again, there are some notable things that stand out. If anyone that reads Dragonlance, for example, would know Oddic's spicy fried potatoes, right? They talk about them all the time. So things like that are low-hanging fruit. But there was a lot of things that really weren't very fleshed out. So it really became this interesting study about jumping into where we could really do a study of these different fantasy cultures and figure out, well, what are the availability of ingredients that halflings have? What is the etiquette of elven people? What do they think about? How does morality connect with their own appetite? A good example of that, elves, we discovered almost across the board, they have a lot of food restrictions, usually based on their beliefs. Elves, of course, being people that really value life. And all types of life. And so, again, we found that there's a lot of vegetarians and pescatarians and vegans within elven cultures. And so we tried to reflect all of that in the book as we really dug deep on what these different fantasy cultures really like when it comes to food.
That's incredible. I mean, that sounds like a dream job, is to research what elves eat.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. They actually paid us for this too. I can't believe it still. But
how is that fish looking, Kyle?
So we've got a couple things going on here. We've got the fish, and it's ready, and we're making a sauce. Now this sauce consists of 4 tablespoons of freshly and shallots, pre-cut in here, and we're gonna let this get golden brown. We want it to be an aromatic, almost nutty type scent, and it's about, like I said, 2 to 3 minutes. You don't want to burn it, but you want to, gently stir it around and make sure it's getting evenly cooked. It's going to look something like this. And then what we're going to do is this mixture, and we are going to adorn it on top of our
Oh, this is really not helping my hunger.
And you want to take a lemon, and what you want to do is normally you take the lemon and you take half of it, and you'd want to just get all the juice out of there, and you can garnish it with cubes of the other half, or little slices, and some additional parsley. You want about a good 2 tablespoons of freshly chopped parsley, because you're going to cook. The recipe calls for about 4-ounce pieces of trout. So that's what we're looking at right here.
Wow,
That is
gorgeously
beautiful.
plated.
Oh, I love the seashell plate as well.
Yes.
Nice little touch there.
Plate. I'll mail you guys this. You guys can try this in 3 days.
Kyle, what's your favorite part of this recipe? What made it super interesting to you as part of the human cuisine and all of the research?
Well, what I love about just researching D&D food and what D&D in general is it's so familiar, but there's something adjacent that is fresh and exciting. And just learning about the nature, the ecosystem of the 3 lakes and 10 towns, and how their cuisine evolves from that, and what are the regional difficulties, the environmental difficulties, how people adapt, and this being like a signature dish. I just thought it was like getting something fresh, but mixing it with a couple exciting different things you wouldn't expect, and making something that you can bring to your tabletop, because there's 2 things that are common, and that's between D&D and cooking, is that you are gathered around a table, and it is community, and you're forming a little family, and families eat together. So I just wanted to find things, and that was our mission with this book, was find things that could bring people together at a tabletop, and maybe it's something that's a little off the beaten path that you wouldn't normally get, but it brings you deeper into the in-universe quality of the game that we all seek, the immersion.
That's amazing. And so since we've had bread and we've had a main course, now it's time for personally my favorite part, the cocktail. John, how about you take us into that?
Yeah, so you've got to have something to wash all this down, all of this deliciousness.
yeah.
And one of the great constants of D&D throughout the ages is taverns, and the fact that people get together, they drink. This could be the place that you run into that wanderer with a treasure map who encourages you to go on the next adventure or whatever. And if you're me, beverages do play a certain role in playing the game as well. You will always find beverages at my tabletop, potent beverages. So we're going to talk about one today that we call the Mind Flayer. And I'm sure most people watching this are familiar with the idea of a Mind Flayer. This is something that can suck the intellect out of your brain. And so and these are drinks, by the way, that when we describe them, we never give them one name typically, because we imagine there are a lot of regional variants of these that are going around. So some people might call this the Cone of Cold, making it a bit differently than we make it here. But the Mind Flayer version is largely a grape juice and ginger and vodka drink that will come out very cold. And so you will get an ice cream headache from your first hit of this, I promise. But to go a bit into how you prepare it. So it takes about 3 tablespoons of cut up ginger. We've already cut up the ginger. And then you need a good amount of lime juice as well. You can see we've got the fresh squeezed limes that were used for this. And what you end up with from that, you put in the blender, and it results in this kind of paste that you then kind of squeeze out with a little mini colander strainer here. And that ends up yielding the syrup. And the syrup is the first ingredient we're then going to put into the big blender you see of this enormous Ninja blender. And by the way, when I turn this on, I almost always flinch because it is a violent blender. It takes about a minute to do the cycle. So don't be surprised if you see me flinch a bit. Before I put that in, we're going to start with the ice in this. And you need about 3 cups of crushed ice. And so I have some kind of pre-crushed ice here that we're going to get in first. I hope it isn't too loud. We will mute when we turn the blender on, because I'm serious. This thing is a monster.
Yes, no worries.
Protect the headphone users.
Yeah.
Exactly. We need 3 cups of that. And then we're going to put in this beautiful grape juice concentrate. And this is what really is going to give you the hard grape flavor of this. We'll get that all in. We add to that then the syrup. It's very tasty. And then finally we get to the good stuff. Now, I've found, and I've made this one a few times, we recommend 5 shots to go in this. And this is not intended to serve one person. This is obviously for you and your entire adventuring party. But I'll put in probably 4.5 here. I think that has worked for me doing this in the past. And once this is all in, we will seal up this arcane chamber and the alchemical reaction will begin. And like I said, it will get quite loud here in a second. So let me get this all set up. and I will go on mute. You may talk among yourselves while I'm doing that.
Okay, great.
Wonderful. I know that a very important part of cookbooks is the food photography. You can't really get across how tasty this food is without looking at it. Can you guys talk about the process of the food photography for your cookbook, Hero's Feast?
Absolutely. There was, and Kyle, feel free to jump in on this one. So we did, I believe there are 40 or 50 photographs of the 80 dishes that appear in Hero's Feast. And, you know, I have to give it to our publisher, 10-Speed, who really spared no expense to make this, honestly, the absolute best food photography. I'm not exactly impartial here, but the best food photography I've ever seen. You know, and part of that, again, was this notion that we felt very, very passionate about bringing D&D to life. You know, that's been done very, very seldom. If you consider there was once a D&D movie, there's, you know, maybe a couple examples, but how often have you ever seen what was once an illustration come to life? We felt very passionate to make sure that our food was appearing in scenes that were authentic. And one of the ways we did that was we actually commissioned to have a number of famous D&D magical items built. For example, you may, in some of the sides of the shot, see a dragon orb, or you might see the hand of Vecna in a shot over here. So again, we really, we personally showed up to the photo shoot. They had an unbelievable team of art designers and photographers and prop people and production designers. It was really beyond all expectation we could have had. And I think the results will show at the end of the day.
Looks like John may be ready to show us, but John, we can't quite hear.
It is ready.
There you go. Okay, now we can hear you. So tell us about the mic player.
Sorry. Well, so I mean, it is done. I was just going to add to that bit about the photo shoot. We got to bring all kinds of cool props that we shot with it, many of which came from our private stashes here. And so you'll see all sorts of great in-world artifacts that went along with those shots as well.
Great. Now, I think everybody has finished their dishes. So should we go in order? We see the finished elven bread, starting with you, Michael.
Michael, I think your audio is muted.
My apologies. I've been told my mic is off. So here we have our beautiful completed loaf of elven bread. And we're going to go ahead and actually give that a cut here. So just give me a sec.
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Got to use what you got when you're an adventurer, you know?
It's true. It's true.
And I'm going to show you the swirl of this bread here if we can. So that's just this beautiful, wholesome honey, butter, yeast, eggs, whole wheat. Again, I actually love this. My kids can't get enough of it. So that's our elven bread. And again, a single bite of this might maintain an adventurer for an entire day on the trail. So it's a magical bread.
Can't wait to try that one. And Kyle, I think we saw the trout, right? You want to show us again one last time? Get the full meal picture.
I've been making more.
Ooh.
Yeah, so we had, what I've got here is, you know, here's another fresh, and there's some of this sauce. Again, it's shallots and butter and some salt and some pepper. And you want to get it golden brown and just drizzle it on top here. It's got a lemon crushed into it as well. You want to get some of those onions, shallots, and you want you always want to garnish. We're going to put some of the fresh parsley on top. And ready to go. It's got a very taste between the paprika and the shallot and the butter, the olive oil, and the natural flavors of the trout. So it's a good indigenous dish if you're trying to start a campaign up in Icewind Dale.
And John, how would you recommend that we serve this Mind Flayer cocktail?
Well, so I prefer to do it, obviously, in an appropriate goblet, the sort of thing you might find in the Yawning Portal, that you might find maybe even the Celestial Vista in Eberron.
Of course.
But it pours thick. This is almost as fleshy as you can see. And I found that it works well, actually, with straw. You get that in, and sometimes even stir it a little bit with the straw. But since we're getting towards the end of the segment, I will not resist partaking a little bit.
I imagine if you're an illithid, the tentacles get in the way, so a straw would help with the drinking.
That's true.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Or if you're a dwarf with a large beard.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Important consideration.
Man, I'm so jealous of everyone. They're just chowing down.
I can confirm the Mind Flayer does indeed flay your mind. So beware. But it is an unbelievably refreshing drink. I can't say enough about the Mind Flayer.
Well, look at this beautiful cover.
Yeah, go ahead, Mika.
Oh, yeah, no, just it's clearly what everybody pictures when they're in a scene in a tavern and your DM is telling you that you're chatting up some local informant or you're just having some ale with your adventuring party. It is warm, it is hearty, the food looks beautiful, and right there in the corner, release date October 27th, 2020. So everyone at home can make their own Mind Flayers, knucklehead trout, elven bread, and more, I'm assuming. I'm hoping there's some stews. I'm a big fan of stew, personally.
Well, we've got
stew is one of the first recipes. Yep.
So many. There's stews, there's bouillabaisse, there's all kinds of different. We really tried to capture everything we possibly could. Sword Coast bouillabaisse, to be exact. So it's, of course, this great seafood stew. But again, we really tried to be authentic, too. One thing that to be, as far as one can be super serious about a D&D cookbook, we did. We took it, really seriously with regard to being authentic and making sure that things we were making, they weren't just kind of tongue-in-cheek or silly, but they were things that were authentic to the D&D world, things you would actually get if you showed up at the Yawning Portal. And that was just, again, it was a real passion of ours. And that's one of the reasons we actually, as part of our illustrations, which none of which are done, by the way, including that cover, I will tell you, we're all at the conceptual stage right now, but we're getting there. And we actually did in-world menus for 4 of the most famous tavern establishments. So at various points, you'll come across, for example, the Yawning Portal menu, and you'll come across the Celestial Vista menu, of course, Inn of the Last Home from Dragonlance. So we provided those to, again, provide even that much more authenticity.
Thank you guys so much for all of that research that you did to get us into this world. And we can't wait to make these at our own table. Thank you so much for your time to come talk to us today and for making this food. That was an amazing marathon of cooking.
It was.
Yeah. And guys, remember, of course, that this is going to be available October 27th, 2020, if you're looking to add this cookbook to your own collection. And don't go anywhere because we're going to be right back with WizKids talking about some new miniatures. Don't forget, in the meantime, during this break, that you can go to dndlive2020.com and donate to Red Nose Day so that D&D can match that donation up to $125,000 for a great cause.
Yes.
So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute.
people are doing incredible, selfless things, working from the front line. Like Pam, a nurse in a mobile clinic for a program supported by the Children's Health Fund, funded by Red Nose Day. Pam sees over 150 children a month, and her advice and treatment can be life-saving.
Staying open during the pandemic was essential because I knew our families were going to be lost without anything.
Thanks to your generosity, Pam and these mobile clinics are still going strong across the U.S. in the middle of this crisis.
Thank you for giving to Red Nose and to mobile healthcare. You're providing hope, health to so many children and families so that maybe one day they could be the ones serving and taking care of you. So thank you.
Essential workers like Pam are the quiet heroes working from the front lines. I understand that times are tough right now, but if you can look in your heart and give whatever you can afford, we'd appreciate it.
Hey, look! The Dungeons and Dragons ride!
Coronavirus has had an impact on us all in some way. And while children have not been the face of this pandemic, it's the kids already struggling in poverty who could suffer the most. Kids who are missing out on meals because their families can't put food on the table. Kids who can't easily access healthcare or medicines. And further away, children who don't have clean water, or those who are already on the brink of serious hunger. But with your support, we can help. The money you give to Red Nose Day tonight means healthcare, clean water, medicine, and food gets to kids in the United States and around the world. $5 can help pay for vital medical supplies for children visiting a mobile health clinic. $35 can buy 50 masks to protect health workers across the globe while they do their life-saving job. $50 can help provide at least 500 meals for kids and families right here in America. You can make a difference right now. Go to rednoseday.org. Thank you.
Welcome back to D&D Live 2020 Roll with Advantage, where we are raising money for Red Nose Day. As you saw, don't forget to visit dndlive2020.com if you'd like to donate. But right now, we are here to talk about some amazing new miniatures from WizKids, and we have two new guests to welcome. Welcome V Muse and Patrick O'Hagan. You may know V Muse as the Crafty Muse on YouTube, the DM on Kobold Press's Twitch, and for D&D in a Castle. And Patrick is the executive producer of RPGs at WizKids. Welcome, guys.
Welcome.
Hi.
And we have a third guest as well. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, we do. He snuck in. Did they freeze? They might have.
I think they did freeze. Well, then we will be talking.
They're just very stoic.
They can be. They can absolutely be extremely stoic and very stiff-lipped if need be. Our guest is Justin Zoran.
Well, when they pop in, we will speak with them, but they are stoic just like the new line of minis. I'm so excited that I get to announce this line. Icons of the Realms, Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. I see a theme happening through this, through the stream.
Definitely. Absolutely. And they are gorgeous for sure. I'm looking at my table right now, and it's like I want to show you every little thing, but limited time.
I mean, you can show us as much as we have time for. I know that we're super excited to see these new minis. Any Dungeons & Dragons lover knows that if you have a dragon, you have to see that dragon for it to really feel real. Can you tell us a little bit about this new line of minis we'll be seeing?
I absolutely can. Do you want to start off with a different dragon, though, and kind of tap into the whole celebrating D&D, maybe?
Let's do it.
Okay. So everyone knows about the Sapphire Dragon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's coming in miniature form now. And I have with me this beauty. So this is, first of all, this is the box that it comes in.
Oh my goodness.
I know, right? It's stunning. So this is its packaging. I'm trying to get it so it's like yoink this way. There we go.
Oh, wow,
and then
that's
it's got this
beautiful.
gorgeous artwork on the side.
Oh, I also love that this is considered a mini.
It's a mini, air quotes. This is the back of it with its lore and everything.
Whoa.
Yeah. So that's that. I mean, it's a big box.
Yeah,
So
it's gorgeous.
This is a big dragon. I could probably like fit partially into this one. So that's its packaging, but you got to see it in all its glory. So this is the beauty right here.
Oh, good. I'm so glad we get to see it out of the box too.
Yes.
Oh,
Wow. I have them in and out of box. So this is the Sapphire Dragon, and this fellow is already available for pre-order, and it's going to be coming out early August 2020. And it is truly a great, like the wingspan is crazy. And as you can see here, they're showing right now, when it has light coming in behind it, you have this beautiful translucency in the plastic, so it really takes on those different tones like they describe in its description and lore.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah. So this is one of those things. If you want to get your pre-order in, you go to shop.wizkids.com and you can place your pre-order like right now if you really want to get one of these beauties because it is fantastic. And the other cool thing that's starting to happen is we're starting to place these on clear plastic bases.
Oh,
which you can see right there. So that means when you go and you put this handsome fellow onto the table and terrify your players, the terrain that you're using will show right through as well. So it's one of those really neat, really cool features. And the more light you have surrounding it, like it gets even more and more gorgeous. I highly recommend putting it in sunlight.
Ooh.
I'm not even kidding. It's fun. Hey, you guys are moving.
There they are.
Oh, hello. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, we were just talking to V about the Sapphire Dragon, but before we go any further, I wanted to give you guys a moment as our WizKids representatives to talk a little bit about the entire collection, the Icons of the Realms, Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden lineup of minis. Can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's all yours, V.
Okay, cool. So basically, all of these lovely miniatures, there's going to be over 45 of these miniatures available when the time comes. We're looking at September-ish 2020. We're trying to coincide it with the book, actually, when it releases. So you have all these fantastic minis that are going to be coming out. And just, I'm looking at the table right now, and there's just so many cool things. Let's start. Do you want to look at the Snow Owl Bear, since people are...
Yes.
Okay,
100%.
Yes. Okay, so this is the little Snow Owl Bear.
Oh my god!
Now, this is actually a very special deal because initially what was going to happen is we brought in some artists in the community to help us get these painted up. So this is one of the Snow Owl Bears that got painted up by one of our artists so that we would have these all ready for the live event. Had it been, everyone getting together, we were going to do this really fun diorama setup for everyone to enjoy all the miniatures in the collection. But this is the Snow Owl Bear that is part of it.
So cute.
And on the position, I love the way it's sitting. It's just so darn sweet. So
Its little mouth, like it's just making whatever noise an owlbear makes.
Right? I just want to feed it snacks.
Yes. This little guys, it's like I was wrapping it up. I'm like, I'm sorry, I have to ship you. You're too darn cute.
Yeah.
You should just tuck them in your pocket.
Seriously. So it's one of those things where there are some other fantastic miniatures that are going along with this line. They're all coming pre-painted. They're coming in our booster packs, so you can get them either in a box itself or as a brick. And again, that's going to be something coming out mid-September-ish. And let's see, I can also show you a couple more of the other cool guys that go along with this. We have the Yeti.
Ooh, oh, that's terrifying.
Wait, he is a monster and a half. Absolutely.
Wow.
So he's really, and again, this is another one of those miniatures that was painted by one of our artists, and we're actually going to have a webpage going up very soon to reveal who our artists were, because they worked really hard to get these all pulled together, and we very much appreciate all of their help with it for sure.
V, were you saying that the minis come pre-painted? Is that what they're going to look like?
They're going to look very similar to this because the artists were fantastic. They worked with color guides the entire time. They were showing them to me in process, making sure that everything was going along the way they needed to, and they all followed them beautifully. So they're going to look extremely similar to what you're seeing here. Absolutely, yeah.
Cool.
But they are coming pre-painted.
That's awesome.
All right,
How
so
do you
we've
guys
seen... No, go ahead.
Oh, I was wondering, how do you guys decide which figures actually get made? There's so many monsters in all across D&D, so many adventures, so many figures that could possibly be made. How do you narrow that down?
Oh, that's definitely you guys.
Yeah.
You do that part. I did the painting part.
Yeah, this is O'Hagan, and I have Justin Duran with me here, my boss. So we lead the RPG side at WizKids. And to answer your question, one of the things that we do is we work with wizards to kind of get the theme, the story. We get an advanced read. Sometime before. I won't tell you how many months before, to kind of help set the kind of theme and story and arc. What it enables us to do is really kind of work with wizards back and forth in an iterative environment to start describing and setting up how we want to describe the actual set that we're building. And so what we do is we get the set sometime before, we work through, and are able to iterate with wizards back and forth.
Now we've seen the snowy owlbear, we've seen the Yeti. Are there any more from the set that you want to show us before? I know we have another reveal that has to do with dragons, I believe.
Ooh. Yeah, I can show you. Let's do one more that I think is pretty cool. And let's pull up this fellow. This guy. It is.
Oh, he's also terrifying.
Isn't it? There are some really fantastic monsters that are getting included in this line, for sure. It's going to add some great variety to your gameplay, absolutely. And I'm so excited for people to get to see the whole entire line when the time comes. But
what is he called?
This is the what is it? Skeleton frost giant, or the
frost giant?
Oh. I was worried that was to scale.
Yeah, it's to scale. There you go. Yeah, yeah. He's not small. He's
no, he's not. I was like, oh, hopefully that's just a little larger than. Oh no, it's a giant. Okay, cool.
No, he's definitely intimidating, for sure.
Yeah,
I'm glad you started us out with the cute one to lull us into complacency. Yeah.
Well, DM, you kind of have to do that anyways.
Right.
True.
Okay, so I could show you the next dragon if you want.
And this is the first look, right, of this one?
Mm-hmm. And this is one that's coming along with this line, and this is the...
Oh.
Wait.
Oh, my God.
Let me lean back so you can actually get more of it in screen. So again, we have it on the clear base so that it shows up beautifully with the terrain. Now the base, because let me tell you, these guys they're hefty. So we had to make the bases a little bit bigger than what they really should be, but there's going to be a marker on the bottom of the clear plastic so you can see what they really should be marked that way. But yeah, this fellow is quite hefty. Let me get the mini back out so you can see for scale.
Oh, no. Wow.
No. I like that. No, don't do that. Please, no. So
Those wings are
all of my
gorgeous.
players dying to this dragon.
And this one is going to be available end of August. So this is the white. Yeah. Yes. And
Oh,
then we have
that's
some great.
beautiful.
Look at that. Isn't it awesome? Absolutely a stunner for sure. Really an impact
Looking at that
piece.
art, I thought it was a painting.
Yeah,
honestly.
I can show you. I can even show you what it looks like in box, because even the box is beautiful.
Oh yeah,
If
let's
you want
see
to
it.
take a look here. So here it is in box.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's the front. And then you get the side panels.
That's
with
so
the gorgeous
cool.
artwork. Isn't it amazing?
Is there
you
more
could
on the
even
back
leave it
of
in
this
the
one
box.
too?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And that's the
Love
other
it.
side. And then here is the back.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's gonna
with the
eat
artwork.
me.
Yeah, it might. It just might. But yeah, that's.
What do you
that's
think
the
is your
lovely-
favorite of all of these, V?
It's a different dragon.
Oh no!
You ready for this one?
Yes.
There's more dragons.
This is my favorite, and it is massive.
Oh my god!
Wow, what is that?
Is that?
This is the Chardolin.
Wow.
This boy is hefty. Like, actually, it's quite heavy, but it is another one to coincide with the release.
What's the lore behind this guy?
Right? He is terrifying.
He's terrifying. Actually, that does sum it up quite well. It's a construct who basically inflicts terror, is really the best way to sum up this dragon. Yeah. So you have it with the mini in there.
Wow.
No.
Turning right back around and leaving is what I'm doing if I encounter that.
Nope.
That's a huge nope.
It's a huge nope. But I'm telling you, he's really quite sweet and cuddly. You can get him on the back of the wings.
Oh, so cuddly. I want to
Snuggle
give
right
him a
up.
hug. Yeah.
He's huggable. You can hug him. You can give him a good hug. But that's how big this guy is. Like, it's got some absolute build and heft. And again, plastic, clear plastic, so you'll be able to see your terrain. But yeah, this is my favorite one.
I can just imagine the DM reveal on that one, pulling it out from under the table. Clunk.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Boom. And I mean, if you want an audio representation.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. He's got some heft. So
Well,
again,
we talked to Patrick and I'm sorry, what was it? John? Is that right? Justin, sorry about that. Yeah, we talked to Patrick and Justin about how you decide which figures to make. But tell us a little bit about the design process. How do you design them? What's the back and forth like? How long does it take? All of that.
Yeah, sure. Typically, everything's a little bit different, but I'll just go over kind of a common one. Like, I'll talk about the snowy owlbear, right? The one that we all like so much. What happens is Wizard gives us some art, and it's oftentimes, sometimes, it's final or close to final. We take it, we give it to our sculptors. Our sculptors go through rounds of iterations. When we're ready, we kind of test size and whether or not it's actually cool enough to be on a table or cute enough to be on a table in this case. And I have to say, these are not all cuddly, right? They may look cuddly, but they're not cuddly. The key thing, exactly, what we're going to show you. And then we kind of send it to Wizards for review, and there's an iteration back and forth for approval. And then we send it off. Typically, it takes about 8 months for us to produce something like what you just saw with the snowy owlbear.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it is worth it.
Yes.
Well, and now you've shown something under a cloth on your table, and now we can't think about anything else. So tell us what's under that.
You can't point out the cloth and then not reveal the cloth.
Justin, you want to talk about this?
Yeah, we didn't want to one-up V, but we're going to one-up V.
Because this is he's so cool.
When Patrick started, about a year and a half ago?
About a year, yeah.
Patrick was my DM back when I lived in Seattle, and I said, Patrick, please give us some definitive dragons, the dragons. And as you see, what V has kind of shown you has been pretty awesome. But this guy just showed up at the house just the other day. This is fresh from our factory. So Patrick, hold that up. So this is the white dragon.
Oh my goodness.
It's the first in our line of the new Gargantuan series. It comes out in January, so that's why it's still not painted, but it'll come painted. It's a Gargantuan white. It'll be a named one. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but you can try to guess at who it is.
It's pretty heavy.
It's very heavy, and it's the first in our line of new Gargantuan series dragons that we'll start with the white dragon.
Yeah, we'll probably go through the whole cycle, the color cycle with this, so people can expect the whole series of these.
So you're seeing pre-production first, but yeah, you can see a little mini on top. I don't want it to fall, but you can kind of see that's a medium-sized creature.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. So you're saying that we'll see all of the colors of dragon come out in that Gargantuan series as well?
Eventually, over time, yes. Yeah.
Cool.
The first thing you see is V held up that adult dragon, the white one. We have the first two coming out in next month, the sapphire and the white. December has the next one. I can tell you it's a black. And then from then on, we're going to have all the chromatics, all the metallics, as well as shadow and everything else you can imagine, including Dragon Riches. Yes.
And the Gargantuan series?
Collect these.
Yeah.
The Gargantuan series, I can't tell you what's coming with Gargantuan, but next year there may be more than one. The white one for sure comes out in January. There will be additional ones that we will tell you about as time comes on.
Cool.
Yeah, slight tease there.
Yeah.
And for the people asking in the chat, the prices for your white and the sapphire, they're $69.99, and the Chardelin is $79.99. And again, check it out on our website. That is shop.wizkids.com if you want to get your pre-orders in for the Sapphire Dragon, especially.
And with all this new exciting reveals, are there any other releases coming up that you want to hype up? I mean, I'm like taking my credit card out right now and going to buy a Horde of Dragons, but I need to hear even more.
That's great. Justin's going to show you one more thing we have to show you, and I'll tell you one more. Mm-hmm. So we worked with Wizards of the Coast to actually create a line of two-dimensional minis that'll be called Idols of the Realm. This one comes out in December, right? This is the Abominable Yeti. It's just the same Yeti that we saw in three-dimensional form, now in two-dimensional form. So we're going to come out with an entire line of two-dimensional mini for D&D, and they're going to be called Idols of the Realm. The set for this release, which is the Icewind Dale set, comes out in December. Additionally, because Icewind Dale is so critical to the storyline, and I won't tell you anymore, but we're coming out with 4 houses that are papercraft, so that you can have a little town setting that allows you to actually play and engage, and it'll be the roofs open, they come off, so it'll be very engaging and, good thing, affordable.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
The reveals just kept coming during this segment. We thought we were done, and then boom, 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 more and more and more.
Right?
Thank you, guys. You brought us so much exciting stuff. Thank you so much for your time to be here with us and to tell us about these new products. We can't wait to get our hands on them. And now we are going to have to say goodbye to our friends from WizKids, but don't worry, because we will be coming up with a game with Deborah Ann Wall as the DM. That's also going to feature Sam Richardson, Janina Gavankar, Amy Acker, Matthew Lillard, Jay Ellis, and of course, like I said, the DM, Deborah Ann Wall. So don't forget, during that and in between on the break, you can visit dndlive2020.com and donate to Red Nose Day. Remember that Dungeons & Dragons is matching up to $125,000. Mika, this has been a whirlwind of new stuff. Are you excited?
I'm excited. I'm exhausted. I'm going broke all at the same time. This has been such an amazing day of D&D already. And like we said, that's the point of D&D Live Roll with Advantage. We're celebrating D&D and we're celebrating this awesome community and dragons. Did you see those dragons?
I sure did. I can't wait to see more. And you'll see more of us as well. We'll be back at the end of the day to talk and geek out even more. But right now, let's get right into that game. We'll see you soon.
Bye, guys.
26% of our population lives in poverty. Of the 10 largest cities in the United States, we have the highest poverty rate. These are tremendous, tremendous challenges that we face here. And we are committed to change that trajectory. With Without the support of Red Nose Day, we wouldn't be here. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homeless and runaway young people wouldn't have a place to turn.
So she came to us probably a month or two ago. We have a limited number of beds for moms with children, and initially she didn't get one of those beds.
Before I came here, I was homeless, basically. I didn't have nowhere to go. I was going from shelter to shelter. I started off in West Philly in a women's shelter. So when I came downtown and they seen what I was going through, because they seen me coming in there, in and out, they told me about the Covenant House.
So at Covenant House, Pennsylvania, we serve runaway, homeless, and trafficked youth. But every one of these young people has a couple things in common. One is that they are filled with potential.
We believe pretty strongly that the way to help youth overcome a traumatic past is to develop relationships with them that are supportive and that are safe.
I had got my stuff stolen when I went to my first shelter, and it was hard for me because I didn't have nowhere to go. I didn't know what to do. They just told me to leave. When I came here, it was like they gave me steps on what to do.
Like, we have to invest and support these young people. If we don't catch them now, if we don't serve them now, this is a generation of young people who are lost to the streets, and that's not okay. This year, with the support of Red Nose Day, Covenant House will serve 7,500 young people in 24 cities.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here at D&D Live. This game means so much to me. And when they asked if I would run a show, I was like, yes, I would love to do that. And I don't have a name for it. We're just calling it Deborah's Game because I just asked all of my friends to come and play with me. And they were so special and cool to come and join. So let's go meet everyone in the game. All right. So first up, we have Sam Richardson. He's an actor, a writer, a comedian, and you saw him as Richard Splett in the series Veep. Hi, Sam.
Hi, I'm Sam Richardson, and I am going to be playing Braithel the Bold, a totem barbarian who's lover of love, singer of song, breaker of stone, and has the heart of a wolf. Braithel the Bold.
Yay! Braithel the Bold. Fantastic. Up next, we have Janina Gavankar. You saw her in Star Wars Battlefront 2 and True Blood, where we got to know each other. And did you also know that she is a trained pianist? Janina.
So are you. I am playing Zapunith. She is a tiefling wizard. She is young and new to her powers, and she's on a journey to try to learn more about herself.
And we talked very young, we thought, right? She's just beginning to figure this out.
She's just figuring it out.
Oh.
She had her first little zap come out of her fingers when she was 10. No, she's only 14, so...
Cool. All right, so best known for starring as Winifred Burkle and Illyria on the supernatural drama series Angel, we have Amy Acker.
Hi! I am super excited to play my first game of Dungeons & Dragons with Deborah and all these awesome people. I am going to be playing a half-elf rogue charlatan, I believe. That's everything I know. I've got lots of fun things that Deborah gave me, and Aline.
Lovely. And then you all know this gentleman here on the bottom. You saw him in Scream, Serial Mom, and Scooby-Doo. Say hello to actor, director, and producer Matthew Lillard.
I'm super excited to be here. I'm Matthew Lillard. I'm playing Wrathfar, Iron Striker, Dwarven Cleric. He's gonna be here to preach the power of Moradin to all my new friends and be a pain in your butt, but will save us all from obvious death.
Aw.
All that love.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
I've got some big news. The bank finally came through, and I'm holding the keys to a brand new.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming Expo. We're rounding up brand new gameplay, next-gen first looks, and got the developers to unpack the secrets behind their latest projects exclusively here on IGN. We're about to check in with Remnant from the Ashes and Google Stadia before News, Games, and More gives us a rundown on all the biggest news of the day.
I am incredibly excited for this. It looks beautiful.
And it's all leading up to EA Play, when Electronic Arts pulls back the curtain on what's coming from Star Wars Squadrons, Apex Legends, exciting, Madden NFL 21, and hopefully lots more. So kick back and get comfortable because you won't want to miss a moment. IGN Summer of Gaming starts now.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. If you're just now joining us, the D&D Showcase has wrapped. They've gone on to do a D&D game, but we have some stuff to show you, so let's get to it. In just a little while, we've got EA Play Live stuff coming up, and in just a moment from now, we are going to dive into Remnant from the Ashes. And don't forget, you can catch us all summer long, wherever you stream IGN, or on channel IGN1 on your Samsung TV Plus.
Last year, Remnant from the Ashes combined the thrills of third-person action and post-apocalyptic survival and paired them with a tough but fair punishment loop that hooks a particularly masochistic set of hardcore gamers. And if it didn't offer enough of ass-kicking already, look out, because there's more on the way. Let's take a look at the DLC.
Today is Remnant from the Ashes, new DLC, Subject 2923. And joining me from Gunfire Games is David Adams. David, welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Likewise. So the thing I want to start with you here is the success of this game. I mean, you guys really kind of came out of nowhere on this. It went from being, I think, when it was announced to, oh, it's the Darksider team's other game, to now its own completely legitimate success. So how has that felt for you guys at the studio now to have 2 hit games going?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I mean, when we started the project, it was really small. It was like me and 2 other people working on it for like 8 months. So it's been really satisfying to see it go from that as sort of just this fledgling little project that we were trying stuff out with in the studio to where it is now has been pretty amazing.
Do you think so? Is it fair to call it a Souls-like game? Is that a moniker that you wear proudly, or that you maybe kind of want to redirect elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the one thing we liked about the Souls franchise that we wanted to put in there was that sense of like, hey, this isn't easy. You actually have to pay attention to what you're doing and actually be good at the game to defeat it. Obviously, beyond that, there's a lot of differences. It's drop in, co-op, drop out, co-op. It's gun based. It's random dungeons and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, absolutely. From a mastery point of view, I don't mind the comparison.
So tell me, what is Subject 2923? Like, what it's DLC certainly, but what does that refer to?
It's actually, so if people have played the game and read the lore, they will maybe be able to figure out what it's referring to, because it actually does reference something in the base game. But without getting into too much spoiler territory, there's always been this sort of like pseudoscience aspect to the game. I mean, you go to other fantasy worlds and get magic items and stuff, but if you explore it around the base game, there's a lot of stuff on Earth, and you get into the science of how they're traveling between these worlds and all the different things that are involved in that. And there is a reference in the lore somewhere to Subject 2923, so for intrepid lore scourers, they can kind of sort of piece together what it's about.
I like that. So it's almost sort of a kind of a game within a game here of exploring the actual mystery there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, once you play the DLC, you
what's on the menu for Subject 2923 for players that dive into this?
The DLC is way bigger than the first one. The first one, we fleshed out one of the biomes. We added a new game mode, the survival mode, which is really cool. For this DLC, it's a whole new story. So it continues the story kind of where we left off in the base game, and it goes through all new areas. Like you go to sort of a rural area on Earth, like farms and stuff like that. What you're seeing here is actually a whole new world. It's sort of like this ice world ruled by rats. I would say the name of it, but I actually can't think of the name right. We have all our unofficial terminology, so I don't want to say the wrong thing, but the rats are called the Eureki or something like that. But it's a whole new biome. It's, quests, bosses, mini-bosses, a bunch of different dungeon types, and, it's equivalent to one of the biomes in the base game. And there's other areas in addition to this in the game as well.
And did I see, were those kind of look like wyverns, those flying creatures that you were attacking?
Yeah, they're like these giant flying bat type creatures. So this world's like all rodents, I guess you could say, or pest rodents. But they're humanoid, so they talk and they're intelligent, and they build their own societies, and it's pretty cool. There's a lot of cool lore on here to discover, and that's one of the great things about Remnant is that when you go through the Red Crystal, we can make up whatever we want. Like all the worlds are completely different, and isolated, and there's really nothing that connects them other than they're part of the same metaverse. So we have a lot of freedom when we're creating new worlds to just explore and do cool stuff.
Now, one of the real selling points I think of Remnant, and I know from the bits I've played, is so you're randomly rolling the area every single time, right?
Correct. Yeah, the dungeons are randomly generated. I mean, the maps themselves, but the quests you get are randomly generated. The mini bosses you get, the bosses you get. So like you, as with the base game, you could play through this DLC multiple times, and you're probably not going to get every quest. So it gives you an opportunity to not only have a different experience from another player who played the same content and saw a completely different quest, but it gives you the opportunity to replay it and experience new content.
So the footage we're seeing here obviously is single player, but a big highlight of Remnant, a big selling point, a big draw to it is 3-player co-op. Now, how does the sort of challenge differ there? It's a challenging game unto its own, but does it scale based on the number of players, or do you sort of pre-select a difficulty per player? How does it work for Remnant?
No, we actually do a lot of different scaling stuff. We scale the stats of the creatures, but we try to do it in a way where it doesn't change the feel. Like, we don't want an enemy to suddenly take 20 shots to kill, because that kind of ruins the feel of the game. But we also scale the types of creatures that you spawn. We scale the quantity of creatures that spawn. Overall, I think the scaling works pretty well. Like, you can, if anything, it actually gets slightly more challenging, I think, in multiplayer than it does in single player, in a way that doesn't ruin the pacing of the game.
Right. So if somebody watching this is getting interested, but they haven't played any Remnant yet, now they're like, all right, I'm going to fire this thing up. So how does Subject 2923 integrate into the main game? Is it just seamless, like it was always there from the beginning if you didn't know any better? Is it more of an expansion pack type of thing that you play after you complete the core game? What's sort of the structure for it?
I would say it's probably more of an expansion pack, but the way all our stuff is designed is you can do it in any order. So even if you've never played the game, you could jump right into Subject 2923 and play that campaign, and then you could play the main campaign next. I mean, the story wouldn't make sense because it's backwards, but and then in addition to that, we have Adventure mode, which is you can go into any biome. You know, like the base game, we have the jungle, the swamp, we have the desert, ROM, and then we have Earth, and you can go in and just play a single biome and get quests. Well, this adds new biomes into that. Like that snow area is a new biome that you can now. And again, you can do that moment one. If you don't even care about the story, you can just jump in and do Adventure mode. Or with our new survival mode, all the new bosses and mini bosses will be rolled into that. So you could play survival mode, and now you get a whole new suite of bosses potentially with that.
Well, you kind of hinted at some cool story stuff with the very idea of Subject 2923. What is kind of for folks that are drawn to a good narrative and definitely want that story element with their game? What is sort of the elevator pitch version of Remnant's story?
I think the high level is that it takes place in 1968. That's when the world ended, but it's because we interpreted some alien writing and made some weird red gate thing, which caused our Earth to be invaded by these creatures called the Root, which sucked for humanity because 80 years of being basically killed by these Root creatures, which you're seeing right now. But it's cool for gamers because now you can go through those red crystals and go to all these crazy worlds, and that's a result of those gateways that the humans created. So it really is. We just wanted to make a game where you could just do whatever, and we could do whatever, and had a lot of possibilities for the player.
So is the thinking then to just kind of keep Remnant alive as a living type of game that you'll just keep pouring new content into, or at some point is there sort of an end to the roadmap and you might move on to a full and proper sequel?
I think that this is the last big DLC we're going to do for the first game. So from that, we'll see what happens.
Now, I can't help but notice the giant hammer on the back of the character that we were seeing there fight through for a minute. So there's would you say that, can you really specialize in melee or ranged, or is no matter
got through stage one. So once you learn the pattern of stage one, it's like, oh crap, now we got to learn the pattern for stage two. And ultimately, we want people to feel like they mastered the boss at the end of the day and accomplished something when they defeated it. So we definitely want it to be a challenge.
So roughly how many hours of new content are we looking at here for Subject 2923?
I think
It's understandable
Yeah.
if you don't have the exact date on you. We
Or
can
in the box.
we can Google from there. But David Adams, thank you so much. Remnant from the Ashes, big hit game, getting a big new, excellent, hopefully excellent piece of DLC. If anything, to go by there based on what we just saw, it looks real good.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
Every time I turn around, cats got their heads out, wanting something from it. I ain't got it, so you can't get it.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming, where we bring you the biggest reveals in gaming and get you first looks at brand spanking new gameplay. Later on, we're bringing you EA Play Live right here on IGN. But first, here's a look at a game about the entire history of the human race. Here's a look at Humankind.
I'm Damon Hatfield, and today I'm joined by Jean-Maxime and Romain from Amplitude Studios to talk about Humankind, the video game, not the broader concept, but Humankind, the video game. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me today.
Hi. Hello.
So, Humankind, upcoming 4X strategy game. Tell us about the main differences between Humankind and something like Civilization.
Well, in Humankind, obviously, we have some similar points where it's all about, writing history. But what we want to do for us is like when you look at history, it's all about, looking at all the successions of cultures that we had in all our past, basically. So it's to be able to replay, to be closer to history by actually being able to live these changes and successions of civilizations. So it's one of the key elements that we have in Humankind, and we want you to be able to create your dream civilization out of a combination of these many different cultures. So we have 6 different eras, and for each era you have like 10 cultures, and in the end you can create one out of a million civilization. It's great also because you can adapt, your gameplay to that, or if you want to rewrite, the culture history maybe for one civilization, one culture, you can try to do that as well.
The second thing, I guess you could say, is really unique about Humankind is the fame system, what we call fame. And fame basically is the unique victory condition that we have in Humankind, which is a departure from more traditional 4X games, which typically have several victory conditions. And basically, fame is all about how big a mark you're leaving on history. Okay, you want to be famous or infamous for what you've done. So what that means in game basically is that you're gonna get challenges. So we have the world deeds, which are like challenges that everyone in the game can take on. For instance, charting an entire territory, or being the first to invent writing, and also what we call era stars, which is a system that basically rewards you with fame for, again, challenges that are spread across 7 different categories, which correspond to the 7 affinities we have in the game. So you have expansionist, militarist, merchant, cultural, agrarian types of challenges. And every time you earn one of those stars, you're going to be getting fame points, which are leaving your mark on history.
You mentioned you want to become famous or infamous. Does that mean you have the ability to sort of, are there different ruling styles, and can you be a brutal dictator as opposed to a more benevolent leader?
I think, when you play these kind of games, you want to be free to play the way you want and to be rewarded for your way of playing the game. So if you want to be infamous, and probably through war, yes, you'll be rewarded for it. You do remember, a lot of, of things that happen in history, like, the Huns, across Europe, destroying everything, and we still talk about them today. We still talk about them till now. So it's very interesting to see that actually you can mark history in famous ways, but you can also remember, some of these amazing cultures and civilizations, what they built, what they created, the political systems. We still use the clock systems of the Babylonians. So it's interesting how you can mark history in your own way, and we want you to be able to do that.
So you mentioned war. Can you talk about your combat system? It sounds like you're handling combat in a unique way.
Yes, for us, we want to make sure that you can use the terrain to the best of your abilities. One element in the game is terrain is with several elevations, and they will be used maybe for your economy, but for the battles as well. So always try to have the high ground, first of all. So we want the battles to be very based on armies and not units. So we have your armies, which have many units in it. Then when you deploy, you will deploy exactly on the same map, as where you play the rest of the game, and face other armies. And people actually can even watch, other players could watch you having a battle, close to their own borders, and witness them maybe decide to even attack the survivor. So it's in that way, and then you can control every single unit in the battle. So you are actually in a very tactical game within strategic game.
Well, now you guys are no strangers to the 4X genre. Of course, you made Endless Space and Endless Legend. Endless Space is more sci-fi, as I understand it. So can you talk a little bit about your sort of evolution as a studio, how you approach the 4X genre, and sort of what you've learned from making Endless Space and Endless Legend that sort of brought you to working on Humankind today?
Yeah, well, it's all started with Endless Space 1, but at the time we had a dream at the studio. It was to create 4X games and strategy games, and we didn't know how to start. So, we wanted to see one in space, and we didn't see one in space for a long time that we enjoyed. So it was Endless Space. But with Endless Space 1, and it will be the same for the 2, the idea was to have a focus on the economy, the explorations, the politics after on Space 2, but not battles. We wanted the battles to be a show, a spectacle, something you would just watch and enjoy, a bit of watching, like a Star Wars movie, and to see the end scene, of the Star Wars movie all the time. So that was the idea behind it. A few decisions, huge show. Now with Endless Legend, which was between these two games, we wanted to first, bring, the game on the planet. Wanted to enjoy and discover what would give a 4X in the fantasy environment, to be able to take, a culture and move it throughout time in the fantasy settings. And it was the first time where we decided to spend more time on the battles, and yet wanted to make sure the battles would not last more than 2 minutes. That was the key for us. So that was hard limit, and for that, the battles were not full tactical. You would give a few orders and that's it. But then we had a kind of an automation that would try to guess or interpret what you wanted to do within these battles. Now with Humankind, we wanted to make sure these battles would take longer, and you would really be in charge of these battles, because we don't think you will spend most of your time playing battles. It's in a game like Humankind, it's about creating new cultures and civilizations. It's not to fight 8% of the time, 20%. So
sure.
For this 20%, you need to be in control.
Very cool. So what's the release plan for Humankind? Is it still planned to be released this year?
So basically, we've been impacted like everyone, and thanks to our wonderful IT team and the support of SEGA, we've been able to switch to work from home pretty swiftly. And it took us some time to get around to securing all the data and adjusting to new tools and new ways of working. The productivity is taking a hit, but we're at a stage now where we're confident we can really continue and really deliver on our promise. But the news is that SEGA is okay with us polishing the game a bit longer, and the game is coming out now in 2021. So that's next year.
I see. Well, Humankind is looking very cool. We're looking forward to checking out more of it, seeing more. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
We're happy to present IGN's Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN's Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. We've got the EA Play live reveals coming up later, and right after this, we've got news, games, and more. But first, live streamed video of brand new games is all very well and good, but actually playing streaming games over the internet sounds like a lot more interesting of an experience, and there'd be less interruptions by smarmy presenter types with punchable faces and bad jokes. Anyway, let's join Ryan McCaffrey for a look at Stadia, Google's streaming platform.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Ryan McCaffrey, and it's time to check in on Google Stadia. They've had their launch last fall. They've been making a renewed push to get some eyeballs and hands on their service. So I'm joined by three folks tied to Google Stadia today. First, I've got Jack Buser, the Director of Games at Stadia. Hello, Jack.
Hello, hello.
And then Mark Alexis Cote, the Executive Producer on Gods and Monsters at Ubisoft, who's also done some Stadia work. Welcome back.
Thank you. Hi.
And from Robot Entertainment, their team is working on an exclusive game for Google Stadia. The design lead there, Jerome Jones, welcome.
Hi.
Guys, thanks so much for joining me. Let's get the elephant in the room out of the way. Jack, you win. Okay, buddy. Your background, your room there that you're in it's better than all of ours. Okay, let's just take your bow. It's fine. But no, that is one heck of a setup you got. Real quick, because we've got some time. What are the oldest consoles? Like, what are the classics you've got back there? You've got some rarities.
Yeah, my collection actually goes all the way back to a Fairchild Channel F, if you remember that one. That was even before my time. I think it was just a couple years old when that came out. But, across the top, you got the Intellivision, you got ColecoVision, Atari 2600. But then you got some more recent stuff, like I got a couple Neo Geos, and there's even an Atari Jaguar down here. Wait, which way?
Yeah, with the CD-ROM attachment. So it's super impressive. Your gaming credentials are secured. And actually, so Jack, I did want to start with you. Let's just check off address the elephant in the room. I think we can all agree the launch last fall, probably not what you guys were hoping for from a public reception perspective. I'm curious, what have you and your team learned from launch, and how have you adjusted your strategy moving forward?
Oh, we've learned so much. I was working on Stadia, or even projects before we even called it Stadia, for years before we launched late last year. And, in those early days, it was all about just getting games up and running, trying to get them to compile, trying to get them to stream from the cloud. We ran a big test, actually, with Mac here, called Project Stream in 2018, where we streamed Assassin's Creed Odyssey to people all over the US. And we had a pretty good sense that the technology was working really, really well. So our goal for launch was really to bring in sort of the first wave of gamers and give them the best possible experience we could. We made sure that everybody that came in had our controller, had a Chromecast Ultra, so they could play in 4K up on the big screen TV. And it was really about just proving that the technology worked. We launched in 14 countries on that day. And I remember thinking, wow, I've never worked on a digital platform that launched in that many countries all at once. And it just worked. And it's really a testament to Google's engineering that they could just flip a switch and up we were, running in people's living rooms all over the world, really, all over Europe and North America. So we really just wanted to get it out there, get it in the hands of the first wave of gamers, and just get that feedback. And from that feedback, to your point, we've really made some adjustments. I'd say most significantly, we've actually rolled out our Stadia Pro free trial. So really what that means is anybody that wants to just check out Stadia can come in and at no cost, just register for the trial. And you got a whole month to play about, I think right now I counted in the app, we've got about 18 games in there that you can play, across all different genres, made from developers all over the world, and really see if Stadia is for you, see if your internet connection's up to snuff, see if it's, playable and you like what you see. And if you do, stick around. So I'd say that's probably the most significant adjustment we've made is now you don't need to buy anything. You just come in, as long as you got a Chrome browser and laptop or a computer, in you come. It doesn't matter if it's a Chromebook or a Mac or a PC. Pretty much anything will work.
So I don't even need the Stadia controller for that?
No, you can take any controller you have laying around. If you got an Xbox controller, a DualShock, nice. Just plug it into your laptop, off you go. If you don't even have that, mouse and keyboard works as well. But I do recommend plugging in a controller. A lot of the games were designed for controllers. So, if you have one laying around, you probably do. Just plug it into your laptop and off you go. Stadia will automatically recognize what you have plugged in. And you don't need, there's no download, there's no install, there's no nothing. It's like suddenly you're running games in 4K in your browser. It's kind of crazy.
Well, speaking of games designed for controller, Jerome, you are making a game that is exclusively for Stadia in the form of Orcs Must Die 3. So how does that influence your thinking? That sort of, you've got a very specific platform you're targeting at launch here. So on both big and small levels, I'm kind of just curious, how does the Stadia factor influence your design thoughts, both big and small?
Well, back originally when we started seeing Stadia, it was really quite a long time ago, and Orcs Must Die wasn't really even part of the thought then. But when they talked to us about maybe bringing Orcs Must Die 3 to Stadia, the concept sort of the scale and the potential of things brought about our initial idea of war scenarios, which is a big feature in Orcs Must Die 3. And war scenarios to the fans are going to be much bigger than fans are used to in the previous Orcs games. Much bigger space, a battlefield. You're still doing the same thing. You're defending the rift, but it's on a much, much bigger scale. And I'm sure people will start to see the footage of that stuff soon. But to put it in perspective, in an old Orcs scenario, or a regular Orc scenario, if you will, you might see 100 orcs in a single wave, but now that number is dramatically bigger. You'll see as many orcs in a single war scenario wave as you would see in an entire scenario of the previous game. So that got purely influenced by the whole idea of, being on Stadia. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty impressive. I think the first time people see the war scenarios, they'll be pretty excited.
I mean, Jerome, is it in a sense like designing for a console where you're kind of, you have all this power with the Stadia cloud, and you're just going to be pushing that to everyone no matter what their end user device is? Is it sort of easier in a sense that way?
Well, the coolest thing about it is that once we get the war, I'll keep using the war scenario as an example because that's really sort of where we push some of the limits a little bit. But the coolest thing about it is, in the end, once we get the war scenarios good, like running how we want them to run and feeling how we want them to feel, it's always going to be the same experience to anybody who plays on Stadia. So it doesn't matter if you have a crappy computer, it doesn't matter where you're at and where you play. If you're playing on Stadia, everybody's going to get the same experience, which is, right. That's different than in the past, right? In the past, people were used to like turning down their graphics or doing X, Y, and Z to get the game to run better, depending on the stuff they owned. And it's comforting knowing that what we experience at the office on the war scenarios is what everybody will get to experience when the game ships.
Max, so you helped bring, as we mentioned earlier, Assassin's Creed Odyssey to Stadia. So I'm curious, what did you learn from that experience, and how are you now taking that knowledge and using it to inform your future projects with cloud-based gaming in mind?
Well, I would say that we were privileged to be pretty much one of the first partners for Google, partnering on Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I remember meeting with Jack in California to discuss this right in the middle of summer, and it was the minute I had played a game on Stadia, I knew what this technology could do, and I really wanted Assassin's Creed Odyssey to be the first game out of the gate to support it. I would say like the first things that we learned were certainly about porting the engine to the Assassin's Creed engine to a brand new environment that's more Linux based, using the Vulkan API, which is not something that we traditionally support within Ubisoft. And doing that work allowed us to was very beneficial for Ubisoft in a way, because we then shared that knowledge with the entire company, allowing us to bring pretty much the entire portfolio and all the upcoming games to Stadia, which I would say that partnering very early with Google on this allowed us to gain an edge on this platform in a way with the rest of our portfolio. So a lot of learning to work with a new partner, being able to shape as well, I would say, the pipeline, the development tools, so that they work to our liking, was something that was very interesting as well.
Well, I guess, it does make sense. Ubisoft historically is always embraces new platforms of all kinds really early on. So it's cool to see. So for all three of you, what as the three of you see it is the biggest obstacle to overcome with just really like a psychological hurdle, just trying to get gamers to embrace and accept cloud-based gaming? The resistance for some people, they're sort of attached to the idea that, oh, I don't physically own it. It could be shut off and be taken away from me at any time. So I'll start with Jack on that. What do you think that biggest obstacle is to get through to customers sort of on the psychological side?
Sure. I mean, strangely enough, I think one of the biggest obstacles is just getting people to try it, because once they try cloud gaming, especially with Stadia, they generally fall in love with it. I mean, I've shown this technology to people all over the world, even before it launched. After it launched, we see people come flooding in, especially after we've launched the Stadia Pro free trial, and people play it. And by and large, folks are just saying, wow, this really works. Like, this feels like I'm playing on a local PC or game console, but there's nothing here. It's just my old laptop with a browser. So just getting people to try, they generally figure out like that the technology really, really works. In terms of like local media versus, downloadable media versus streaming, it's one of those things where, just like in movies and music, we've seen, generations of technology, technology improve to the point where now, you're streaming movies, you're streaming music. And yeah, there's still people out there that like to listen to music on vinyl record, and that's totally fine. In fact, I do it myself. But we really wanted to adopt like the state-of-the-art technology to really push the industry forward and push forward what a game could be. And it really is streaming technology that enables us to achieve this. I always give the example of, I'm a dad, my daughter, she's a teenager now, and I have all these photos that I used to keep on my hard drive on my computer of her growing up. And I was always so nervous. If anything ever happened to those photos, what would I do? And it wasn't until the cloud services like Google Photos came along and I could upload all of these photos to the cloud, and it just felt so much more secure that they were in a place where, like, if my basement flooded, hopefully not, or anything like that, they were in a place that were safe. And so, having these games in these giant data centers, the same data centers that host these photos, they're in just such a secure location. It just makes me feel good about, being able to preserve this stuff for the future.
Jerome, have you run into any resistance of trying to get people to try Orcs Must Die? It's like it's just the fact that it's not on a physical machine somewhere.
Sure. I mean, if you read the internet, there's always going to be people. I mean, change is hard, right? A lot of people just aren't up for it. But I think you just got to think: do you like Netflix? Do you like Spotify? I mean, it works, right? You just got to try it. To me, it's like mobile LAN party. Like you could just take your games wherever you go. If you're a console player, you can take your controller with you, and your games are with you. You can play anywhere. People just have to try it. I think once people start trying it, it'll make more sense, and I think you'll see. I think you'll see cloud gaming become a much bigger thing. I get it when people are like, I need to hold the game in my hand, and getting rid of your game boxes. We started getting rid of game boxes and going to downloadable games quite a while ago, and it was hard for some people to I know people who still have every game box they ever owned, but
I think Jack's one of those people.
I am one of those people, yes.
and it makes a lot of sense, right, Jack? I mean, it means something to people, but I think the whole quarantine thing has really shined a light on the concept of Stadia and cloud gaming. It's really made a lot of things easy, and while we're deving up the end of Orcs Must Die 3, we've really learned how powerful it can be and how helpful it can be to even the dev process. So I think more people start trying it, you'll see people come around pretty quickly.
Well, I've just got a minute left with you guys. I wanted to go around the table. I'll start with Mac first on this. I'm curious, what is the strangest place that you have played, I mean, your game or anything on Stadia, from a penthouse in Dubai or a private jet over the Atlantic? That's the promise of this technology. So do you have sort of a strange place that you've tried it out, Mac?
Well, I wish there was a place as sexy as what you were describing. Unfortunately, that's not the case. But I do remember playing an infamous demo from a game formerly known as Gods and Monsters in the middle of a street in LA on an Android phone that I tricked into connecting to an iPhone. And I could play, despite I would say the cellular connection being very poor in LA, I could stream Gods and Monsters right in the middle of the street, walking next to people who had absolutely no idea that I was walking around the street with a very top secret game. And I was super excited because Jack and the team at Google had lent me a prototype of their SDK for mobile. And I was just so excited to try it that I had to try it in the middle of the street. Nice.
Jerome, real quick.
Well, it's clear that Jack is the only one in a penthouse in Dubai. If you look at the back of his room and everything, it looks. But for us, or maybe a basement in Dubai. For us, it's been mostly the fact that we're having to dev from home to finish up the game, so it's just fairly simple to move from room to room, even out on my back porch where there's a television, and test the game, dev the game. It's just. Shined a light on the convenience of Stadia's potential.
All right, the producers are in my ear. We are out of time, gentlemen. IGN Summer of Gaming must move on. But this Stadia panel was fun. I really appreciate it. It was great to check in and kind of see where the tech is, see how you developers are thinking about it. So Jerome from Robot, Mac from Ubisoft, and Jack from Google Stadia itself. Guys, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right, we'll be back with more Summer of Gaming coming up next.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
We're happy to present IGN's Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN's Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus.
Everybody, welcome to News, Games, and More. My name is Zach Ryan. You just got the latest on Baldur's Gate 3, Humankind, Remnant, From the Ashes, and Google Stadia, but there's plenty more to come, not the least of which is the EA Play event coming up right after this, where they're going to tell us what's up with Madden, Star Wars, and hopefully a whole lot more. Until then, we're going to keep you company right here with even more gaming news, and of course, we're going to try to move that needle for two of the greatest charities, the Bail Project and the World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund. You can give to either by following the links in the video description or heading over to donate.ign.com. By donating, you'll have a chance to win some awesome prizes like an IGN gift card, game codes, and swag from companies like id and Bethesda. And if you give over $50, you'll have a shot to win one of our one-of-a-kind Summer of Gaming Xbox One X's. But right now, I'm talking about video games with my friends. Please welcome Michael Swaim, Akeem Lewanson, and all the way from the great state of Maine, Seth Macy. What's up, guys? How are you?
Fantastic.
Lovely.
I assumed
Everybody's
Seth
doing
was in
all right?
Brooklyn. No, I just
Oh, why
for
was
some
that?
reason, the vibe, his vibe. I'm new
Yeah.
here.
You think Seth?
And I knew he
Oakland
was
vibe.
East Coast time zone, and I thought Brooklyn for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
You okay?
No.
What Seth gives off a real Brooklyn vibe. This is the first that I've ever heard of a Brooklyn vibe coming
Not
from
a
Seth, but
Stephen King
I don't-
vibe. I'll just say that.
Okay.
Which is what I associate.
But I got a Skellington
Okay,
shirt on.
he's
It's
like
spooky.
It's true.
A real crab man sort of vibe. You know what I mean? Guys, let's get right into the news today because there's quite a bit happening today, even before this EA conference. Obviously, the biggest news coming out of anywhere today is that Cyberpunk has once again been delayed. Cyberpunk 2077 coming to us from CD Projekt Red, all the way from Poland. It's getting moved by a couple of months, moving from November 17th to November 19th. Here's what their statement was on Twitter this morning. CD Projekt Red co-founder Marcin Iwinski, the head of the studio, Adam Brodowski, explained that the game will be ready when it's done, and it's not just a phrase that they say because it sounds right. It's something that they live by, and even when they know, they'll take heat for it. So I guess my question to y'all is, did you expect that this would be delayed again, and what was your reaction upon reading this news? Akeem, let's start with you.
Well, you know what? I first laid my eyes on this game back in 2013. I was like, you know what? A couple of months isn't going to hurt. You know what I mean? Like it's I feel like what they're doing, and also in that statement that they posted on Twitter, there was one line that caught my eye, and it was our intentions is to make Cyberpunk 2077 something that will stay with you for years to come. So I think they're trying to build something akin to like GTA 5. You know, they want us to be able to play this open world RPG for years to come. So not just on our current gen, but also on next gen with multiplayer. So I'm okay with them taking their time because I want to be able to play Cyberpunk 2077 for many consoles to come, possibly like GTA 5.
Seth, what did you think of this delay? Does it bum you out, or are you super excited to play it in September and now your whole third quarter is all messed up, or are you kind of like Akeem here and you're fine with a delay?
No, I'm completely fine with the delay. This makes it a little closer to the holiday break season, which means that I won't miss out playing along with everyone else. But the conspiracy theory side of me, when they said November 19th, I said, aha, that's when the Xbox Series 1 is going to come out. And they're just going to say, oh, right, day and date.
Don't get ahead of me in the notes, man.
That's my conspiracy theory. Come on now.
You're jumping ahead. So I did want to talk a little bit about this other piece of this statement that they put out. Co-founder goes on to say, Cyberpunk 2077 is finished both content and gameplay-wise. The quests, cutscenes, skills, and items, all the adventures Night City has to offer, it's all there. But we need to properly go through everything, balance the game mechanics, and fix a lot of bugs. And then they go on to like apologize and say that they're very sorry and they know that this is like going to like really bum people out. Swaim, what do you think about this? Do you think that would you prefer a delay and have additional bug fixes and things like that, or are you looking for like a day one patch? And I'm sorry for this ambulance rolling by. I'm gonna mute myself.
No worries. Yeah, absolutely. I think I'll be the one to speak up for the dark side. There definitely was like an emotional gut punch just because, especially right now, I get a lot of solace from video games. I know a lot of people are out there. I see the numbers, and Cyberpunk is the one. But I completely agree that the takeaway, Akeem just nailed it. It's that I think and hope and expect Cyberpunk to be one of these landmark games like a Skyrim that people live in or a Red Dead 2. And of all of those that have come out, I'm a big Western fan, but my heart is with sci-fi. So the idea that studio has accomplished the CDPR is making an open world that they anticipate we will play with so long that it spans future consoles. I am so down. I'm always looking for the game that will suck up so much of my time that I can't play other games, and we might have one of those here. I'm really excited. At the time, I think I posted to our news editor, Joe Screbbles, who outranks me so many levels, boo! Just boo! And then I had to specify, like, boo to them, not you. And then I had to specify, not boo to them either. It's the right decision. You know what? Everything's fine.
Yeah, I think I'm in line with you there. You know, we were supposed to be playing this game in April after Akeem pointed out, years of development, a very, very long dev cycle on this game. So the push from April to September maybe was a little bit maybe hurt me a little bit more, but I think that this 2 months, especially to polish, is totally fine. And Seth also made a great point here, even though he got ahead in the run of show. That this puts it's okay, it's all right, I won't hold it against you, buddy. This puts Cyberpunk pretty squarely in line with where we anticipate Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5 to launch. So we know how Seth feels because he can't follow the rules. But Akeem, I wanted to ask you: do you think that we're looking at a day and date launch title for Xbox or PlayStation on Cyberpunk here?
I say absolutely. I mean, I don't see why not. Why would you not do that? Pushing the game back the way that they are. I mean, like right now, I'll tell you right now, I'm probably not gonna get a PS5 day one just because I'm anticipating all the stores that I go to will be out. So I'm definitely gonna get Cyberpunk 2077 on my current gen systems. But the luck for the fortunate people that do score an Xbox Series X and a PS5, I mean, I wouldn't see why they wouldn't also launch this on that as well. So on either of those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now we know that there is an upgraded version for Series X that was rumored to be coming sometime after launch, but no set window. So, it could very well be that this is going to happen in this short a time span and that Cyberpunk could have been there at launch day one. But, this kind of solidifies that to me, and maybe it's just conjecture, but I think that this definitely puts it right in that time frame. The end of this statement, they did mention that the Night City Wire that's happening on June 25th, their live stream that will detail some more elements of the game and show us another look at Cyberpunk 2077, is still on track and will still happen at the end of June. Don't forget, you can watch that right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. And speaking of watching things on IGN Summer of Gaming, we got to take a quick break, but after that, we'll be back to talk about even more news. So stick around. Don't go anywhere.
You're the best of all of us, Zach.
News, games, and more is presented by New Worlds.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Last week, Bugsnax was revealed on the PlayStation 5 event. Got a very, very funny little trailer and, of course, an incredibly catchy theme song that I don't know about you, panel, but it's been stuck in my head for the better part of a week, and I am just about sick of it at this point. But I think the biggest question coming out of that trailer was, what do we think this game even is? And thankfully, we got a little bit of clarification today in an interview from US Gamer where Young Horse President, that's Young Horse's president. I don't want anybody to think that there is a young horse that is the president of this company, although I would watch that TV show. Young Horse's president. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Seth. Philip Tibitowski said that Bugsnax is a first-person adventure game where you play as a journalist who is sent a mysterious film from an adventurer named Elizabeth Megafig. She wants you to come and document the Bugsnax creatures with her group of Misfits followers. You can go to the island and find that she's nowhere to be found, and instead run into some of her followers. So, for those of you that are playing along at home, if you had first-person adventure written down on your Bugsnax checklist, it sounds like you got it correct. Seth, did you? Is this pretty much in line with what we were thinking, or did you have other hypotheses for what a bug might snack?
I had no hypotheses. I certainly did not think it was a first-person adventure. I didn't know what to expect other than whimsy.
Okay. So Young Horses goes on to say that players will be asked to figure out what makes these mysterious Bugsnax tick by studying their behavior and seeing what happens when they're eaten. So looking at this game, we see the creators are tweeting about games like Ape Escape, Pokemon Snap, Viva Pinata, Dark Cloud. It's like an all-time greatest hits that they've taken some inspiration from here. So I wanted to ask the panel, Mike, let's start with you. I've never called you Mike before. I don't know why I'm starting right now, but let's go to you first. What do we hope to see from Bugsnax? What are you hoping for beyond this first-person adventure kind of description?
Sure. First of all, it's good that you call me Mike, because later on in crowds, I'd like to have several people turn when you try to talk to me. That's all.
Okay, great. Perfect.
Yeah. Being generic's always the best. I honestly, the first thing I thought was Pokemon Snap, which made me so excited when I saw the Bug Snacks reveal, until they announced days later that there will be a full new Pokemon Snap, which was either today or yesterday. They're blurring together for me now because Summer of Gaming is a nonstop party. But
that's right.
Now that I know that it's taking that, and it's not only that, I was worried it would be essentially a mid-tier game that's like, if you like Pokemon Snap, here's the knockoff sequel that we won't say is a sequel, but we're giving everyone a Pokemon Snap. It seems like it's a lot more than that. Like, the Pokemon Snap system is one system, and there will also be puzzles, and there will also be like I see it as sort of an Adult Swim style of humor, because at the end we got that dark tinge. Like, it's clearly not fully Pokemon Snap-esque in that, I don't know, I have a bad feeling, you guys. Like, something weird happens. For sure.
No, I'm right. We're on the same page. We're definitely on the same page. I feel like, because I'm getting kind of like Island of Dr. Moreau vibes from this game, you know, like, because like towards the end, like there's this creature that's comprised of a bunch of different bug snacks that just attacks the camera. So it's like, I don't know. I'm assuming there's going to be like some jump scares, because it's a first-person action adventure game. So I'm thinking there's going to be some jump scares, like similar to like what we've seen in what's that game with the bear, Freddy Fazbear, Five Nights at Freddy's or something.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
That's what I'm thinking. What's that?
I would definitely play a game called Freddy Fazbear. I think that sounds like a really good time.
Freddy Fazbear. Now, little known fact, guys.
Go ahead.
Little known fact about this game. So Elizabeth, the woman on the island, she's actually the daughter of Bert from Bert and Ernie fame.
I feel like you're making that up. I feel like
indeed I am.
Entirely.
Indeed I am.
Great.
Yes.
And his wife Elizabeth, presumably.
Seth, I did want to ask you. The theme song to Bug Snacks describes them as kind of bugs and kind of snacks. If you were to design a Bug Snacks, what bug and what food would you choose to design for this game?
Oh, for this game. Oh, I thought you meant just like what kind of bug would I eat?
Like,
okay.
No, nobody wants to eat a bug, but like what kind of bug and food?
80% of the world's population would disagree with you, but yes, I would think that some sort of banana bug would just be delightful. I don't, maybe
just
a
like a
locust.
Banana with legs.
It's a banana that's like a grasshopper, and the peels turn into wings and it flies away.
Okay.
I like that a lot.
Splits, in other words.
So
the banana splits. Yes, it does.
I like that. I'm thinking of a cockroach, but then his wings are like tacos. And he could be a taco roach.
That sounds super
thinking
good
about that.
Oh man,
I've just been thinking about that a lot since the Bug Snack song came along. So
yeah, I was thinking jelly worms.
I think that's a good idea.
Ooh,
okay,
that's a good one.
Burrito
say more about
actual
that.
jelly. Well, like made out of like jelly that you would, like actual jelly that you would spread on
jelly.
Toast.
You just keep saying actual jelly, and that's
grape
not very
jelly.
Clear to
grape jelly. A grape jelly worm.
Got
that
it.
Real jelly, Zach. It's actual.
That's fair. Well, speaking of things
pile of maggots. Oh god.
Oh god. That's gross. Speaking of things that eat bugs, we've got a cool little exclusive trailer for you guys that are interested. So here are birds kicking ass. Let's take a look. We're going to take a look.
Hey. Should we? Okay,
we did it.
What the hell? Hey,
when we were
Dan.
young in this place, the Falconeers were messengers and guardians. They carried memories and spirits to the beyond.
Was that a technical issue?
Now those origins are lost and their lives and memories are lost to battle. But you can learn from them, their memories soaring through the clouds above the seas. Let us find out what stories remain in these splintered fragments the currents have brought us. descend with me, you always return here.
News, Games, and More is presented by New World.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Don't go anywhere because we've got EA Play Live. But right now, we've got a little more detail on that new Miles Morales Spider-Man game. There's been a ton of back and forth. Is it an expansion? Is it a sequel? They've created a whole new genre of game called an expandalone. I wanted to ask the panel before we get too far into the details. I've seen this sentiment floating around Twitter and stuff a lot. Do you all feel like you've got a pretty firm grasp on what this game actually is? Akeem, I want to start with you. Do you feel like you know what's happening with this Spider-Man game?
Not so much. No, there's some energy company or something, and it's Christmas night, and
I don't just mean plot wise. I'm not talking about plot wise. I just mean I think the messaging has been so back and forth. Is it DLC? Is it a standalone thing? It's just been kind of confusing, and I feel like a lot of the sentiment on social right now is we don't really know how this game is going to work.
Well, I feel like it is a standalone game, but it's not. Obviously, it's not as long, or it's not going to be as massive as an official sequel would be. So I mean, I don't get the confusion. I feel like
okay, so you feel like you're pretty square.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's cool. You can sit the rest of this segment out because we're going to try to explain it. No, I'm just kidding. So, Insomniac's creative director Brian Horton took to the PlayStation blog today to definitively answer a bunch of those questions. He says that Miles Morales is set a year after the events of the original Marvel Spider-Man game, and the standalone kicks off just before Christmas as a street war heats up between an energy corporation, like Akeem pointed out, and a high-tech criminal army in Harlem, where Miles now lives. So this is a brand new story, new set pieces, new villains, unique quests, etc. I just wanted to ask you guys, now that we're starting to get a clearer picture of what this game might be, what kind of stuff do we want to see what kind of stuff do we want to see this Spider-Man game do differently? Are there any particular Spider-Man villains that you want to see? Beth, I want to start with you. What are you looking for in this next Spider-Man adventure?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said
I thought you said Seth.
I did say Seth. But I did say
Cut out
Seth,
for
but
a
Seth
second.
sounds like Swaim, so I'm going to let it slide. But let's go ahead and start with Seth.
I am very excited for a Christmas game. It sounds very stupid, but I love games that take place at Christmas. I think it's going to be awesome to swing around like New York and climb to the top of the tree at Rockefeller Center. That's basically all I care about in open world games is the sandbox elements. I mean, I do obviously want to see some cool Spider-Man villains, but I can't think of any that I'm dying to see. I mean, obviously, the only Marvel villain that I really care about is Doctor Doom, and we're never going to see him in any sort of video games or movies. But I'm excited for another Christmas game in New York. Now we have Miles Morales and we have Bayonetta 2, the only Christmas games.
The only Christmas game. Are you a Shane Black fan, Seth? You like the films of Shane Black?
I'm going to say
Unfamiliar?
I don't. Okay. Because I'm
Shane
unfamiliar.
Black, he's directed a lot of films they're all set at Christmas. Yeah. So Iron Man 3 and the Nice Guys. What are some other Shane Black classics?
Kiss,
Predator.
Kiss, Bang Bang, baby.
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Yeah, he's got a thing for Christmas, just like you do. Okay, now I'll go to Swaim.
It's magical.
I'll address you specifically. Swaim, are there any
right?
Spider-Man villains that you want to see?
Well, someone correct me if I'm wrong, because I played through it very thoroughly, but I don't think we ever hit Venom or Carnage, right?
No, not in. So there was a tease in the last game.
Yeah. I'd love to see Venom or Carnage. I'd really love to see just anyone who acts as an actual AI Spider-Man, essentially, against you. Like, who can actually... Because the thing in the game was you could always just ditch the rooftop and be like, I'm going to go heal up. Screw this side challenge. I'll come back to it. I would love a boss battle where no matter where you go in the city, no matter how far away you get, Carnage can still pop up.
So you're talking about like you're kind of talking about like a Resident Evil 3 Nemesis situation, right? Like an ever-present, an omnipresent antagonist that's coming after you, right?
Right, or there's phases of the game where he's after you and phases where you can relax a bit more, but I think that would add something. And I'm also just looking, honestly, for a suit power that is more useful than the starting one, because I also haven't had a chance to compare notes with people. You get like a billion suits, and I love them aesthetically, but the only power I ever used was the one where you jump up and spin around and web everyone, right? Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the most useful.
I do think
like
that
when you start with the most useful move, I want to expand.
I do think that you kind of hit the nail on the head there with what I was going to say as well. Like, I'd like to see better integrated powers, and I think that Miles Morales sets himself apart from Peter Parker because his Spider-Man does have a different set of powers. And I'd like to see those a little more implemented. I think, honestly, we could get away from the suit integrated powers and just like upgrade Miles' powers himself. I think that's interesting. And speaking of upgrades,
would be great. Yeah.
Like electroshocks, things like that. Speaking of upgrades, Horton also briefly discussed that the PS5 tech being used to bring the new game to life will include near instant loading, ray tracing, 3D audio, and the DualSense controllers. And character models should look more realistic. And even when returning, New York City has been apparently updated for this PS5 debut. Akeem, anything else you want to see from Spider-Man Miles this time around?
I definitely want to. I want to see some Miles Morales specific supervillains. So, like, I feel like we're definitely going to see the Prowler because that's everyone knows that's Miles's uncle. So, it would be a missed opportunity if they didn't include him. I want to see Kangaroo. There's this Australian dude who's he can jump very high. Actual villain, actual Marvel villain. Okay. And in the Ultimate, I know it's funny, it's ridiculous, I know. And in the Ultimate Spider-Man animated series, Dr. Octopus created a bunch of synthezoids based on the Spider-Man DNA. So that's pretty much creating copies of Spider-Man. So I'd love to see him go up against the Spider Slayers that exist in the Ultimate Marvel universe. I don't know if they're going to go that deep, but that would be a great way for them to kind of like integrate Peter Parker villains and Miles Morales villains since they're both alive in this particular universe. So I'd love to see that.
We also learned today that Peter Parker will play a role in this Miles Morales game as well. He is around and doing his thing. So they're not mutually exclusive games. One of the things that I thought was interesting in the first game was the spin that they took on Doc Ock. You know, I was kind of disappointed to hear that Doc Ock would be the main antagonist, and then they did something really cool with that character. Do you feel like we've seen too much of the Prowler, given that he was the antagonist in the Into the Spider-Verse film, Akeem, or do you feel like there's a fresh take to be tackled in this new Miles Morales game?
100%. There's definitely a fresh take on the, because that's his uncle. So there's the family component there. You know, like one of his most, like, the villain that he fought before when he first got his powers is someone that he actually loved and cared about, you know, since he was a kid. You know, so I feel like there's that dynamic that they can play up to kind of and keep in mind, like, Miles is still new and fresh to, like, being a superhero. So, you know, I just love to see that type of dynamic play out in the video game. I mean, yeah, we saw it in Into the Spider-Verse, but I think there's definitely a different take that they can take in the video game for sure.
So not ground that has been too tread too often.
No.
So I like to hear that, man. That's enough Spider-Man talk for right now. We've got a bunch of more stuff coming your way. That's right. I said a bunch of more stuff. Bringing you guys tons of exclusives and gameplay. And right now, we've got a little title for you called Drake Hollow. Let's check it out.
Hey all, my name's Forrest Dowling and I'm the creative director on Drake Hollow, and I'm here to show you around a high-level camp that I've made so you can sort of see what the game looks like once you've had a bunch of time with it. Let's take a look. So, here we are. This is my camp, and I am going to give you a little walk around so you can sort of see everything that is going on here, because there's quite a lot. So, it's nighttime right now. Got a bunch of drakes here, sleeping like little babies in their bunk beds. Maybe we can see them all snoozing away. And I'm gonna just take a quick cruise around the camp. I set up these waypoints around the camp. Normally they are for moving around the world, but this way I can kind of slow cruise around the camp, get a good look at it. But also, in the case of a raid, I can just kind of zip around if I need to get from one side to the other quickly. And we'll sort of start at the outside. So I've ringed the camp with a number of Tesla coils, and these are gonna blast bad guys when they show up for a raid. And near them, I put these decoys. Enemies will mistake these for drakes because they're idiots, and we'll go after them, which will then expose them to the Tesla coils. So this is my little workshop area. This is where I can craft some stuff. So this area, oh hey, sweep, is kind of the industrial zone. So we've got here a number of solar panels, which provide quite a lot of electricity. And they are connected up to these water alchemizers, which take water out of the atmosphere and turn it into water that can be used on other improvements. So connected up to this, I've got a lobster tank, and you see somebody's chowing down there right now. Let me just bring the camera in here. Oh, so we can get a nice little look at these lobs. Delicious. And then we've got this nice little hot tub for drakes to be entertained. And because it's wintertime, you need things like this heater, which provides heat and keeps things thawed around it, because anything that uses water is not going to work in wintertime. And here I've got a couple of hydroponic greenhouses, which they're getting kind of low on seeds. So I'm gonna, let's see, add some cabbage seeds. All right, over here, I mean, I had the budget for it, so I built a heater for the bed, so just because I think it's nicer, but it doesn't really do anything. They'll sleep in the beds regardless. We just have like the residential district, their little sleeping towers, so there's plenty of places for them to rest. And here we've got a little bit of an entertainment zone. We've got a swing set and some puppet shows that will keep the drakes happy, although they seem to be pretty content right now to just kind of hang out on the fences around the area. And the whole thing is kind of ringed in all this sort of electrical and water. So I wanted to kind of keep everything off in one spot. This is our friend Shrinking Fox. there's a number of NPCs like this that you'll encounter in the campaign. I'm just ignoring the quest right now. Behind Shrinking Fox, we've got the Ballista. So when enemies attack, Drakes will get on this and defend. Otherwise, they tend to hide if you don't give them anything to defend with. Let's go take a look over here in the graveyard area. I've retired a couple Drakes, which means I've just aged them up to the point that they turn into these peaceful statues. Just a little levitation charm here, which allows me to hook onto these rails, but also this is a common point that enemies might come in to the camp, and that'll launch them right into the range of the Tesla coil. And I'm going to see how this whole plan works. I'm going to deploy a raid bait, which is going to trigger a raid to happen immediately. Alright, now enemies are going to start incoming. But, yep, they're going straight for the decoys and getting just housed, which is the intent. Oh, looks like that's going on over there. Yep. Oh, yep, one who did not get drawn into the bait. It can happen. I need more defenses to make sure that that absolutely never happened. Now this was kind of a weak spot last time, so I'm trying to decide how best to deal with this. Wheel? Oh yeah. Okay, I'm just going to squeeze a little Tesla coil in there. So Tesla coil is built. Now I need to attach it. Connect the power over to here. I hope I have enough power. Yes. I really want to see how my camp is going to do under an attack now that it's all fixed up. So I'm going to call in a raid. Yep. Well, there was a weak spot last time. Now it is strong. So yeah, this has been a look at sort of a high-level village at pretty late in the game in Drake Hollow. We've got room for, let's see, 12 Drakes in the beds there. And you got plenty of defenses that are nice and built up and using a lot of decoys to bring enemies into them. Got plenty of food provided and water. Got a lot of electricity. And it took a lot of resources to build all this stuff, of course. So it takes a bit of time, but you know, once it's all together, your camp can kind of defend itself and take care of itself and let you just go off and focus on exploring. Oh, and lastly, a lot of entertainment, a lot of water. Well, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And wishlist us on Steam or pick us up on Xbox or Windows 10 Store when we come out July 17th. Thank you so much.
News, Games, and More is presented by New World.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Summer of Gaming. We're getting ever so close to EA Play, so hang in there because we're just moments away. But first, it seems like we've got our first real important preview of what's going to happen on the Xbox Series X hardware and the PlayStation 5. What am I talking about, you might ask? Startup sounds. That's where it all begins on these consoles, right? Everybody wants to know when you're waiting to hear about that new console, the first question that you always ask, what is the startup sound going to be? Well, fortunately for us, we know now what those startup sounds are going to be for both consoles. Yesterday, Twitter actually introduced a brand new functionality, their new voice clip function, and Xbox took to Twitter to put out their startup sound. And I think that we're going to be able to do a little playback here. I want to make sure that our tech team is ready backstage, but I want to make sure that the panel here can hear this Xbox startup sound. So let's get ready to listen in on that if we won't. And I know it's coming. I know. Here we go. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. Damn.
Good. This seems like maybe it's the Xbox trailer.
I believe this is the 4K reveal trailer.
Mm-hmm.
And the sound of silence eerily
Woo!
blowing through the virtual studio.
It's a sexy sound, though.
We bring it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then also PlayStation actually, they snuck their startup sound into the PlayStation 5 reveal event last week. It was brief, but you could see the startup sound and the first look at the console UI. So let's go ahead and take a listen to that startup sound and see what that was all about.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I got a question for the panel. Obviously, it's a very important question I want to start us off with here. Did anybody on the panel hear that, or is it just me that didn't hear either of those?
No, they sound eerily similar. They sound eerily similar, at least in what we just saw.
My understanding of the setup is there's a chance that the viewers actually heard it, but we didn't hear it.
Good.
No?
No. We're getting 0 out of 10 bad acting. So I think they heard it and they could tell that we did not. I don't. Oh, where's
in my imagination?
No.
It
we
went
got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We bungled it completely.
And then the PlayStation 5 went PS5. So that's what I think it was.
Good. So let me just explain a little something to you. Sometimes during live productions, things just go a little haywire, and that's fine. It's not that big a deal. We can only imagine how sweet those sounds must have been, and hopefully we all did our homework and listened to those sounds before we got on the show. So does anybody have a favorite that they would like to pick from these sounds?
I did have a favorite. I prefer the Xbox One, and yet that is not saying that's the system I prefer or would buy first.
Okay.
But for sounds, I like that a lot. It's probably second only to GameCube for me because I liked how it connected to what it was doing. Blink, 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 blink. Yeah, that was a really good one.
I was going to ask everybody about their favorite startup sound. So I like the GameCube sound quite a bit. I'm also a fan of the PlayStation 5 startup. I think maybe it's just my PlayStation bias. I've always been a PlayStation guy. I think that the Xbox Series X looks very cool. but for some reason, the PlayStation sound just connected with me more so this time around. Akeem, what did you think?
Well, I'm going to say right now, nothing beats Dreamcast and that startup sound. I'm just going to say that right now. But
that's my guy. That's my guy right there. I love the Dreamcast.
100%. Now, I've said this before. I'm a Sony boy, so I'm going with Sony. I'm kind of biased. So I'm like anything they do. It could have been a fart sound. I would have picked the PS5's startups. It could have been like a long fart, and I would have. Yep, that's the one right there. That's
real wet.
My startup sound. Yeah. Ew, gross. No, not a wet one.
That's an interesting.
Too far.
It's an interesting.
That was the line. You found the line.
Yeah.
You crossed it, Seth.
Seth,
yes.
Where are you weighing in here? Just tell me what you preferred between the Xbox and the PS5 startups, and then you go ahead and give me your favorite startup sound. You're go ahead.
No, I'm a what? What do you got?
I was gonna say that you're an old man, so you probably like a very old startup sound. So there's probably like an old,
I like the Atari
sound.
Yes, I love
yeah.
The old Fairchild. I love the sound of clicking that RF selector over.
There you go.
Have you ever heard a loom clacking?
Just cha-chunk, cha-chunk. Yeah, Seth's favorite home
console. I love the sound of jacks.
What's your choice here, Seth?
I'm just gonna go with the Xbox Series X because I just like Xbox Series X. So there it is.
Okay.
But all time, it's a 3-way tie. GameCube, obviously. Yeah. PlayStation 1, which I think is the best of all the PlayStation startup sounds, and Windows 95, baby. Oh, excuse me, Windows XP.
Okay, wow. Windows 95. Okay. Right on, man. Well, you guys, what an interesting segment that was, huh? I feel like we really...
I dug it.
It's been a trip, dude.
I feel like we're really in for a stern talking to after this. But don't worry, that's okay, because coming up real soon, EA Play is right around the corner, where I'm sure we'll see 1 or 2 games from a little publisher known as Electronic Arts. I mean, that's almost a given that the name of the stream is EA Play. Followed by a very special live next-gen console watch featuring Ryan the Mac McCaffrey, Junesbury Dornsboggle, who I think is Jonathan Dornbush, and my personal favorite and great personal friend, Dayman from the Field of Hats. That's right, Damon Hatfield, IGN's very own. I know you're all super excited for it because I'm such a great spokesperson. Whoever wrote this script, we're gonna have words after this. I'm such a great spokesperson, so we'll try to wrap it up real quick and share with you one last bit of awesome. This interview with Chris Avallone, developer of Knights of the Old Republic 2, Fallout New Vegas, and the original Baldur's Gate, among many others, is part of the Icons Month here at IGN. Check out this interview with him and stick around for more news games and more. No more news games and more. We're actually done after this and we're off tomorrow. What a show we've had. Take it away from the package. We'll catch you guys later. Enjoy EA Play. I'll probably never host this show again. Bye, everyone.
IGN, where we're profiling iconic video game industry figures, characters, series, and themes. Today we're talking to Chris Avallone, writer on a massive number of classic role-playing games like Baldur's Gate, Fallout New Vegas, and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, about what exactly makes for a great RPG experience and what to expect from the next generation of role-playing games.
I really do enjoy party-based games where the parties, obviously a lot of effort was spent into the interactions or the relationships of those characters, how my presence affects that or changes that, because then you feel like an agent of change, which is good. Generally, you also want to include some sort of progression system, and not just systemically, but also narratively, and also tied in exploration too. Where obviously you want the player to change over time. You want the companions to change over time, as well as just the systemic way of hey, my stats are increasing, my levels are increasing, some sense of getting better in some sense, or improving your relationship with the world. It doesn't always necessarily have to be combat in an RPG, as long as there's some sort of challenge mechanic that you're dealing with in the gameplay loop, or some sort of conflict, whether, it's a quote-unquote dialogue combat system or whatever it happens to be. As long as that's present as a challenge to the player, that can take the place of more raw combat elements. And ideally what you want to do is take all those pillars and find a way to sort of weave them together, because I think a lot of video game narratives can suffer tremendously when it's apparent that the systems and the gameplay loop are not connected to the narrative and vice versa, and there was no attempt to do so. I think that it robs a game story of a lot of the potential that it could have, and arguably what a game story should have. So sometimes I work with people that get obsessed with having a twist in the story. Like they're just like, I gotta have, where's the twist? Where do we surprise the player? Oh my God. Like, and I'm like, I'm sick of twists. Like, I'm like, if you have to force a twist, like, just don't do it. But when they also provide a very long story structure, where they're like, and we want a twist, we can't figure out a way to make this happen. I'm like, why don't you take your long story, cut a few parts out of it, and move the information delivery in a different way, and sometimes that will make your twist without you realizing it. Rather than you trying to add something additional onto your very long story, instead, why don't you chop it up, remove bits, and then change the order of information. And you might actually have some surprising twists in there that you didn't realize because you already know the whole story, but the player doesn't. So think of it from the player's perspective. Working within another franchise suddenly will open your mind to new ways of implementing the classic RPG pillars. Like working on a Fallout RPG versus Baldur's Gate suddenly suggests different, or Planescape suddenly suggests different mechanics or trappings for those classic RPG pillars. And that, so working on that range of stuff, I think ended up being a really good learning experience for like, oh, well, here's what each unique franchise brings to these mechanics. And also, if you make your own franchise, your own world, it's also stuff to be conscious of in terms of like how those things can be friendly to the player agency experience, player development experience, and how to involve the player in interesting ways. Can you craft worlds that are specially tailored to make sure that allows for that freedom of expression? And so that was a good thing to learn over the years. With the new generation, I guess what I kind of get excited about is that in the old days, we would hesitate before saying things like, oh, we can't burn down that town. Or like, we can't erect a town here. We can't have a new settlement form up from all the people you help because that's going to cause too much disruptions in the terrain. And we can't switch out huge swaths of territory like that. And we can't mix and match. But now, suddenly that question is a little bit more of a question where you're like, well, we could do that. And here's how we could do it, but the hardware is allowing us to do it. So I think it's going to allow for some more dramatic visual changes in the environment, which I think are great because that's one of the easiest ways to show the impact of your actions, as long as it doesn't feel scripted. Like, where you're like, oh, I know that happened only because I did this, and there was another way to do it that wouldn't have caused this. But I'm seeing the effects in the world, and I think the new generation of hardware will allow us more opportunities like that, and I'm kind of excited about that.
News, Games, and More is presented by New World.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
If it's in the game, it's in the game. You guessed it, it's EA O'Clock here at IGN Summer of Gaming, a season-long celebration of the freshest and bestest in gaming and next-gen.
Oh, we got tagged again, he's hurt!
Last year, EA came ziplining out of nowhere into the Battle Royale scene with Apex Legends, and gave us an unforgettable single-player Star Wars adventure with Jedi Fallen Order. What do they have in store for 2020 and beyond? Today, we'll get our annual updates to Madden and FIFA, and hopefully some answers to questions like, what's happening next in everyone's favorite galaxy far, far away? How can Respawn shake things up in Apex Legends Season 6? What the heck is BioWare doing about Anthem? And most importantly, what does EA have in store for the next generation of console gaming? Luckily, you don't have to wait long. Prepare yourself because IGN Summer of Gaming kicks off right now.
What's up, everyone? It is indeed EA O'Clock, and I am Sydney Goodman. I'm here with Ryan McCaffrey, Stella Chung, and Max Scoville. We are getting ready for the EA Play event coming up in just a little bit. So I thought, why don't we just dive in and look back at the year that they've had? Ryan, why don't you start? How do you think EA did in 2019?
Well, largely thanks to Respawn, it was probably EA's best year as far as delivering great games in quite a while. Just Respawn alone was Apex Legends early in the year, which of course took off, was huge, great game. And then they capped the year with Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. So just right there, two great games to start and finish the year with. But Madden was good last year. FIFA has been good for a while. They knocked that out. Need for Speed Heat, which used to be an annual thing, but they've kind of dialed it back and they're just doing it whenever it's ready, like every 2-3 years. Need for Speed Heat was good this year. Last year, I guess I should say. Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville snuck out quietly, pretty good in the fall. And I mean, maybe good for EA shareholders, maybe not as happy news for gamers. EA re-upped their deal with the NFL for exclusivity on NFL sim games, so Madden will continue to be the only simulation NFL football experience that you've got out there. So just to start there, it was a pretty good year, I think, if you're looking for good stuff out of EA.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. Stella, now you are kind of our resident Apex Legends expert. Can you catch us up on what has been going on in the last year?
Sure. So Remnant and Loba got introduced, who are the two new main characters in Apex Legends, and they have a sort of background rivalry because Remnant is the one who actually killed Loba's parents. So now she's in the games looking for revenge, and it's kind of crazy because Apex actually just recently announced their own PvP or PvE event, which are called quests, and that unlocks this huge other storyline into Apex Legends. So a lot of people are waiting to see where this all goes, what this means for the future of Apex, and what will happen to the Legends. And there have been a lot of secret things happening on the map in Kings Canyon, which was the very first map in Apex. And we're all really excited to see what'll happen. There's a lot still up in the air since this season just started.
Yeah, so it's been a while since I've been super tuned into Apex, to be honest with you, but I was vaguely aware of the lore. Do you find that players are a little bit more invested at this point, or does it feel like it caters to a very small subset of players?
I think a lot more people have actually been getting into the lore. There's been a lot of digging. There's been a lot of, I wonder what this will go. There's been a lot of speculation, and I love seeing all the different lore theories that people have. And I love that the Apex writers actually engage with the fans too about their theories. So I think it's been overall a really engaging experience, and a lot more people have been interested in the game because of the story.
So now, Max, what are your thoughts on EA's monster year?
So yeah, as Ryan said, they had a pretty good year. I think that Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order was kind of the first proper entry in a AAA Star Wars game we've gotten kind of since the whole EA merger deal, whatever happened. So I'm excited to see what's in store with Star Wars Squadrons, and I mean whatever happens next there. Something that kind of caught my eye was EA was like really kind of anti not anti-Switch, but they didn't seem too excited about the idea of porting older games onto Switch. And then suddenly we got Burnout remastered on there, which is kind of like, obviously new games are exciting, but I would kind of love to see some classic games either up-resed or ported to newer systems. I know a lot of people have been clamoring for an overhaul of the Mass Effect trilogy. The Dead Space games are great. EA has an awesome back catalog, and it's kind of weird to see other publishers dusting off old classics and giving them a fresh coat of paint, and EA just kind of sitting there, not really participating.
Yes. So, and who knows, maybe we'll hear more about all of that coming soon. Speaking of which, we are dangerously close to we're creeping up, being dangerously close to when the conference starts. So let's rapid fire wish list. I'm gonna start with Max. What do you want to see?
Yeah, I'd love to see new Dead Space.
Okay, Stella.
New Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, maybe DLC. That'd be really nice.
Alrighty, and Ryan.
If in the next 60 minutes I get a look at Titanfall 3, I will be a very, very happy boy.
Yes. And personally, because I know all of you watching really are wondering what I want to see, it's The Sims 5, or maybe a Respawn new shooter. I will take either. And we have a super quick break, but make sure you stick around because coming up next, we are going to talk our predictions for the EA Play Live, and then we've got EA Play Live for you. IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
I've got some big news. The bank finally came through, and I'm holding the keys to a brand new.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Hey, Sydney, take it away.
I'm on. I'm doing it again. Welcome back. Summer of Gaming is presented by the Army National Guard. So let's check in with our gaming guardsmen and find out what they are looking forward to in today's EA Play Live event.
Hi there. I'm Staff Sergeant Brandon Murray. I'm with the Army National Guard. I serve as a recruiter in Tennessee. I'm so excited about EA Play Live and seeing Star Wars Squadrons. I'm really hoping to see some 5v5 PvP space combat, some folks absolutely getting wrecked. But I'm wondering what cameos we're going to see. Like Wedge Antilles was in the trailer. Who else are we going to get to see? I'm looking forward to the single-player story mode following the two pilots, one from the New Republic, one from the Galactic Empire. I'm just hoping that we get to see like some third parties and their ships. I mean, who doesn't want to pilot Firespray or a YT-2000? I mean, I want to. This is the way.
We are back, and remember, you can catch all of IGN's Summer of Gaming coverage wherever you stream IGN or on channel IGN1 on your Samsung TV Plus. EA Play is almost upon us, so let's talk predictions. We talked about what we would love to see, what we hope to see, but what do we realistically think we are going to see? I'll start with you, Ryan.
Hopefully some actual next-gen gameplay from Madden and FIFA. We got kind of just a tiny little tease of it at the Microsoft thing, so hopefully we'll really see what next-gen football of either variety looks like.
And then what about you, Stella? What are you thinking that we're going to see in regards to Apex and beyond?
With Apex, a lot of people have been asking for crossplay, so we're hoping that's maybe a feature we get to get a sneak peek at today, so we'll see.
And then Max, I feel like you're Mr. Star Wars man, but maybe I'm making that up. I don't know. Maybe you're hoping that we are thinking we'll see something else.
Yeah.
Mr. Max, Mr. Star Wars man.
I'll be happy to see some Star Wars Squadrons gameplay and get some details on what that actually looks like in action. I would love so much if we got a tease of whatever the next thing is. You know, if it's. I mean, Respawn announced Jedi Fallen Order with like. They just were like, here's the, were they even like, here's the logo, or were they just like, here's the name? and that was it. There was not really there wasn't a trailer. I'm fine with that though. So
yeah, you're fine with kind of it's coming, but we don't have much to show you. Now, earlier this week, Mass Effect trilogy. I was going to go a different direction, but we're going this direction now. So there is the long-rumored Mass Effect trilogy remaster. I mean, these rumors just don't seem to be going away anytime soon. Ryan, do you think that we're actually going to get anything on this?
It was Max touched on it earlier. EA has basically been allergic to remasters, for better and for worse. They have not taken that easy money where they could have, for the most part, with a couple of exceptions. But this is the one that fans actually want, and now we're at the point where we're a generation removed, basically, from Mass Effect. So I really want it to happen now. I'm ready to play Mass Effect 1 in particular again on a modern platform.
Yeah. So do you think that this is up for grabs for anybody? Just our final thoughts. Do you think we will get Dragon Age 4 a full trailer?
I hope so, but I don't know. They've been quiet for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't see it. We barely got anything at that Game Awards teaser. That game seems like it's still a pretty far ways out.
Yeah, well, maybe we don't have to wait too long. I mean, the countdown timer is running out. So it is time for the moment we have all been waiting for, EA Play Live. Let's go to the stream, but be sure to stick around afterwards for our expert analysis and breakdown of all of the news and announcements.
Hello and welcome everyone to EA Play 2020. We're happy that you're joining us today. Over the next 45 minutes or so, we've got so much for you, including creative, innovative, and really fun new games, and a lot of news to share. But before we get into the show, I'd like to take just a minute here. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to first responders, medical staff, and essential personnel. This has certainly been a challenging year. From natural disasters like the bushfires in my home country to the devastating COVID-19 pandemic, these brave heroes are working to keep us safe and healthy at every turn. I also want to thank our teams for their amazing dedication while working from home. What you've been able to achieve is nothing short of inspirational. We are also deeply thankful to all of you, our players. Even when we've had to stay physically apart, billions of you are using games to come together, to play, and do amazing things for each other. You've shown why this is truly the greatest form of entertainment on the planet. This is also a critical time for the movement to end racism and racial injustice in this world. Black lives matter, and there is much to be done to drive real and meaningful change. A couple of weeks ago, we shared some actions that Electronic Arts is taking. We will not rest on this. It's a long-term commitment. We're here for players of every color, background, religion, and personal preference. We will continue to build strong representation in our games, and we are focused on making our communities fun, inclusive, and positive places to play. We also have real work to do to bring greater diversity into our company, and we are committed to doing that work. Today, we're here because of the power of games. Games bring us together. They can make our lives better, they can teach us, they can provide escape and self-expression. And most of all, games can be fun. All of us at Electronic Arts believe in that, and it's why we're excited to get up every morning to make great experiences for all of you. So thanks for being here with us. And now, let's get into some games.
What's up, everybody? I'm Greg Miller, and welcome to EA Play.
We had an incredible show in LA planned for you. Huge stage, massive setup, these giant monitors. I was gonna fly in on an X-Wing. I was gonna land the X-Wing on stage. I was gonna set off a bunch of fireworks. Then what? T-shirt cannon, bam, shooting out game consoles. Then Carol Baskin, some tigers. That last part was all me. Then, because of circumstances beyond our control, we had to come up with something a little different. Instead of LA, I'm in my hometown of San Francisco, but we still have the Tigers. What's that, James? No Tigers. So you lied. Oh, all right. I'm being told there are no Tigers, but whatever. We're still gonna bring you the EA play you know and love. Huge surprises, big announcements, incredible reveals, and never before seen gameplay. Coming up over the next hour, we've got game reveals galore, world premiere trailers of new titles, some old favorites making a comeback, a look at a new way Star Wars fans can live out their greatest fantasies this year, plus a sneak peek at the future. Oh, and pay close attention because today you could win one of thousands of Steam codes for more than a dozen great EA games on Steam. Throughout the show, keep an eye out for discreetly placed golden letters. Write them down as they appear, and at the end of the show, we'll tell you where you can enter that secret code for a chance to win free games on Steam. So don't go anywhere. Who am I kidding? None of us can leave our houses. But enough talking. Let's see some games. Up first, we're headed to the Outlands. That's right, it's Apex Legends time.
Anyone want to take me out?
You should smile more.
Hey Apex fans, the battle just keeps getting bigger. Thanks to you, Apex Legends is coming off its most successful, most epic season yet, and we're just getting started. Season 4 saw more of you jumping into the fight than ever before, and you've kept that amazing momentum going forward, making Season 5 the biggest and best start to a season ever.
Took out an enemy. Hold on to your holograms.
We hope you've been enjoying Season 5, Fortune's Favor, which has seen the introduction of our latest legend, Loba, a major map change to Kings Canyon, rest in peace, Skulltown, an all-new ranked series, and a ton of quality of life updates. But it's about to get even better. Today, I'm here to tell you about what's coming next to Season 5 with our latest collection event, Lost Treasures. Take a look.
I might bury you here. No one will ever know. You'll just be gone.
Adventurers, raiders, explorers, they risk everything in search of fame, fortune, and answers. Few find what they're looking for. But if they survive, they might walk away with lost treasures.
I'll high-five you all when I see you.
My sinuses are firing again. Check yourself or wreck yourself.
Hey, thanks. I owe you one.
Guns? Who needs guns? I don't need guns. I know what I'm looking for. I won't walk away without it. 너를 찾을 거야.
T, it's me. Be careful. He's watching you.
As you just saw, the Lost Treasures Collection event brings with it a ton of great content, including a new limited time mode, Armed and Dangerous Evolved. It's the return of a fan favorite, snipers and shotties only, but with a twist.
Sending out my decoy.
All armor is Evo armor, and we're removing all of the respawn beacons across the entire map. Don't worry though, you'll still be able to bring back your teammates with the help of a new item, the mobile respawn beacon. You'll have one of these in your inventory at the start of each match, giving you the power to choose when, and more importantly, where you bring your teammates back into the battle. Lost Treasures also introduces a new town takeover, Crypto's Map Room. which gives players a closer look at what motivates this drone-wielding hacker. And of course, the Lost Treasures collection delivers a bunch of exclusive content you can earn by completing challenges, as well as all new event-exclusive cosmetic items and the introduction of your boy Mirage's heirloom, which is fittingly a trophy of himself.
Excited to see you all in the ring. Don't worry, there's plenty of me's to go around.
And the best part is you don't have to wait that long. Lost Treasures drops on Tuesday, June 23rd. And that's not all, Apex fans. The battle is expanding. That's right, this fall we're bringing Apex Legends to Steam. And I know you're hoping, wondering, praying, so before you ask, yeah, crossplay is coming to Apex this fall. It's been one of the biggest requests we get, and we're thrilled to finally deliver it to our fans. What am I forgetting? Oh yeah, one last thing, let's make it official. We're huge fans of Nintendo here at Respawn, and we are incredibly excited to be bringing Apex Legends to the Switch this fall. And we'll share more details in the months ahead. So that means you'll be able to squad up no matter where you and your friends prefer to play, Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, or on the PC via Origin and Steam. We're throwing out a lifeline and healing the divide between the platforms. On behalf of the entire Apex team, we want to thank our incredible community. Your passion for the game is truly inspiring. We look forward to seeing you all in the arena. And don't forget, check out Lost Treasures on June 23rd.
Woo! Oh man, that was amazing. I think I'm hyperbolic. I think I'm hypervent. I've had a really good time here.
Sul, everyone. One thing I admire about Apex Legends is its commitment to having such a diverse range of characters. At The Sims, we've always believed representation and diversity in games is critically important, perhaps now more than ever. It's difficult to put into words just how meaningful it can be to see yourself reflected in the games you play. So, here to tell you in their own words are a few members of our Sims community.
It's a very interesting thing to explain.
It feels empowering, actually, and very moving.
It really taught me a lot. The importance of just like keeping relationships good with people.
It's probably like the only place where I was open.
They get to see my personality first before seeing my disability, I guess you could say.
I found myself to be the only black child in my school. I was discriminated, I was bullied. My skin tone, my height, and my teeth.
First realized that I was trans, and I was like praying to God to undo it. I have this world where I can express myself and be myself.
Where I come from, who I am, the color of my skin, you know, who I'm attracted to, let any of that get in the way. It was no barriers.
No matter where I was or what I was going through, I had my safe place. This is plausible. This is a future you can have.
It was almost like I was peeking into the future, and I didn't know it at the time, but it gave me hope.
It gave me a sense of hope that I could build a life that looked like that.
The Sims is almost like a utopia of what I hope our world eventually becomes.
As I got more comfortable with my character in the game, I got more comfortable with myself.
I play to build me.
I play to express myself.
I play to make a difference.
I play to feel good about myself.
I play to have confidence.
Have fun.
To have me time.
Fuel my creativity.
It's more than just a game. It's creating your life.
As you just saw, there are so many reasons why I am proud to be part of the Sims global community. We want the Sims to be a place of unity and hope, a place where you can be your authentic self and build your vision for our shared world, a place to imagine what's possible. To our Simmers, thank you for everything you've done to make your communities, virtual and real, a better place. Now, I know some of you tuned in hoping for some Sims news, and we'll have plenty to share as the summer goes on, but we do have one announcement for you. We'll be welcoming players on a whole new platform as The Sims 4 arrives on Steam today. Take a look.
Footprints on the moon. Every particle connected. Every universe in blue.
Hey everyone, Alex here from the social team, and joining me today from our community team is Freeman.
Hey folks, yes, we're here to tell you that it's not just The Sims 4 arriving on Steam today. 5 more great EA games, including Titanfall 2, A Way Out, and Dead Space 3, are all playable right this second.
And when EA Access arrives on Steam this fall, you can get all those great titles and a ton more with your membership.
You can also expect to see our new releases on Steam too. One of the first arrived just a short while ago with full mod support via Steamworks.
The critics love it, and we know you will too. This is Command & Conquer Remastered.
Commander.
And Steam isn't the only platform getting some love. We'll be bringing games to more platforms than ever.
You can expect 7 new games coming to Switch in the next 12 months, including Burnout Paradise coming tomorrow and Apex Legends later this year. And we're bringing crossplay to many of your favorite games too, starting with Need for Speed Heat and continuing with some new titles being revealed later in the show.
It's all about giving you the freedom to play what you want, where you want, and with who you want. It's about playing together.
Absolutely. Now, let's reveal some more games. Over to you, Greg.
Quick reminder to keep an eye out for those special golden letters hidden throughout the show. They could appear anywhere, and I mean anywhere, so keep your eyes open. Write the letters down as they appear, and once you've got the full code, you'll be able to enter for a chance to win one of more than a dozen great games on Steam. So stay tuned and find out where to enter the code at the end of the show. Now, if you follow my content at all, then you know there's nothing I love more than buffalo wings and discovering inventive new games. Well, I don't have any buffalo wings, but I do have something just as tasty. Over the past couple of years, EA has partnered with the amazing studios like Haze Light and Zoink to give us such creative titles as A Way Out and Faye. Here to explain how they do it are a few of the talented developers working on the next wave of EA originals.
Sometimes you just have this great idea of a game, but it can be really hard to do it on your own.
We wanted space for our studio's creativity to flow free, so that we could try unconventional approaches to solving new ideas.
There are times where you've got to break past your own sort of mental blocks, even if that meant building a whole new kind of game engine.
We get to do the game we want to do. Nothing, and I mean nothing, comes into the game if it doesn't follow the vision.
We can really push our ideas further and bigger than we first imagined.
Let's find that magic.
And now for a deeper dive into what these developers are working on, we turn our spotlight on 3 studios. Up first is Haze Light and their mild-mannered, quiet leader, Joseph Ferris.
Let's do it.
Please welcome Joseph Fares.
There are like passionate people, there are crazy people, and there's me. Okay, can you swear here? Can you swear? Okay. The Oscars, you know? The Oscars! You! No apologies there. Yeah, I know I'm cocky. I can't help it, man. I was born in Beirut, 1977. I lived there 10 years. There was civil war, and there was a lot of bad stuff happening there. We tried to move 5 times to Sweden. The 5th time they let us in. And that's lucky for Sweden, because I've given Sweden a lot, you know. My 3rd movie, Zozo, it's basically about my life when I came to Sweden when I was young. I've done 5 feature movies and now I've done 3 games. And it's way hard to make a game. It's almost like the audience have control of the pacing of the story, while in movies it's being paced for you. In video games, there's so much to be explored from a storytelling perspective because of the interactivity. There are some studios out there that are making games that have good stories, but they pretty much have one mechanic they like reuse all the time. The designers and the story writers are kind of like doing 2 different games. That's why I founded Hazelight, to keep pushing the boundaries of what is possible in games. That's what game number 3 from Hazelight is all about. And action. The new game, It Takes Two, is a co-op action-adventure platformer that will blow your f***ing mind away. The story starts out with a small family. Cody, May, that's the parents, and then Rose, the little daughter. So Cody and May are about to separate. Rose doesn't want them to divorce, so she creates 2 dolls out of wood and clay, and these dolls magically come alive and actually controls both Cody and May. And you could say you're almost controlling their emotions. You're almost playing their emotions. There's even levels where we're actually making a mechanic for their emotions. So again, marrying the story and the mechanics. And I think for the players, that's gonna feel very new, different, and unique. They haven't played anything like this before. It Takes Two is a crazy roller coaster ride that doesn't really have an ending. It has an ending, but that ending is that the roller coaster crashes and you fly into the sky and get up into space. And when you're in space, you're like, what the f*** am I doing up here? And then maybe you get back to Earth again. That's the best way to describe It Takes Two, actually.
Wow, that was the best way to describe it. All right, Joseph, we love you so much. Thank you. Keep it up over there. The Oscars. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep this originals train rolling, and let's stay in Sweden. Of course, I'm a fan of both their delicious red gummy fish and their video games. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Klaus and Olav from Zoink Games.
Thanks, Greg. Welcome to Gothenburg and, well, my home. Unfortunately, I didn't bring you any Swedish fish, but we do have some exciting news for you about our latest game. At Zoink, we've always been driven by love of rich visual storytelling and creating strange worlds that people can escape to. The weirder, the better, and I think my friend Olav would agree.
Yeah, absolutely. And for our next game, though, we wanted to try something a little darker, something out of a gothic fairy tale. What started with a mood and some paintings grew into this eerie, strange world that feels like something out of a beautiful, twisted dream. And that's the world of Random.
Lost and Random is the story of Even, a little girl with a big heart and an even bigger temper. After a horrible event that changes her life, she embarks on a dangerous journey through the world of Random. But fortunately, she's not alone. Just like I have Olav, Even also has a crazy little weird friend thing with her.
Along her journey, Even discovers Dicey, a playful, loyal, almost puppy-like dice companion that gives her the power to really change things in the kingdom of Random. Despite the name, in Even's world, randomness is feared, and a dark force controls every aspect of life, from where you live to how you act or what your favorite color is. It's a coming-of-age story set against the backdrop of a mysterious world, but it holds a modern message that's really relevant to our world right now.
I think we can all relate to the desire to try and control the chaos around us. With Dicey's help, though, Even learns the power in doing just the opposite. Embrace the randomness, accept the uncertainties in life, and you'll be surprised how far it takes you.
Imagine if you could change the course of life with the roll of a dice. What would you do? Play it safe or trust in yourself and take a chance? We can't wait for you to play and find out.
We're still a long ways from launch, but we hope you will join Even and Dicey on their journey next year. Until then, please enjoy this first look at Lost in Random.
Welcome to Random.
The world of random bends with the roll of one dice. A dice that has ruled this kingdom for generations, transforming the fates of people just like you. But what if I told you there is another dice with the power to change everything? Now, my friend, it's your turn to roll, to play the odds, and break the curse of random.
Well. You can't have the sweet without the sour.
No, Dicey. They should be scared of us, right?
Really cool. That's a look at Lost in Random, and man, embracing randomness. I feel like I live that every day in my life. Ah! Do you know I was gonna do that? You didn't know that. Dicey's my spirit animal. The game's out next year. But for something that's blasting off a whole lot sooner, take it away, Kevin Franklin.
At Final Strike Games, our team of experienced industry multiplayer franchises. We are passionately focused on making great multiplayer games. That's why I am incredibly excited to announce that we have partnered with the talented team at EA to release our first ever title, Rocket Arena. As you'll see, we stay loyal to the name of the game. It's a rockets-only shooter that allows players to get into the action quickly and stay in the fight. We wanted Rocket Arena to be an awesome, competitive experience to play with friends. I think you're gonna love what we've got in store for you. Here is the all-new trailer of Rocket Arena. Enjoy.
Rockets away!
Let's kick this into gear. The trophy will soon be mine.
Have you ever wondered why life is so good on Crater? Sure, we've got the beautiful beaches.
Cannonball!
Quality public transportation. And exotic destinations.
Another victory!
The people are courteous and friendly.
Jolly good for me.
And always happy to help their fellow citizens.
Are you leaving already?
But the real reason life is so good? We've got rockets.
Let's hit the trail.
I hunger for battle. Talk about razzle dazzle. Never turn your back on the water.
I got speed to spare.
I'm here to rock it.
I'm having a blast! Full speed ahead!
So as you just saw, rockets are obviously awesome to blast all over the place. But in order to come out on top, there's a lot to master. You'll have a range of rocket-powered abilities to blast opponents out of the arena, and an arsenal of evasive moves. Rocket jump, rocket climb, and dodge to avoid getting knocked out yourself. Don't worry though, you're never out of the action for long. Even when you're out, you'll fly right back into the fray. You'll also be able to really customize your own unique look and playstyle. Each of the 10 heroes available at launch have their own rocket-powered abilities. And as you play, you'll discover items that allow you to further refine each of your heroes' playstyles. Plus, every character has 100 levels of progression that unlock new cosmetics and rewards. All that and much more when Rocket Arena arrives on July 14th. And there's plenty more content to come in our first season, which begins just 2 weeks after launch on July 28th, and brings with it a blast pass and a ton of free content, including new maps, in-game events, and a new playable character. Rocket Arena is a game meant to be played with friends, regardless of platform. That's why we're thrilled to announce cross-play support right from the start. So grab your friends, regardless of their platform, and get ready to blast off with Rocket Arena on July 14th on PlayStation, Xbox, Origin, and Steam. And we'll be sharing more gameplay right after the show with the help of some great content creators. So check us out on YouTube at the link below. See you in the arena.
Wow, that looks great. And hopefully you've all been keeping track of the golden letters hidden throughout the show and nearly cracked the code. Here's a hint. It's not Kanye. Keep an eye out for the last couple of letters, and then at the end of the show, we'll reveal where you need to go to enter the code and a chance to win some great games on Steam. Now, from the future of rocket warfare, we head to a different kind of battle. It's the real reason I didn't get any sleep last night, and if you thought you heard sleigh bells, that's because it might as well be Christmas in June. It's finally time to talk Star Wars Squadrons. We are going to get a first look at some brand new gameplay in just a moment. But first, for anyone who doesn't fully grasp why I'm so excited, earlier this week, EA and Lucasfilm dropped a trailer that literally gave me all the feels, chills, joy, excitement, and then more chills on top of that. Take a look.
Seize that moment. When the perfect shot makes history.
5 pilots.
1 squadron.
The galaxy's finest.
Wow, the 8-year-old in all of us is celebrating and excited. The 37-year-old man on this couch is excited. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second year in a row, I have the honor and privilege of helping introduce a new Star Wars title. And here, to put the hype in hyperdrive, is none other than Motive's creative director, Ian Frazier. Hello, Ian.
Hey, Greg, how you doing?
I'm great, how are you?
Doing good. Happy to actually get to show this to people.
I bet. Now, in my copious notes I have on you, I'm told you are quite the Star Wars fan and have been a long time. How long have you liked Star Wars?
I've been a Star Wars fan for pretty much my whole life. I don't even remember the first time I saw the movies. And as a kid, there was a lot of different parts of Star Wars I loved. One of them was being a pilot, that idea of climbing into an X-Wing or a TIE fighter. So, you know, I played all the flight games in the 90s, and I got pretty obsessive about them. I'd pause, meticulously draw the insides of the cockpits and stuff. And actually, I dug up some of those drawings from my parents' attic over the holidays.
We're showing them right now to the world. This strikes me as above and beyond the normal level of Star Wars fandom.
I think at Motive, you'll find that quite a few people have that level of Star Wars fandom. When we started this project, I talked to a lot of people as they joined the team, and a lot of them had similar kinds of stories of things they'd done as kids. One of them even built a functional cockpit in his garage.
Wow, that's fandom on another level. How do you guys go from being a fan, drawing what you see in the game, or building a cockpit in your garage, to actually making this game?
Well, I think that fandom, just love of Star Wars, has provided a really good foundation for us. But on top of that, of course, the team at Motive got a lot of experience working with Star Wars when they worked on Battlefront 2. And when Battlefront 2 wrapped up, there there was a really small group of us that were really into particularly the pilot experience within Star Wars. And we wanted to make something new, something that really went all in on that part of the fantasy. And so we did kind of a grassroots initiative, or started a little passion project, and that ramped up into eventually what is the game we're going to show you today.
You talk about, your passion for this, your nostalgia for Star Wars flight games of the past. How do you honor that but make something brand new?
It's been interesting. We were trying to kind of pull from that spiritual heritage of many different games in that time period. At the same time, we want to do something that feels fresh and new for fans today. And so what we've tried to look at is sort of the spiritual core of what I think are the best of the Star Wars flight games of the past. And what they did that I love is that they made that part of the universe real. The level of depth and detail that they show in the ships, the way that you control them, is something that I remember fondly from my childhood, and is something that we're trying to do very much with Squadrons. In real life, being a pilot is hard. It takes skill. And that's something that you'll see throughout the game. As you start off playing, it's pretty straightforward, fly around, shoot your lasers. But as you get deeper into it, you start learning how to divert energy from your lasers to your engines, how to shift your shields from the front to the back to cover your butt in a dogfight. Or at the higher levels of skill, you can do really crazy stuff. Like you can boost your engines, fly ahead, cut them off, whip around 180 and shoot a missile off your own tail while drifting backwards. Like real ace pilot stuff. And that's really where we have a lot of fun with the game.
I want to do that. I want to learn how to do that. I understand the nuts and bolts of how to play it. Is there a single player story? Is there a multiplayer mode? What are we getting into?
It's actually some of both. So the game starts with a brand new single player story, takes place a little bit after Return of the Jedi, and it has kind of a unique dual perspective approach to it. So when the game starts, you're going to create two pilots. You create a New Republic pilot and an Imperial pilot, and you're going to alternate between their perspectives mission to mission over the course of the story. You're going to meet a diverse cast of characters along the way, and also a few familiar faces. Now, when you're done with that story and you've played maybe a bit in the practice range, you say, hey, I want to try multiplayer. We want to make it really easy for you to hop online with your friends and play competitive space battles at that point. And so we've done a lot to try to reduce the barriers, to make it as easy as possible for you to play with your friends. And so I'm happy to say we fully support crossplay. You could be on PS4, Xbox One, PC. You could be playing on a traditional display or in VR, which, fun fact, the entire game supports VR from beginning to end. It's pretty cool. But regardless of how you're playing, which platform, they can all play together. Just hook up with your friend, connect, have an awesome space battle.
You just Death Starred my mind, man. That's awesome. That is, the big question, when can people actually play it?
Not too long, actually. Star Wars Squadrons is coming out on October 2nd.
Okay, not too long at all. I was worried about you. I thought you were going to leave me on a teaser there. You didn't. You actually delivered. I appreciate that. The next big ask I have on behalf of everybody watching, I'm sure, who came here for one specific reason, can we see some new gameplay of it? Can we see any gameplay of it?
Absolutely. I kind of figured you might want to. On behalf of everyone at Motive and the team at Lucasfilm, I am very happy to show you the world's first look at gameplay of Star Wars Squadrons. Enjoy.
Second Death Star is gone, but the Imperial fleet is still a threat. Vanguard Squadron, let's make history.
This is it, Titan Squadron. Everything we've done has led to this. Finish those Vanguard scum!
This is Star Wars Squadrons. Earn your wings in a single-player story spanning 2 factions.
All stations! Fire on that ship!
And master multiplayer battles as a squadron of 5. With the option to play the entire game in VR. This is the definitive Star Wars pilot experience.
Come on!
You'll begin your career in a single-player story.
Welcome to Titan Squadron.
Where you'll play as 2 combat pilots, flying for both the Empire and the New Republic. You'll experience this world through your cockpit. The instrumentation in front of you provides critical feedback about power management, targeting, and shields. With a squadron of diverse characters at your side, prove your skills on increasingly challenging missions.
Hello, Vanguard. Welcome to the Nadiri dockyards.
spies has linked the attacks with the New Republic Starhawk project.
The story of the two pilots you play
Stick together.
will shape the balance of power in the galaxy.
Get ready.
Let him have it.
To take the fight online, you'll need flight time with all 8 ships. Fighters are the most flexible and versatile, able to handle any situation. Interceptors are fast and highly maneuverable.
Let's get them.
Ideal for hunting down your opponent's starfighters.
That was kind of fun.
Support ships can keep allies safe and stocked up, as well as disrupting enemy fighters.
Light them up. Nice.
Bombers are the heavy hitters, able to deal devastating damage to enemy flagships and starfighters.
But if you've got a preferred component and need something customized, I'll take care of it.
Unlock everything you need to customize your pilot and starfighters simply by playing the game. From cosmetics to an arsenal of over 50 components that alter how your ships fly, fight, and survive.
They're on you.
I'll deal with it.
You can dramatically change your loadout depending on your squadron's strategy.
Finally got him.
This will be critical in Star Wars Squadrons multiplayer modes. First up, dogfights. This is an all-out 5v5 battle.
That hard 5, that was the best.
Fine-tune your loadouts to work as a team.
Moving in on the enemy.
Utilize components like tractor beams, turrets, and mines to slow down your opponents or set up your squad mates for the kill.
Rebels unmarked.
For teams looking for an even greater challenge, it's time to prove yourself in Star Wars Squadrons' signature mode, Fleet Battles. Fleet Battles are multi-stage conflicts. Whether playing solo or with friends, you'll have the option to compete against other players or AI as a squadron of 5.
Don't worry, I got him for you.
Meet your team in the social hub to solidify strategy, coordinate loadouts, and prepare for takeoff. First, push the front line by winning the dogfight in the center of the map. Next, attack or defend 2 medium-sized capital ships.
We've lost our capital ships.
And finally, the ultimate goal. Target and destroy the subsystems of your opponent's massive flagship and take it down.
Shields are disabled.
At each phase, your squadron either pushes the line forward or falls back to defend.
Keep our flagships safe.
It's your squadron's choice of how to play.
I'm hit.
Speedy, unrelenting assaults.
Stay together, strike quickly.
Stealth and subversion.
Jamming the enemy. Sensors can't spot you.
Or brutal bombardment.
That ship is vulnerable. Take your shot.
We need to hurry.
A unified squadron is the key to victory.
Making my attack run now.
Let's make this count.
This is Star Wars Squadrons. Join the galaxy's finest and make your mark.
You are the hope of this galaxy.
What's up, everyone? It's your boy Lamar Jackson. I'm excited to be a part of the EA Sports family and to be you guys' new man cover athlete. I can't wait to show you guys what we have in store for you this season. This is EA Sports, next level.
You feel it all.
You feel that burst of speed?
It's like I'm lightning. In that moment, I'm untouchable.
I'm not playing. I'm not afraid of anything.
Not afraid to hit or get hit.
This game is the one true love. Makes me feel like somebody. I never thought I could rise to a level where
It's just me and the keeper.
My heart is like... toward that goal, then you're a hero.
And history carves your name.
You know what it sounds like? 60,000 people
singing your song.
I can't live without that feeling.
It's in your bones. I feel football in my heart.
Feel it in your hands.
What? Taste it. See the unknown.
Face my fears.
You live to fight again.
I want the real thing. I want that sweat dripping, shin splitting, hair raising.
I want to live in the floodlights.
I want to feel it all.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Now, that's a lot to look forward to, but there's more. Here to tell us about the future of gaming is EA's Chief Studio Officer, Laura Miele.
Thanks, Greg, and thanks, Lamar. Welcome to the EA Sports family. There are great things to come from EA Sports for all of you, and that's just the beginning. As you've seen throughout the show today, our electronic artists are working hard to bring you more of the games that you want to play. Games like Star Wars Squadrons, Apex Legends, and Command & Conquer. These games all exist because of you. Your voices are heard, and we are acting on your feedback. Now, we've talked a lot about all the exciting games you'll be playing this year, but our studios are working even further out, creating new experiences, new stories, new gameplay, all enabled by new console technology. And we're so excited about what's to come, we don't want to wait until next June to share what the teams are working on. Generation shifts are an opportunity to push beyond the boundaries of gaming as we know it today, and this time is no different. Our studios are taking their crazy ambitious ideas and making them real. Criterion is known for how their games feel. From superior physics to nuanced details of gameplay, this team hand curates the moment-to-moment experience. And with the new consoles this year, there will be a seamless immersion which will get you into the race in a matter of seconds. BioWare imagines and creates worlds where you become the hero of your own story. And we're using this next generation of technology to make those fantasy worlds your reality. For every console generation, DICE sets the bar for excellence in audio and visual presentation. We are creating epic battles at a scale and fidelity unlike anything you've experienced before. At Motive, we are working on a highly ambitious and innovative new game that puts the power and creativity in your hands. And it's an experience that would have been impossible without next-gen technology. This is just the beginning of the things we are working on, and there is so much more to come. The future of EA Studios is not just about new technology. It's about you, your voices, your ideas. We want to be where you come to play. We want to make games for everyone. So please keep giving us your feedback and let's build the future together. On behalf of all of our studios, thank you for joining us today. But before we sign off, there's just one more game we would love to share. Cousin Darren, over to you.
Thank you. So the moment is here. We finally get to say,
we're back, we're doing it. Skate's happening, we're rolling. We've secretly got together. It's the beginning. The skate evolution continues.
We've been waiting years, honestly, to make the right game at the right time with the right idea, and really, really pleased to say that we're here. It is really early, but it takes a little while to find Cuz or wake him up.
Dude, harsh. Still, we've got a long way to go, but we're stoked, and this is just the beginning.
And seriously, we really can't wait to bring you guys in and have you be a part of it with us.
We want to thank you for your passion, your patience, and all the support that you've shown, us to get to this point.
Oh, the comments.
It's amazing. We cannot believe you commented this into existence. Amazing. Skate changed my life. Thank you so much. Skate forever.
Guys, Guys, we did it. We brought back Skate. Thank you to EA. Thank you to Cuz. Thank you to Darren. Thank you to you. Thank you to me. I can't believe that I'm so happy and my heart rate. Is this what exercise feels like? Ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe it. Before we go, because I love you guys, here are the last letters of the secret code. If you think you've got the complete code, go to player.gg/EA and enter for a chance to win one of thousands of free games sponsored by player.gg. You can find the official rules and everything else over at player.gg/EA. Now, this has been an amazing experience, an amazing opportunity for all of us all over the world to come together and celebrate gaming. Thank you for being part of EA Play. Until next time, I'll see you online, and it's been my pleasure to serve you.
We see it all with wonder. We dream in every color, and we come alive. This is where our dreams begin. We all can see if we just wait.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. That was quite the showing. I'm Cindy Goodman, and I'm here with Ryan McCaffrey, Stella Chung, and Max Scoville. We've just seen the big EA Play event, so let's start things off with some showstoppers. Skate 4. Let's see, Max, I'll just go down the line. How are you feeling about Skate 4? It's happening.
That's about damn time. But did they show anything? They just were like, we're doing it, right?
Didn't you say that you were okay with them saying, we're doing a thing, and not really showing anything? Because maybe you cursed that for us.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's like I've seen an EA conference before. But yeah, I mean, this is cool. It's nice to be like, hi, yes, we heard you. This thing's on. We're making a Skate game. But, you know, they could have written Skate on a piece of paper and held it up or something. Like maybe, like I've, you know, okay. Skate 4, finally.
I don't know, did they ever even say that it was actually Skate 4? Because I was kind of waiting for them to say it was the mobile
coming
title.
back.
Yeah, that's about it.
They don't want to scare off people who don't know if they're going to be able to follow the story if they didn't play the first Skate 3 games.
Ryan, how are you feeling about this Skate announcement?
I mean, I hope it's a proper next-gen Skate 4 and not just like a next-gen remake of Skate 1, which I know plenty of people would be happy with that. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to. It's nice to see that they're giving the fans this long-awaited thing. But I don't know. I guess I'm being a typical whiny gamer of wanting more than just two guys talking on an IFB to each other. But all right, Skate. Maybe next year we'll see it.
Yeah, Stella, how are you feeling? I mean, we're coming off of the PS5 reveal event where, you know, they showed the Miles Morales, which didn't end up being Spider-Man 2. I feel like the audience, myself included, kind of filled in that blank. Do you think that this is Skate 4, or do you think it's something else entirely?
I don't know. I feel like it's Skate 4, but I don't want to speak officially, so I hope it's Skate 4. I hope that's what it is, but I don't know, like the PS5 announcements, I hope they come out with something fast before players start to get disappointed because they expect one thing and then get another.
I wonder if they might have actually just snuck in the title, like, because they said Skate Forever there at the end. Maybe Skate Forever is the name of the game. We'll find out.
If they don't spell forever with the number 4, people are going to riot. That's not okay.
Yeah.
You gotta have
So also near the end of that EA Play conference, they gave us some next-gen teases, which I thought was an interesting way of doing things. Let's start with you, Max. How did you feel about what Criterion's doing?
Look,
BioWare, DICE, any of them?
this is such an EA thing to do, where they show up and they're like, "Hey, it's like if you didn't do your homework and you show up and you're like, I've been working really hard. I got some cool ideas for the paper." It's like, just maybe put it back in the oven. Like, I would assume that one of the largest video game publishers in history would be making games for the next generation of consoles, but showing a bunch of work in progress stuff that doesn't actually amount to like what a game is sort of like, okay, well, I don't know, wake us up when you've got something more substantial to announce. Like, have a little pageantry.
That's fair. That's fair. Stella, how are you feeling about those next gen teases? Did anything jump out at you?
Not really. It's kind of like what Max said, but also it's like, can we get something in between the Skate 4 announcement that's not really Skate 4, where they're not showing us anything? And can we get something between that and this, where they're showing, hey, future projects, you have no idea what's coming, but this looks pretty. Look at this shiny thing. Can we get something in between? That'd be great.
Yeah, no, I think that's very fair. I think it was definitely an attempt at transparency, but maybe we needed a little bit more. Ryan, how are you feeling about those next gen teases?
Yeah, I mean, the Battlefield eyeballs, you'll never see that while actually playing the video game. So I'm kind of with Max there. And it is, they always do this to themselves. If you remember, they did this for what became Anthem. They showed like a little teaser. It was Casey Hudson before he left the company and then later came back, of just talking about, our next world. And then like however many years later, it turned into Anthem. So it's just a tough line to walk for them, where they want to get people excited about the next thing, but they don't seem to know quite the best way to do it. I mean, I feel like Sony's better at this than EA is, where they'll show a CG teaser that's got kind of its own cool little arc to it. And here EA just wants, they just show like super awesome next gen models of cars or characters that will never actually translate into the real gameplay experience.
Yeah, like just to add to this, I feel like EA loves to make developer diaries before the games are out and we have anything to really be curious about. And it's awesome that they're trying to humanize the people that work there, but when you're trying to get people excited about the games, maybe show the games and then show the people and be like, these are the people who made the games. Like, but being like, hey, here's the thing we got 3 seconds of whatever Motive's working on, the person jumping around with all the blocks everywhere. Yeah. You couldn't have just maybe polished up a reveal and been like, surprise, here's the thing.
And I guess those couple little BioWare snippets were Dragon Age 4 kinda in some way, which is like, all right, that's a small step in the right direction.
That's an update, right? It's coming to next gen.
It counts.
So we obviously, as we just discussed, didn't get a whole ton of information about their next gen titles, but we did get a decent amount about Star Wars Squadron, including a release date. Max, what jumped out at you?
I mean, a whole lot. First of all, it's really colorful. Like, that's a surprisingly vivid, like, bright and shiny game. I feel like frequently, you think of like what a Star Wars space battle looks like, and it's, aside from the blaster bolts, it's a lot of weathered gray and a lot of the black emptiness of space. But instead, we got these beautiful like neon, cloud formations and just like some crazy backgrounds. A lot of beautiful colored lighting. It's just I don't know. I'm sort of lukewarm on dogfighting games. Like, they've never really grabbed me, but I love Star Wars, so I'll give this a shot. And the fact that the entire game is playable in VR is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I thought it was really interesting, and please correct me if I misheard this, but that you can actually cross-play or play with other people who are playing on VR if you're playing on flat. Am I getting that right? Making it up?
I believe they did say crossplay, so that should count.
Right? Yeah, so that should count. So Stella, I feel you and I are definitely in the same boat in terms of if it shoots, then I'm there for it. How do you feel about flying a ship through space?
I feel like I'm going to be really bad at this game, but I will definitely play it. I don't play a lot of VR games, but I definitely want to borrow a headset just for this, because I can't imagine how immersive it feels just being able to fly around like this. Because Jedi Fallen Order, you felt like you were actually in the world of Star Wars, but imagine doing that in VR. Like, you are actually going to be there in the heat of the battle, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah, totally. No, I'm imagining it, and I'm like already getting kind of motion sick. So I'm curious how much I can stomach, but it's definitely a very cool immersive experience. Now, Ryan, those fleet battles, how are you feeling?
Yeah, that seems like the coolest part of the game. I love that it's a 3-stage thing. I mean, that's just going to make it feel like an epic Star Wars space battle if it's done right by Motive. But just to build on what Max and Stella said, I am so happy that this game is in first person, because it could have easily been a third-person game where it's just your camera's behind your ship and that's the way the dogfighting goes. But I love the fact that this is first person, not just for the VR aspect, but on any console, because I love seeing all those goofy, like old tech slash sci-fi Star Wars space consoles in these planes. And I'm so happy that this game is in first person. I'm like, this feels like the closest thing we've ever gotten. I mean, I hope this is going to end up true. The closest modern equivalent to X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, which is just a classic, revered PC game from the 90s. So really looking forward to this one.
Mm-hmm. And then, Max, so, this is taking place after Return of the Jedi. How are you feeling about that single-player campaign that they outlined?
I'm interested. I mean, obviously, the part of Star Wars I like is the weird aliens and like the more rough around the edges characters. When you have a lot of people in like the same jumpsuit and uniforms, it kind of files off those sharp edges. But the fact that we got to look at like a Trandoshan pilot, and Hera from Rebels is in the background. So like, it seems like they've definitely got some like colorful characters in there too. So.
Mm-hmm. And then, Stella, I just keep drawing parallels to shooters because that's what I'm born to do. But obviously, there's lots of multiplayer. You play a lot of Apex. How did you feel about the multiplayer components that they were talking about?
I think it'll be interesting. I think this isn't what I'm used to in a shooter, so this will take some getting used to. But I think a lot of people wanted this sort of gameplay, especially after Battlefront, the first one dropped, and a lot of people got to play in the fighters. So I don't know. I think it'll be good. It'll be unique for sure, especially since it's first person. But I think it'll still be really cool.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like unique multiplayer experiences is always something I'm down for. But we're going to have to take a super, super quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the games that stood out the most for us. So stick around. We'll be right back. IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2. Available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes,
and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. We just wrapped up EA Play Live, so let's get back to talking about it. What games stood out the most to you guys? I'll start with you, Ryan.
For me, Lost in Random came out of nowhere to steal this. Star Wars was certainly the front runner heading into it, but boy, I really liked Lost in Random. I have to say, just personally, that studio's last game, Faye, didn't super do it for me, but man, Lost in Random, just straight off the bat, the art style is straight up like Tim Burton claymation film. Absolutely love the art style. Dicey is adorable. We need Dicey plushes right away before this game even comes out. And hopefully the gameplay, which it seems like they're crafting a pretty cool story around it, will live up to what is just a beautiful looking game. So yeah, EA Originals have generally been the highlights of the EA conferences the last few years. I feel like Lost in Random kind of stole the show here, the same way that the first Unravel did a few years ago.
Yeah, I'm looking at this B-roll, and is that Dicey's eye or is it its mouth?
Oh yeah, no,
I can't tell.
The bottom of the corners is mouth, and then it's the one on the dice is his eyeball, his or her. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on with Dicey.
That works for me. Still very cute. Stella, what game stood out as your favorite?
I have to go back to my classic. Apex honestly looked really good. All of the updates that they're bringing looked really cool. Also, there are huge story developments. In that trailer, I don't think this is a spoiler because it's been revealed now, but Crypto's sister, who he's been looking for, which is the reason why he even came into the Apex games, it seems like she's alive and she's actually communicating with him through the drone. So that's a huge story move because that means Crypto's story is getting closer to being progressed and I guess maybe being finished, because what is his motivation now to stay in the Apex games if he's been able to locate his sister? So for me, that's huge. There are a lot of new gameplay mechanics that are going to be changed, and I'm just really excited to see what happens. It's just constantly changing.
Mm-hmm. So do you think they would actually pull Crypto from being a hero in Apex Legends if they wrap up his story? Like, do you think they'll start kind of cycling in and out heroes?
I don't think so. I mean, people spent too much money on the skins for EA to pull out of that, so.
That's a really good point. People would not be very happy about that. So, Max, what was your favorite game?
I think Lost in Random definitely looks impressive. I had a hard time getting a sense of what the gameplay loop actually looks like, but it definitely has a beautiful art style. Seems like it definitely takes a page from Leica Animation. Obviously, Star Wars Squadrons is really exciting. One thing that caught my attention, which I'm pretty happy about, is that they said that there are 7 games coming to Switch in the rest of the year, which is, that's kind of a far cry from EA being like, not really interested in that right now. So clearly, a few million Switches out in the wild out there probably helps their decision to just. I hope it's not just sports stuff, and I hope we get some maybe some confirmed classics brought over to the little Nintendo handheld.
Yeah, you called for it in the pre-show, Max. They delivered on that front.
Yeah, I think also just putting the Mass Effect trilogy on Switch would be a nice holdover if there is any already plans to remaster it or give it a proper freshening up, because that would. We've seen Mass Effect games on Nintendo systems before. It's not unheard of. It would be kind of cool to have that very very long series of games on a portable system.
Yeah, we were clamoring for some remasters, and we didn't exactly get a Mass Effect remaster, but we did get Command & Conquer. Does that satiate you, Max?
No. Okay. No, man, it's a totally. You can't have
remaster.
Romantic.
I don't know. Maybe you like Command & Conquer.
Get out of here. No, this is really funny. I was watching the stream and somebody in the chat was like, "This looks like a mobile game," and I was like, "Yeah, it came out 20 years ago. What do you want?"
More than that, I think. Yep. More than 20 years.
Yeah. Personally, for me, I think It Takes Two was really exciting for me. I really, really liked A Way Out. and how co-op was used to progress the storytelling. And it kind of gave me some Inside Out vibes, like the Pixar movie, in terms of exploring kind of emotions. And I'm really interested to see how they do that. So definitely excited for that one. What about Rocket Arena? Stella, you previewed that for us.
I did, yeah. So it's really interesting. It's definitely one of the most unique titles that I got to play. So it's a 3v3 hero shooter, and you don't have health bars. Instead, what you do is you knock people out of the ring. So it's kind of like Super Smash Brothers, and take that and put that into an FPS, or a third-person FPS, which is really interesting. Everyone gets free characters each season, and it's $29.99 standard and $39.99 if you want the Battle Pass. And it's the first EA game to have crossplay at launch, which is actually incredible. And it just feels really cool. I really like the way the rockets fire. I didn't think I would like it at first because I'm definitely more of a sniper, but each character has their own specific type of rockets, and there even is a sniper class. So it's really interesting. I think it really works for the 3v3 arena shooter aspect. And a lot of people are like, oh, I feel like it's just like Overwatch. It's not really, because it's so different. The objectives are very different. So I'm really interested to see how it works, because they're also going to have ranked. So who knows? Maybe there'll be an esports for it soon.
Well, we don't have to wait too long, because I'm pretty sure that one drops in July, correct? I think it's July.
I think it's July 14th.
Well, so July 14th, we're in a J month, right? We're pretty close to that.
Yeah.
Anyways, Star Wars Squadron was announced recently, and the space shooter has already generated tons of hype from Rogue Squadron and Star Wars fans alike. We got the chance to sit down with Ian Fraser, who we saw in this EA play. Let's check it out. IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by The Last of Us Part 2, available June 19th, rated M for mature. By the Army National Guard, working in our communities throughout the COVID pandemic to deliver food, build hospitals, and more. Go to nationalguard.com/esports for more info. And by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome, everybody, back to Summer of Gaming. I'm Max Scoville, joined by my good pal Brian Altano, and we are joined by Ian Fraser, who is the creative director from EA Motive, working on Star Wars Squadrons, a brand new space fighting game set in a galaxy far, far away. Ian, welcome.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing okay. I'm happy there's new Star Wars games on the horizon. First things first. A lot of people, I think, that we've seen Starfighter games in the past. We've seen plenty of them. Can you talk a little bit about what sets Squadrons apart from previous games, especially what sets it apart from the Fighter Squadron mode in the Battlefront games?
Yeah, so there's two big things. The first is the fundamental gameplay. With Squadrons, we're trying to do something that focuses on immersion and depth. So it's a game that is from a first-person perspective, and that has a lot of degree of control over the ships. So you have things like power management, moving between the different or controlling your shields individually. The flight model is very robust, and all the ships handle a little bit differently. We're trying to do something that you can figure out how to get target and shoot lasers pretty quickly, but really getting into it and getting a high skill takes a while as you kind of learn all the ropes and learn the different ins and outs. So we're aiming for something that's very crunchy as far as experience goes. The other thing are the modes themselves. So you asked the question about Battlefront 2 Starfighter Assault. Those modes are all asymmetric. So one team on the offense and defense. Our PvP modes, we have a couple of them. One is dogfight, which is a real basic, go blow up the enemy spaceships, and whoever blows up the most wins. So if you want something light and simple to hop into, that's really nice. Once players play the game a bit, they unlock another mode called Fleet Battles, and Fleet Battles are more of our large-scale mode. It's still 5 players versus 5 players, but they're supported by fleets of AI ships, both fighters and capital ships. And there, it's much more of a, first it is symmetrical. Each side has an equal footing between the different capital ships and things, at least at the start. And then you have this sort of back and forth tug of war over the course of the match based on the players' actions. And you're always kind of trying to divide who's focusing on fighting other players, who's focusing on objectives, and so on. It's a really kind of fluid experience.
No, that's awesome. And it sounded like Max's dog was doing some dog fighting back there, too.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut the door and have him put to sleep.
At $40, this is a budget price game. I'm wondering what the sort of decision behind that is, because this is obviously one of the biggest franchises in the world. What sort of sparked that idea to basically reduce the price by $20 from what we're used to paying for a traditional AAA video game?
It's two things, really. The first is that Squadrons is a really focused experience. We're not trying to be all things to all people. We're a pilot game for players that want to hop into the cockpit, and that's all, but we want to do that really well. And so part of it's that. And the other part is just that we've always had kind of a, we say gift to the fans is something that's come up a lot as we work on this game. Obviously, we're a business. We need to have some money come in when we sell a game. But at the same time, we wanted to have the kind of the amount of value you get for the game feel generous. So like you pick this up and this is as much or more than you expected relative to what you put in. And so just across the board with our no MTX strategy, as well as the $40 price point, we want something where you pick it up and you just feel good about it.
Now you said no MTX strategy. I think that's about that's a group of words that I think a lot of people understand. But to completely sort of hit the hammer, nail on the head here, there are no microtransactions in this game. I feel like that.
Yeah, sorry, I should be clear about that. None at all. Yeah, yeah. It's we looked at possible different ways we could do the game. We certainly considered that, but in the end, again, that idea of feeling generous to the fans, feeling like something that the best way I can put it is it's kind of an old school mentality. You gave us your money. Here is the box. Yep. We hope you like what's in the box. Enjoy it. And so no microtransactions at all. Like you can't give us money to unlock things if you want to. Not even an option.
What if I see you on the street?
I mean, I'll personally take it. Like unmarked bills, brown paper bag, whatever works. But the company won't.
Got it.
Now, what's cool about this, though, is that there is a ton of customization and cosmetic options. Can you speak a little bit about that and sort of how robust that will be, both in terms of, I guess, character customization and ship customization?
Yeah, it is, as you say, both. It's both the character themselves. So when you start the game, you create 2 pilots, one for each faction. And those are the same characters that you'll play in multiplayer. So it kind of, you start off and you do the campaign and they run through that. When you go into the multiplayer, it's those same characters. Your initial options of how you customize them are much more limited. It's, you know, a handful of heads, body types and things. Once you get into PvP, you start unlocking more options. So you start getting, you know, alien heads, and you get more different outfits and things. So whereas your experience begins with, like, this is the classic Rebel flight suit, this is the classic TIE fighter outfit, or TIE pilot outfit. By the time you get into multiplayer, you can change that up more, both with the outfit your character's wearing, with their actual head, which, you know, can change their species to other aliens and things, in addition to just different looks. We have, actually right from the beginning, we have voice packs. So think like some of the older school RPGs where you're actually deciding, like, I want to be the smarmy one. You pick that, and then your voice will reflect that kind of personality. And that's obviously you can use voice over IP, but we have sort of canned stuff in the game as well. So a player who doesn't want to be on the mic has a way to communicate, and it'll use that voice pack. So you have that from the outset. In PvP, you start getting into not only more pilot stuff, which is fun, but also, and there's things like victory poses after you win a match, other stuff like that highlights your pilot, just fun stuff. But separately, we have the ship customization. So there's the outside, obviously. We have different paint jobs and decals you can use to make your ship look like how you want. One of the fun things there that we're expecting to see, because we see it with our internal testing, is players deliberately, like, we're all going to be we're all, Green Squadron. We're all going to take that particular paint job or decal and try to match, which is fun. And then we also let you customize the inside of the cockpit, which is my personal favorite, partially because, I mean, it's a first-person dogfighter. You spend your time in the cockpit, so it's nice to be able to dress that up. But also, there's some fun stuff there. You got the the bobble-headed Ewok, which is reacting to physics, and just well, I don't want to spoil them all, but they're a lot of fun.
So there will be sort of unlockable things that you can put inside the ship too. That's super cool to hear.
Yeah.
Now, was there obviously you guys are big Star Wars fans? Was there a specific space battle in one of the films, or sort of like TV shows or anything like that like was kind of the core inspiration here? Or is it more of just like a blanket approach to Star Wars ship battles? Like, was there one that really stuck out specifically for you guys?
I wouldn't say from an inspirational standpoint that there was. It wasn't like we went, it's that fight, that specific fight's what we want. I do think that we've seen a lot of different big inspirations from the films. We took, I think this was actually before we even started pre-pro. I'm trying to remember when this was now, when Last Jedi came out. We all went and watched that as a team. And seeing that opening maneuver where Poe is flying around the capital ships, and you see him, go under the shields and take this big kind of risk-reward maneuver. That's an example of a thing that inspired a mechanic for us. In Squadrons, you actually can fly under the shields, and there's sort of pros and cons to doing that. So that's a moment that directly inspired even a mechanic. As far as the general sort of choreography of the game, a lot of the stuff, obviously the original films are our biggest sources of inspiration. We're very much, there's a lot of nostalgia coming together in the design of the game and the feel of the game. But I think what Rogue One did, a lot of the space battle stuff in Rogue One is just outstanding. So I think we were inspired by that in a lot of ways. And obviously the addition of the U-Wing to our roster of ships is also because of that film.
Now, obviously there's going to be a ton of stuff to do in terms of multiplayer. Can you speak to how long the story campaign is?
It varies quite a bit from player to player, both just as a player, but also based on difficulty mode. We're still in the process of testing, so I'm very hesitant to go throwing out specific numbers, but we're trying to land on something that it feels still satisfying, but doesn't overstay its welcome. And I think I'm pretty happy with where we're at now, but not comfortable throwing out a number just yet.
Fair enough. Cool. Well, Ian, thank you so much for coming by and chatting. Star Wars Squadrons is out October 2nd, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
That is on PC, Xbox One, and PS4. Are there any plans for next-gen consoles?
We support the backwards compatibility, but there's no specific SKU for the next gen planned right now.
Yeah,
gotcha.
And you're coming
Awesome.
to VR, which I'm very excited for.
Yeah, awesome. Actually, yeah, it's both on PC and PS4. More details on the specifics later, but I am really excited to say that it's the whole game. PvP, single player, all of it. If you want to play in VR, you can. You could even switch back and forth on the fly.
Well, sweet. Ian, thank you so much for chatting. I am looking forward to jumping into cockpit in Star Wars Squadrons later this year.
Awesome.
That about about does it for our EA coverage. A huge thank you to Max, Stella, and Ryan for joining me. Stick around for Next Gen Console Watch with all the very latest news on the Series X and PS5. And make sure to follow IGN on TikTok and search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag to access bonus content and join the conversation with your very own best gameplay clips and gaming moments. Alrighty, we're out. So long, everyone, and thank you so much for watching.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome to another Next Gen Console Watch 2020, where we track all the news and rumors on the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. I'm Damon Hatfield, and as usual, I'm joined by Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's Xbox Podcast Unlocked.
Howdy, Damon.
Hello, and Jonathan Dornbush, host of IGN's PlayStation Podcast Beyond.
Hey there.
Lots to get through today. We've just shortly come out of the EA Play presentation, which I'm absolutely stunned by the complete lack of any next-gen announcements. We definitely also want to talk about the Cyberpunk delay, which seemingly will pit that game right amidst the launch of the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. But first, let's start with smart delivery. We've got some new details on how that will work this week. And then we're also starting to learn on how publishers are going to be handling a similar feature on PlayStation 5 in lieu of any sort of official smart delivery type feature for PS5. So Ryan, hopefully you can fill us in. What are some of the details that we learned about smart delivery this week? I know one of the things we learned is that your saves will carry over from your current gen version of the game to the Xbox Series X version.
Yeah, again, it's as PC-tastic as it can get in the very best of ways. It's basically just like going from a home PC to a work PC, and you want to pick up your game from there. Your saves will just carry right over, no problem, which is how it should be, right? I mean, that's exactly how it should be, and it's glad to see that they're doing it that way. So really, as Microsoft details and clarifies smart delivery more, it's just clear that I think this is going to be one of those things where this is going to be the norm for generational shifts for the rest of time.
Well, it's interesting that if it would become the norm, because it's not the norm for the PlayStation 5 so far. But we have learned that at least Madden NFL 21, EA said they're incorporating something called dual entitlement, which I think is a hilarious name for a feature aimed at gamers. It just means that if you buy the PS4 version of Madden before Madden 22 comes out, you can get the next gen version for free. So Jonathan, what do you think about sort of publishers having to come up with their own creative methods of smart delivery?
Yeah, I mean, I think speaking sort of to Ryan's point about hoping this will become a standard down the line, this is the first time we're really seeing developers have to grapple with this idea because, in generations past, we would pretty much just expect if it's not backward compatible, well, they'll, charge us for a remastered or a remade version. So the fact that this is now something that Xbox is pretty aggressively pushing, third-party developers and publishers are having to do this for the first time. We'll probably start to see them acclimate more to it over time, but I think, the dual entitlement way is them trying to still maybe get money from those people who maybe don't buy the game immediately or don't try to redeem this immediately because there is a finite time limit on the Madden situation for them.
Well, just for a little historical context on this too, just not too long ago, 2005, when the 360 was coming out, you had Activision shipped whichever Tony Hawk game it was that year, and Gun, which was the Neversoft Western. And those were both games that came out for launch of the 360, but they also came out on current gen, Xbox and PS2. And they were totally separate games. And the 360 version was $10 more. And because that was, we had the price jump from $50 to $60 going from one gen to the other there. So, in that sense, and they were the exact same game. I mean, the only difference was that the Xbox 360 version was in 720p HD. So it was basically like an HD tax, but you had to pay for it all over again. So it's nice to see that we're at the point now where, if you buy Madden on Xbox One, you don't have to pay at all to get the Series X version for that year's game.
Right. Jonathan, are you hoping other publishers do come up with their own sort of schemes like EA is doing with dual entitlement?
For sure. I do hope that there isn't as much of a time limit on it. That feels a bit more of the capitalistic. They really want to make sure they can trick some people who forget to redeem in time to buy 2 copies. But I do hope other devs and publishers do figure out a scheme for this. I do, even though PlayStation has not announced any plans of something like this, I think this is, in the same vein as backward compatibility, one of the most consumer-friendly moves one of the platform holders has made recently. And so, forcing these companies to adopt these practices that do, speak to the players and show there is an investment in them continuing on, I think is a great move, and I hope to see more publishers do that.
It does start to get a little bit messy, though, when you add qualifications, like there's a time period in which you need to buy the game. And also, EA confirmed, at least with Madden 21, if you buy a physical version of the game, it won't work if you for a digital copy. So if you get the digital version of the PlayStation 5, your physical disc of Madden 21 doesn't entitle you to a digital version of it on your digital PS5. So it does start to get a little messy. Well, Xbox's smart delivery just seems to be a little bit more of an elegant solution. Ryan, would you agree with that?
So far from what we've seen, yeah, that seems to be the case. I mean, I don't know if Madden is like a physically different game on next gen versus current gen, because we saw EA's done that before. Again, to go back to the Xbox to 360 jump, NBA Live 05 or 06, I guess it would have been, was a totally from the ground up different game. And normally I'd like to be able to answer my own question there, Damon, but we still haven't seen any footage, any real proper footage, or know anything about the next gen versions of FIFA or Madden, even after the EA stream today, which I know we're going to talk more about in a bit.
Well, Ryan, I know you pinned an op-ed for IGN this week about how Sony's strong PS5 showing last week really put Microsoft back on the defensive. And even though they seem to really be having a better solution with smart delivery for next gen, do you still believe that's true, that sort of the onus is back on Microsoft to prove themselves?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sony they pushed all their chips into the center of the table. They just made one giant bet, really, which was this one huge reveal event, which they got millions upon millions of concurrent viewers because they'd said nothing, and it was a risk, right? If they flubbed it, if it was a mess, then people darn negative on the PS5. But I thought, and it seemed like most people are generally in agreement, that they did either a good job or a great job. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the physical size of the console, but games-wise, the fact is they showed Spider-Man Miles Morales, which is confirmed to be a launch title. And then they also trotted out Horizon Zero Dawn 2, and you saw a couple of the Demon Souls remake teaser. So they trotted out some pretty heavy hitters in this stream, and certainly Ratchet and Clank was arguably the most technically impressive thing, with just zipping in and out of whole worlds there. So, PlayStation has the games, regardless of what you think of the look of the console itself, and regardless of how many teraflops, how much power there is. I mean, it's gonna matter. I mean, maybe those games are going to end up all running better, all the third-party stuff. Maybe it's going to all look and run a little better on the Series X. But until Microsoft shows killer first-party exclusives, as Sony has consistently done for years, it's all not going to, I hate to say it doesn't matter, but it's just not going to amount to too much. So this July Xbox first-party showcase that's coming up in around a month or so, there is so much riding on that, in my opinion. I think it's the most crucial event in the entire 20-year history of Xbox. I know that sounds like an exaggerated statement, but I think if they flub that, like they flubbed the May third-party reveal, then they're going to just be way behind heading into this new generation.
Oh, that really gets me excited to see what they've got in store then. But hold that thought. We do need to take a quick break. Then we'll be right back with more Next Gen Console Watch, a part of IGN's Summer of Gaming.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch 2020. Don't forget, all summer of gaming long, IGN is asking you to consider donating to the World Health Organization by clicking the Tiltify of your video player. All donations will go to the COVID-19 Response Fund, dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating COVID-19, as well as the Bail Project in support of Black Lives Matter and reuniting families in need. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3, swag from and if you give more than $50, you'll be entered for a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One. For extra Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and check out IGN's Summer of Gaming hashtag to watch along with live events and submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays. Or leave us a Yappa video comment in the comments section of this video on IGN.com, and your Yap could end up on the stream. Let's get back on track. Today we found out Cyberpunk 2077 has been delayed again from September 17th to November 19th, which would seem that would put it right smack dab in the middle of the launch of both next-gen consoles, which are coming holiday 2020. It's usually right around Thanksgiving. Jonathan, what was your reaction to this delay?
They haven't been afraid to delay Cyberpunk before, and we've been waiting so long for it. What's a couple more months? Really, I think no one will complain. Obviously, everyone really wants to play this, but I think no one will complain if they take their time to get this right because the anticipation is so high. There are some pretty big games coming out this year, but I think this is pretty arguably the biggest game coming out this year, and so they need to get it right. They know there's a lot of pressure riding on this, so I totally understand them waiting. It does raise the interesting point of, when are the new consoles going to come out in relation to this, and what's going to take, people's time and focus away from which. It's actually hard to say right now.
Ryan, what would you say? By November 19th, is the Xbox Series X out?
It's going to be real close one way or the other. But to me, I look at this now, Cyberpunk 2077, it's next-gen launch lineup insurance. If Halo and Spider-Man and the rest of the launch lineups somehow turn out terrible, we've still got a hopefully super cool major AAA release to look forward to play now. And specifically, because I've heard from a lot of Xbox fans of Series X. Now they've been super duper clear that the Xbox Series X optimized version of Cyberpunk that's coming isn't coming at launch. But the hardware automatically will make improvements to the game. We had Jason Ronald from Xbox on Podcast Unlocked this week to talk more about that. So it will run better and presumably look better, a higher resolution on the Series X, even without the quote unquote Series X optimized version. So Xbox, I think, kind of comes out the winner on this because Xbox is arguably now the best console place to play Cyberpunk on day one. That is, unless Sony's got some sort of compatibility thing they haven't announced where, like Xbox, games will automatically get a frame rate or resolution bump, but we haven't heard anything about that yet. So far, advantage Xbox when it comes to Cyberpunk this holiday.
Yeah, I tend to agree. It kind of makes it another launch game for the Series X, whereas, as of right now, Sony and CD Projekt Red haven't made any announcements about it being playable on PS5 at launch. So if PS5 is out and PlayStation gamers want to play Cyberpunk, they have to keep their PlayStation 4 hooked up in addition to their PS5. Is that right, Jonathan?
As far as we know right now, obviously the PS5 is supposed to be backward compatible, and given how big of a game Cyberpunk is, I'm sure they're going to put the best effort in to make sure that game is backward compatible, especially for all of the people jumping on PS5 at launch. So as of right now, that is what we would, factually have to say is the case. It is not one of the backward compatible titles at launch.
You think there's any chance that this delay to November 19th is an alignment with the release date of one of the consoles?
Not personally. I think they'll probably launch, latest, I think they would launch the week before this, if anything, would be about my guess, given when the last generation launched and also giving them enough of a window between their launch and then Black Friday and Cyber Monday and all those big sales days at the end of the month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Cyberpunk is CD Projekt Red is an independently owned studio. They don't have some corporate overlord that would have some vested larger financial interest in either aligning with a console launch or staying away from it. This is just CD Projekt Red doing what's best for their game because they've collectively invested their last 4 or 5 years into this. So I think it's just a coincidence that it's going to happen to run right into the console launches.
November 19th does appear to be a Thursday. I don't know. It's a little bit unusual for a big game release. Also for a console release, I guess. But hold that thought. We do need to take another quick break. Then we'll be right back with more Next Gen Console Watch, a part of IGN's Summer of Gaming. We're happy to present IGN's Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch 2020. Now let's touch on EA Play, which aired earlier today. We'll try to talk about it, even though EA did not hardly made any sort of next gen announcement at all. It did confirm that its biggest studios are working on next gen games. That would be BioWare, Criterion, and Motive, but they didn't name any games. They didn't name Dragon Age. They didn't name Battlefield. They didn't name the game that Motive is working on. Frankly, I was stunned that in a console launch year, EA didn't take the opportunity to reveal a game that's coming to next gen, even if it's a ways off. Jonathan, what was your reaction?
The quick look at a human's eyes and a building crumbling, I think did it for me. I think that was more than enough to really keep me excited for that. No, it was a really strange showing. You're completely right. In a console launch year, to not even just say one next-gen game announcement, even if it's 2 years away. EA Play has been where they said, hey, we've got a new Star Wars game. Here's the name. That's it. They're not averse to doing very small announcements. So it's really shocking that they did not say next Dragon Age is definitely coming to next gen. They didn't say anything like that. That said, we have seen, Madden's presence at past next gen showcases from the first parties. So it's on the Xbox side. So maybe they thought that was enough. It's very strange. I don't really have a good explanation for it other than they felt like they didn't need to.
Ryan, what was your reaction?
I can't disagree with you guys. I mean, this is a company, they've heard the criticism of their E3 press conferences for years now. They're very corporate, they're very stuffed, just all very stuffy. And this was, like, you could see the steps where they're trying to turn the giant, like EA is a huge ship, right? They're trying to turn the ship. Like the cross-play stuff is fantastic. Bringing stuff to Switch, great. They're not just locking everything to Origin anymore on PC. But yeah, you guys are so right. Like, even with that same minimal amount of material that they showed for Need for Speed and for Battlefield, etc., they could have said, hey, BioWare's working hard on the next Dragon Age for next gen, and Criterion's pumping away on redefining Need for Speed for a new generation, and the EA Sports franchises are all coming back, bigger and more realistic than ever. But they were just tiptoeing around it so much. They wouldn't just, it was just there was a lack of confidence there. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why, but it just failed to inspire any excitement in what they're doing. And Damon, you couldn't be more correct. You've got these new consoles in less than 6 months, and not a single definitive next-gen statement from, the second largest third-party publisher on the planet?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. They did announce a Skate game at the very end. They didn't call it Skate 4.
Did they?
They didn't say. I know they didn't call it Skate 4, and they didn't say it's coming to next gen. Although presumably it will. So I was very, very surprised. That means this fall they only have their usual sports games and a budget Star Wars game that isn't coming to the next gen consoles. So I'm not really sure what's going on over at EA. Anyway. Let's wrap up the show today by going over our polls. We've got the results of our poll from last week. We asked you, what was your favorite announcement from the Sony conference last week? And the winner was Horizon with 24% of the vote, although Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales was not far behind it with 21% of the vote. Way down at the bottom, though, was Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, less than 10% of the vote. And I thought that was a little surprising because I thought that was actually the demo that we saw gameplay and actually showcased what I voted for could do. Jonathan, were you surprised by that?
I'm sadly not that surprised. So I love the Ratchet and Clank franchise. The 2016 game is one of my favorite exclusives of the PS4, actually. But I think when you look at the other games it was up against, there's just such a more wide appeal for like the core demographic of PlayStation players who are watching this conference. Horizon is one of the biggest new IPs of this past generation. Spider-Man is Spider-Man, and Resident Evil is such a big multi-platform game. FromSoft has like catapulted into the stratosphere with how big they are this generation, Ratchet is beloved to a very strong core of the PlayStation fan base, but I just don't think right now it's at that same level of fervor as those other franchises.
All right, well, here's your poll for next week. We want to know which PlayStation design is your favorite, which PlayStation console. You have 5 options. I think I would probably maybe go with the original, the PS1 out of those 5. Ryan, which would you pick?
PS2 for me at the time. Like that was just this cool, slim monolith that just looked cool.
Mm-hmm. And Jonathan, how about you?
Well, I'm tempted to say the PS5 just for fun, but I'll wait till I actually have one in my home. I actually really love the PS4, the slanted design of it. I actually really appreciate that sort of look.
You're not going with the Foreman grill, Jonathan?
No, thank you.
The old PS3. Anyway, make sure you vote at the poll at IGN.com, and we'll share the results with you next week. And that will do it for this edition of Next Gen Console Watch. Thank you, Ryan and Jonathan. We will be back next Friday at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern with more Next Gen news and rumors, possibly a lot more news and rumors. Until then, IGN.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on Mixer.com/IGN, YouTube.com/IGN, and Twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
We're happy to present IGN Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first-ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else.
IGN Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus.